I first want to just talk about this conference and happy to have you all here. I think on some of the invites, I talked about how folks call it a little bit of an unconference. It's not, we have some great presentations, but we also expect participation. And so this is a chance for industry and leaders within the space industrial base to be heard and to really go through with us, what's the current state of the space industrial base? We sort of divide it up into topics and what are the challenges? But then most of all, we really need to hear where you all think the recommendations for moving forward are. So really, pick your brains. The way it works is we usually have, a few presentations, and then we have working groups, separate concurrent working groups, and you'll see those sessions on the agenda. And with that, the leaders will move you all through getting to that current state, what the challenges, what are the recommendations. But this year, we're also going to add a little something called co-innovation sessions. And what we found last year, for me, especially leading the workforce, STEM and education working group, a lot of folks were in the different working groups, but wanted to be in that workforce. So what we're going to do with these co-innovation sessions is we're going to try and do like a little mini working group topic where you'll see some of the leaders will set the stage. We'll have some surveys and where you all participate in those topic areas. So you'll see that coming up. We have one on the supply chain, one co-innovation session on the workforce STEM and education, also regulatory challenges with novel technologies. So we have those co-innovation sessions. And then another thing we do is we set up some partner workshops. We work with Space Florida and have a partner workshop on commercial space launch. We have a partnership with Space Northwest, and so there's a couple topics there with advanced space power and propulsion, as well as hybrid space architecture, which we're now calling the Outer Net, and you'll hear from that. And then also probably a partner workshop on international partnerships. So here at the main conference, we're going to do a co-innovation session for each of those 4 topics. So there'll be 7 of those. So get your phones out or whatever, and you'll be able to give inputs with that. One of the key things that, New Space Nexus hosts this conference and helps run those partner workshops with our partners. But a key part of the success of this is we work with key government partners that really want to hear your voice. And so we work with Defense Innovation Unit, and I know General Stephen, there you are, Stephen Bucky, as we all know him and love him. Bucky Buteau is one of the key partners. We work with Air Force Research Lab, and we have Colonel Rayleigh here is a key partner. And with the Space Force, we have this year Colonel Nicely with the COMSO office is standing up to be a key partner, as well as the Innovation Prototyping Directorate here at Kirtland with Colonel Roth. So we're excited to have that. And just a little bit about New Space Nexus. We're a nonprofit. We're here to help accelerate the pace of innovation for our space companies. They're our main customer. And what we say is we unite and ignite space. We try and bring everybody together to work together, but we also ignite by providing resources. And you'll get to see some of those resources if you go to our dinner at the launch pad, which is pretty close to here this afternoon or this evening. And we have a partnership intermediary with Air Force Research Lab that helps fund some of those programs that help the companies. And hopefully, if any of you were here yesterday, you got to see some gems from our New Space Igniter program. Those are the smaller companies that we help them, like you said, get from their concept to product to sales. And we're really excited. We've had that program in place in partnership with AFRL for a year and a half, and we're tracking, I think it's 40 or it might be 42, and actually hearing from the companies yesterday, I think it went up, but 42 million in wins between government contracts, investments, and strategic partners with some of the big companies. So we're really making a difference for these new space companies. And we work basically like with the New Space Igniter, we work at the company level, but we also work at the industry level by putting on conferences such as the State of the Space Industrial Base, where we really want to make sure we inform the full industrial base from all over the nation on, you know, what are the things we need to go forward and stay a leader for our nation. So with that, I wanted to first of all introduce our team. If any of our team could just stand up and wave, you're going to meet them through the week. Come on, stand up. See, let's see. There's Ariel's running this. Yes. So I won't go through all their names right now, but hopefully you'll meet them through. Yesterday we're all wearing our Nexus t-shirts, and if you are good to us, we'll give you one of those, I think, right? Anyways, you'll see. I'm really excited for you all to go to the dinner tonight to see one of the facility where some of our small companies come and work, and you get to see a little more about us than just running these awesome conferences. But I wanted to also say we added a new teammate because we're really trying, again, to inform the space industrial base. And I want to do a quick introduction to Scott Sadler. So for those of you, many of you in the space community probably already received the emails from Scott Sadler, but we just, New Space Nexus has a pretty large distribution as well. So we added our distribution to it. So you're getting all these emails, and a lot of the local folks were like, who is this guy? And it's like, you need to see, there's so much more behind, you know, your local Space Force organizations. And what I love about his emails, it informs you what's going on with Congress. And for me, I've always been about, if you want to figure something out, you need to follow the money. And so it's really great because he follows the money with Congress. But I'll let he's been a leader to many DoD advisors, and I was excited to hear from his bio. He actually helped the first CSO of Space Force get Senate, whatever, the Senate.
There's too many.
I'm from New Mexico. I can't remember that Senate thing.
There's too many acronyms, Casey. You know, she's referenced in the first Senate confirmed ASAP for space acquisition.
Yeah, I'll let him say
and integration, Frank Calvelli. But if you all are not a part of this distro list, please feel free to see me. If you're a company out there, you know, we're going to eventually look to potential sponsorships of this, and we'd love to highlight your logo and some of the important messages that you're trying to stress to the people that are actually reading these emails. And believe me, you know, folks like Diane and Chirac in the White House, to the space advisor at the National Security Council, to key staff members on the Hill, they will all see the messages that you're trying to stress. I am just so excited to have, you know, partnered with New Space Nexus, because I think this list, this distro list, and the messages that it has sent across the national security space community is so vital to helping everyone understand the intersections of Congress, industry, and the like. So I've really enjoyed it, and thank you so much, Casey.
Yeah, so.
Thank you.
And so if you know us, we name everything New Space something or other, right? So, you know, our company's New Space Nexus, but we like our Igniter program. I always tell the team, quit calling it just Igniter. It's the New Space Igniter, because we love our little New Space logo with you know, the rocket going through the W. So, so it's now the New Space Sadler Report. Anyways, so there's so much more, and I hope you all learn all the great things that our little organization, we say we're small and mighty, but we're doing some great things, and we're just like I say, all about the space industrial base and anything um, to help keep it strong, to help the individual companies be strong. And so anyways, thank you for coming and welcome to the Young Conference. Make sure you participate because we need to hear from you. With that, I'm excited to introduce one of our key partners from Air Force Research Lab, Colonel Jeremy Rayleigh. He's a commander of the Phillips Research Site, which entails the two directorates here at AFRL, the Space Vehicles Directorate and the Directed Energy Directorate. And let's see, so he's the director, but then also the commander of the full site. He leads a team of over 1,000 military, civilian, and on-site contractors who comprise the nation's center of excellence for military space science and technology. He previously was at the tech director at the Space Rapid Capabilities Office. So if you catch him, he knows a little bit about that as well. But we're really happy to have Colonel Rayleigh here, and welcome, sir.
All right, good morning. And before it gets out, I was the acting tech director over there at Space RCO as a second job. I was a senior material leader for one of our ambiguously named groups over there. So I don't want Dr. Dalrymple or somebody to think I'm trying to usurp. I did use that to meddle quite a bit because there was just so much fun stuff going on in both portfolios. So it was great to be able to reach across like that. Being the first speaker for this, I kind of looked at, okay, what are we trying to do? And at this conference, the one where we all come together here in Albuquerque, it seemed like everything. And I knew I can't cover everything. And so my goal is really just to kind of set the tone and provide some context and some updates behind what's going on and some of the things that you can keep in mind as an overarching framework for as you're having these side meetings, as you're getting to do the enviable work of digging into the technical and programmatic details that actually make all these things churn through. These should be some guiding principles that will help you understand, like, okay, hey, what are we actually trying to get after here from AFRL's viewpoint? Anyway, obviously, you'll have others that will go slightly differently on this. And so I think the number one thing is partnership. And so this room is, I don't know, I'm not going to spend time on this because if you're in this room, you already understand the value of partnership. You already understand the value of showing up face to face. You already understand the value of figuring out where it's good to cooperate and where it's good to compete with others in the room. And both of those aspects, cooperation and competition, help strengthen the ecosystem behind space innovation that we're trying to create here. There's a lot of opportunity for partnership. I mean, the acronym PIA, the P is for partnership. And so I'm not going to foot stomp that anymore because, again, like I said, you've demonstrated by your actions that you already understand the value of that. And so I'll hit it a few other times in what I talk about this morning. But the number one thing is while you're here, if you have a question, hey, should I talk to one more person? Should I bring somebody that's not currently in my circle into my circle? Those kinds of things. The answer is yes. Do that while you're here. Take advantage of the opportunity, please. The next thing I wanted to talk about is the role of AFRL, space vehicles, Phillips Research Site, AFRL as an enterprise. And if I talk out of turn, I see partners from other directorates in here that can come and correct me a little bit. But I want to just talk about, as you interact, especially with space vehicles, what are the things that we're trying to do? What are we trying to get after? And so as I'm getting ready to wrap up my second year in the seat as the director of space vehicles, I guess it was really early this year. I do an offsite with my division chiefs and direct reports and some of the more senior leaders there in RV. And I started, kind of trying to distill down what is it that we're doing here? And I realized the product that we put out isn't a satellite that's flying in space. That's a byproduct of what we're doing. But the reason it's there is because we're trying to answer questions. And that's hard, right? When they're like, what's your product? It's like, well, it's the answer to a question. And it's not as hard if the answer is always supposed to be yes, but sometimes with us, the answer is supposed to be no, try again. You didn't quite have it right. How would we tweak that? Is this a good idea for something we're going to invest more in? And so that kind of brings out what I see as that second role. And the thing that I really want to double down on right now, which is informing our future force designs. That's where that return on investment from answering questions actually comes back. That's where you can actually see a payoff. And again, it's easy to see the payoff when it's hey, we matured this technology and therefore it was mature. And so when we went to incorporate it in a future system, a future constellation of satellites, or whatever it was cheap for us to do that because we didn't get stuck in tech development land while we were doing an acquisition. And Mr. Calvelli has, kind of doubled down on that a few times of like, hey, let's not carry things that are, high risk technical maturations or technical developments into an acquisition activity with us. But it's a little bit more than informing that. Again, what we have to do as the lab is sometimes have the moral courage to go, I don't think this is going to work out. There's a recent example. I'm actually going to talk about some of the specifics later, but there's a recent example where we had to do that. And, the answer came up. The answer that we ended up settling on with the Space Warfighting Analysis Center was physically possible, but not advisable, to do something that we wanted to do. And I think that was really valuable. And the problem is it hurts the team's morale because everybody on in my organization, they want to get to a yes, they want to get to a win, they want to get to a patent, a never before done. And sometimes I do not overemphasize. I mean, I have a lot of numbers on various officer performance reports of mine that are suspect, but I'm not overemphasizing that we probably saved over $1 billion by not taking a faulty assumption into an acquisition where once Congress appropriates money into specific program elements, and that's the thing you need to buy, that's the thing you're going to buy whether it works or not. And that's the thing you're going to buy no matter how long it takes and how much, you end up having to add to it. And so we're trying to avoid that right now. In what we put forward. The third role I want to talk about is maturing technology. So I just gave two examples of where it's like, maybe we don't, maybe sometimes we have to say no on the maturing technology, but I do not want to abandon or give any sense that that's not still a primary function in the lab. But I do want to put a nuance on that. As we inform those force designs, what I would like to be able to say as we mature technology is, here's a mission we want to do. Here's where we fall short of being able to close that mission. Or here's several areas that we could explore that would allow us to close that mission. And now here are the technologies, here are one or more technologies that we should mature so that we can go and perform that mission. And so that's a little bit more directed and a little bit less exploratory than we sometimes do it. Again, I'll talk at the end. There's still plenty of exploratory out there, but again, it gives us that sense of, why are you doing this? What is the purpose behind it? What is the end goal when we're maturing that technology? And it also gives us a place to know, hey, are we on a glide path to close this? Or are we going to be maturing this technology for so long that an adversary is going to get ahead of us on something? When do we know to revert to, the brute force method of getting something done? And what are we doing there? And then, of course, the last thing that we do in the lab, I keep saying what we're not doing, and then the next thing I say is that we're doing that thing. So the last thing we do, though, is to push the new, to do that technology push, and to help us avoid technical surprise. I realize that's probably stolen from DARPA because they, say that. But then I look at my portfolio and I have a number of partnerships with DARPA, so I feel like it's fair game. That's part of what we're trying to do, and that comes down to hey, here's a new idea. If our adversaries had this idea, what could they do with it? Let's explore that. If they have it and we don't, what disadvantage does that leave us at? And if we have it and they don't, what advantage could that provide us? And where does that allow us to save things in the future? The key with the new technology pushes for at least for the time being, until such time as somebody decides they're going to double our budgets and do all sorts of crazy things that I don't see happening soon. The key with those is that it can't just be another add-on to, hey, we have all these tools and now there's another tool in the toolbox. We have to actually look at the drawer and go, okay, what tool are we going to remove from the toolbox because there's a maintenance cost associated with that in order to put this new thing in there, and how much more effective is that going to make us? And to loop all that back around, to what I talked about, that's answering the question of how much more effective is that going to make us, and it's informing the future force design with some quantitative information, so that it's not just, a bunch of people that have been in the space business a long time, like many of the people in this room, sitting down and going like, okay, I feel like that, let's debate each other, and then whoever has the most eloquent position can win. I'd really like to be able to put some quantitative information behind that, and not only just to make the arguments more fair, or maybe even, I don't know if more logical is the right word, but I'll use it anyway. Not only to do that, but also to let us know, are we closing on what we said we were going to do, or do we need to, rub our eyes, take a step back, and consider something again as we do that? So that's what I wanted to get to with the role of the labs. If you're thinking you want to interface with the labs, you should be able to put what you're going to do, the value that you're going to bring to the lab, if we're going to have a contract with you or something, into one of those four categories, and or a combination or hybrid of more than one also. The next thing I wanted to talk about was some of the trends that I see with our interaction with industry right now. And so I never ever, I don't think I've ever in my life used a pulpit like this to go and beat on industry and say, you need to do this better for us, this needs to happen better, or something like that. So everything I say up here should be viewed through the lens of how do we interact more effectively. Not I'm trying to blame anything. I'm not trying to take all the blame. I'm not trying to put blame. But I do want to talk about how we interact a little bit more effectively given some of the conditions we have. And the first condition that we have in the research and development game is unknowns at program definition. That's really disruptive to a program. And for the lab, it's almost laughable, right? Because some of our acquisition superiors come down to us and go like, you need to do firm fixed price on this thing. It's like, on what thing? Well, I mean, you know what you want, right? And it's like, I have an idea now, but what I want, reference my earlier point, is to answer some questions. And if I have questions, that means I cannot define everything, 100% to the level of detail that I need. That puts risk on the government when we say, hey, we're going to be liable. We're going to use, maybe a cost type vehicle or something to put some of that risk on us. It puts risk on industry, because industry says, who are the people that we're going to put against this? What is the time we're going to dedicate to it? What are the resources that, the physical plant that we have that's going to be tied up with doing this for that certain period of time? And we can end up at cross purposes if we haven't A, defined what some of those unknowns are, and B, defined how we are going to how we're going to resolve those unknowns and how we're going to talk about those. And so one of the things that I see, and I see it from the government side as well, is we would rather kind of pretend the problem doesn't exist until it comes to a head sometimes. And so what I want to encourage is a little bit more communication around, hey, these are the areas where we're going to have unknowns, not only at contract inception, but like as things are executing. Sometimes I've seen some no news, good news. And so on the government side, we'll be like, oh yeah, industry must have it under control because they haven't called and asked for for more money yet. And industry will say, yeah, the government must be cool with the requirements that we set, 18 months ago, because they haven't called and said that something's going to change yet. And on the government side, I don't have insight into the industry side. We're sitting there going like, oh no, okay, so that launch we promised or that GFE we promised is now at risk, or we have some other, there's some other political pressure to make sure it integrates with this system that we didn't even know was going to exist at the time. We were out there doing discussions with industry and solicitations and those sorts of things. So that's the reason I put it out there, is because I don't have an answer, and the format of this venue is like the best minds getting together to talk about these things. So please help me understand how we can do a better job at defining those unknowns, or not even defining the unknowns because they wouldn't be unknowns, but at defining how we're going to deal with unknowns that we expect to arise, even while we're still defining the program. And that kind of drives the second one, which is that need for tailored acquisition management. A lot of the research and development functions are just not well suited to either the types of contract vehicles that are out there, to commercial services, to all those things that are kind of the hot buzzwords and the things that we're trying to drive for our longer term stable acquisitions. And so figuring out ways that we can communicate better to have those discussions around tailored acquisition, not only for the solicitation and the award and the instrument, but as we go through managing, I think is going to be helpful for us. And then the last one that I wanted to hit was the integration surprises that end up threatening programs. And this goes back again to a lot of those unknowns of, hey, when we go to put all this together, is it really going to work in the manner that we expected? And what are the things that are on both sides? Have we allocated the risk correctly? Do we have off ramps? Because by the time you get to integration, it's like everybody in AFRL is sick of hearing about our program at that point. So it's really hard to go get people excited again and ask for more money to put things together. And so a lot of times we have to figure out, okay, what's our option to do what we can with the resources that we have, versus being able to plus something up. And then the last thing I wanted to hit on in trends is some of the harm that is done by congressional interest items and program directive memorandums. It always seems cool to like watch money wash into your program. But when I look at what that does to financial execution for the lab, especially sometimes at the scope and scale that we have, that money generally does not show up until the very end of the fiscal year in which it was allocated. And that's if we only have a half year of CR. And so it puts us in a position where it's very difficult to integrate. It harms us for that future, for the following year, because we start that year with money not executed on our books, because it often gets added to our program element, and so forth. And so, as I talk to industry who is 100% able and competent at going and talking to your congressional representatives and understanding, what it is you bring, I would say just be careful and judicious, and let's define those things really well, so that it doesn't end up coming back on us as an inflexibility to execution that locks us into something, so that when you come with your next good idea, it's like, yeah, sorry, our foot is caught in the bear trap of your last good idea for another 26 months, and then when we finish that, we'll be able to talk about this stuff. That doesn't allow us to innovate at the pace that we would like to sometimes. So there's just a level of cooperation with the service, I think, that could be improved there. All right. All right. So that's all the, kind of fun stuff to cage your thinking. But I think it's also informative to talk about, what do I consider a success? What do we in RV take credit for as some of our past successes? And so because I've talked to not this exact group, but members of this group about some of these things probably about a year ago, I wanted to give a little update on some of the things that fell into our flight experiment category. And so one of those was IRIS, where the Space Warfighting Analysis Center had an assumption that said, hey, we think we're going to be able to talk to legacy MUOS terminals from LEO. And I was like, cool, sounds like an engineering challenge, but something we can overcome. And so we designated a team to go do that. It's also one of those things that's like, just because you assume you can do it doesn't mean you have it well characterized. What slant angles can you get to? What's the handoff look like? And all those things. And as we started digging into some of the protocols that existed there, we realized that's the one I was talking about before. Physically possible, not advisable as far as what it would drive in the technical solution. It would drive a level of complexity that nobody wanted to take on at the beginning. And so because of that, we were able to adjust those assumptions before we got into an acquisition to buy literally billions of dollars worth of next generation narrowband satellite communication type of equipment. The other one that I wanted to talk about as far as a flight experiment from last year was Chameleon. This is where we were looking to drive down the cost of the overall system cost of surveillance, tracking, and reconnaissance assets that we could put in space. Trading high resolution and things that are more exquisite for temporal resolution of how can we get these things more often and how can we drive down the system cost and the procurement time. And so that's folks looking at computational imaging and some novel glass that they're putting in place in order to get there. And that was showing some promise because it was first let's study this, let's look at it in the lab and make sure it's going to be possible before we start committing to, hey, we're going to actually go build a whole spacecraft to go do some of these kinds of things. And then the last one, is kind of a success on multiple levels, and that is the directed energy protection for our satellites on orbit. And really what that's about is I realized I have all these programs where I'm looking at on-orbit servicing, refueling, and all these things. And I have the things that they might go refuel and service have very expensive, very exquisite sensors on there. And so as I come up and do, active ranging, because I certainly don't want to crash into them. So as I come up and do fun things like active ranging, I also don't want to accidentally, poke somebody's eye out or, disable a star tracker or things like that. And then the other thing I looked at is that the Materials and Manufacturing Directorate of AFRL had basically been doing programs like this for pilots and for aircraft for years. And so it was like, the first question we ought to answer is, does the stuff that's basically, cellophane tape kind of things, how will that survive in space? And what is kind of that lowest cost way to add that onto, and the fact that they had done a lot of that work. So it's not a success yet from a technical, hey, have we exposed this stuff and characterized it? But that's actually a fairly simple experiment, but it's a huge success from, you have the Space Vehicles Directorate working with Materials and Manufacturing. And then there's like a monetary success because they actually went and got Air Force RDT&E money to spend on that instead of having to go allocate our precious Space Force RDT&E money against that. So that transition from air side to space side has been huge. So that's kind of, those are the types of things that I consider success from the last year. Many other successes, over the longer term that I'm sure we'll be talking about as well. But Casey didn't tell me to come give a rah-rah speech for AFRL, even though I would have loved to do that. So we'll move on. So I want to talk about some of the upcoming opportunities that I see out there for industry as well. And one of those I just talked about, some of our flight experiments from last year. We are right now in the process of doing our next flight experiments call. And so I would encourage industry to reach out to your partners inside the lab, not just in RV, but across the entire AFRL enterprise, because it is in fact an enterprise-wide call, and talk about and see who's looking at putting in an idea for a space flight experiment? And are there ways that you want to shape that? Are there unknowns they should know about? You know, back to the beginning of my talk, are there unknowns that they should know about that we should go explore? What are the questions we can answer? How will this inform future force designs and all those sorts of things? Any of that I think can help both sides very much. This is also the time for small businesses to engage, because it's heartbreaking to me when a small business comes and says, we have done this excellent work under a SSIB and we've got it done. And you know, and I look at it and I'm like, that is so cool. Your timing is just off cycle. So can you go on overhead for 9 months while we wait for the, you know, for the money to come through and so forth? And, you know, and they're like, okay, I'm going to call my, you know, business development guys and use the word pivot, you know, or yeah, we'll try to do that. And they hold on to the intellectual property, but the people who knew about it necessarily have to go find other work and so forth. So if you're a small business with an idea, regardless of where you're at in a SSIB or so, or any of that stuff, this is the time to engage with those folks from AFRL, again, from RV or other directorates who might have ideas to push into our spaceflight experiments call. Because even if the answer is, hey, it's not ready right now, but if it's ready at this point and it's part of that experiment, that will give us an on-ramp to go, A, prove out that the technology worked even to a greater degree of credibility, and then B, potentially have a transition for continuing the work on the technology before we get to the end of a SSIB phase 1 and people are running around, you know, with letters and pens going, will you sign my TAC-FI? Will you sign my STRAT-FI? And it's all, you know, done at the end. I know that's not actually, that has literally happened before, so I retract my comment. It's our time to be deliberate about that. And while we're talking through that, this is also the time for the larger primes that are represented in here who have those mentoring relationships with some of the smaller businesses, to talk through some of these things and go, hey, is that something that you could kind of lead for our partnership to make that happen? This is the time this is a great time to leverage the partnership intermediary agreements that we have. Obviously, New Space Nexus, we got to hear plenty about them this morning. We also have one with CNM. I see the leads of our outreach branch, Gabe and Sarah, sitting in the back there. So talk to them about different ways to do that. I see several people in here who have small business consultancies where they help go, yes, you've got a great idea. I worked for the government for a number of years. Let me help you package that in a way where you're exhibiting that value so that when you get that limited time, when we're in that pre-solicitation period, if you're coming to talk to researchers about it, that you maximize your value there. And so none of that is intended as government endorsement or anything like that. I'm just saying those are some of the ways that we can start to leverage, you know, that high level, that efficient innovation that tends to happen in some of our small business partners there. And I already mentioned that it's an enterprise-wide call, but I'll say it again. This isn't just going to be from RV. Last year, I talked about the successful call from RX. Act 3, the Artificial Intelligence Office, had some work that they're pressing forward with that may go forward. RD, especially on the space domain awareness side. RQ with the propulsion side. I see folks here from there. So yeah, please don't just talk to don't think that's limited to RV, and anything that brings those together. And a lot of times businesses help the government integrate things that we didn't know we should have been bringing together. So feel free to add value in that manner. I'll be slightly embarrassed for a minute and then be like, yeah, this is totally good. So there's that. The next upcoming opportunity is adding value to existing experiments. And so this is the one that is not immediately profitable, I'll say. This is where, hey, we're going to have, for example, NTS-3 in the sky, putting down novel navigation signals, and we are willing to share what signals are going to be radiated at what times with our business partners, so that if you want to do IRAD, if you want to put an L-band antenna on your roof and have some of your smart people look at that and go like, oh, hey, this is what we noticed. This could be a vulnerability, or this could be an opportunity, or so forth, where you could gain a competitive advantage for your future offerings based on being part of that. And then, of course, if we end up with time, which I don't see my principal investigator in here, so I'm not going to have to duck a shoe. But if we end up with extra time where the vehicle lives longer than we expected, which several have, I think Eagle's still alive, I heard the other day. And so if the vehicle lives longer, if people are doing other things, what are the things that we might want it to do that would help people? And so those create type arrangements, or handshake arrangements where we just tell you, hey, this is what's going to be happening at certain times. I view that as an opportunity there as well. And then the last thing I wanted to hit on was my director's intent. I did publish that to my directorate last month. And so, some of our folks in industry have probably heard some of the rumblings behind that. I usually make sure that I have a distro A copy that I can just, hand out to people. I don't have that yet. It usually comes a little bit later just because it takes some time to put that together. But I did want to kind of hit on some of the major themes in there. And I'm going to do it chronologically. So one of those is the near-term innovation. And I said, hey, probably 20% of our effort is dedicated to that. And those are the things where it's like, we have a situation that may come up in a wartime event. How can we make those work together? Are there things we can do to utilize the products we have in a manner inconsistent with their labeling that will yield a warfighting advantage? And so those opportunities a lot of times are more directly with the operators, but a lot of times they also look to the lab to either kind of help them. They'll have the idea in their brain, but they look to us to help them flesh it out, to help them test it out so that it can be yea, verily, this is a procedure that you may go do with, X number of dollars worth of U.S. assets. And so there are those kinds of things as well. And so partnership with the lab, and then a lot of times if that's a direct industry to operator, they do ask the lab to kind of look at that and go like, okay, hey, what questions should we be asking, and or help us convince our bosses that this is a good idea with a bunch of science words, which we love to do. So, and then the majority of our effort is really going to be in that midterm. I think I ascribed a number of 60%, but we're not doing down to the decimal point sort of quantitative analysis there. But what we are looking for next generation, and that's kind of end of this decade, beginning of the next decade sort of timeframes. And the reason that most of our effort is concentrated there is because that's where we will actually get to affect that next generation of acquisition. And so going back to what I talked before about what are the questions that we're answering, the questions that we answer today don't help somebody. If I call up some PM and go, well, you should have done it this way, while their contractor is like literally integrating something minimally helpful, usually doesn't even help the relationship. So in fact, just try going home and telling your kids, I told you so. They love it, right? And so, we're looking for, hey, how do we inform things predictively on that? And some of the emphasis areas that we've been getting pushed for from the operations side is, how do I inform a complete system? So in other words, when I have this technology and I'm like, yes, we need to implement this technology, because if we do implement it, we'll gain an advantage. If we don't implement it and our adversaries do, we'll be at a disadvantage, and so forth. All those things I said at the beginning. What are all the things I bring around that to make that a complete system? Is there a system existing that I can add this to that will be, that will allow it to be deployed in a more efficient manner, and so forth? So how do I really, go to system completion? And for me, as the technology side, as the research and development side of things, it is very difficult to do that. It's tempting to not do that, because when I start talking about the complete system required to do that, I have to get really honest about large dollar figures that go and do that. And then people misconstrue and go like, oh, we're going to spend $2 billion, doing this. And it's like, well, no, it'll be a $2 billion infrastructure that will replace a $4 billion infrastructure in the future, or yield that much more value, and so forth. But at least internally, we have to be talking through those complete systems and be honest with one another about what it's gonna take to get there, so that again, we don't end up with that R&D success that either doesn't go anywhere or sits there and cools and ossifies and becomes old technology while we're drumming up the fiscal support to get it done. Then the next thing about that midterm is that we are transitioning, and these are words directly from the Chief of Space Operation. We are transitioning from a culture of an Air Force Space Command where we provided services to the Air Force and to a lesser degree the other services to a Space Force where we dominate the domain. And so that space dominance, not just services, has to be what we think about there. And so everything we have should have a question of, hey, does this just make some soldier, sailor, airman, Marines job easier? Or does this allow us to own our domain? Now, sometimes we own our domain in Spectrum, and that means we can communicate, and that means those, soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines, and Coast Guard, and whoever else can do their job more easily. But it has to be, let's view things through the context of how does this allow us to dominate in the space domain. And then the last part of that midterm is transition. Obviously, that's the name of the game. When you develop technology, you don't want to do it and then go get an R&D trophy somewhere and shake and take, and then that technology sits on the shelf and you never really hear about it in there. And so, but it is difficult, right? Because at the beginning you're starting and you're all in behind the technology. And so understanding some of the branches and sequels, again, this goes back to our JOB is answering questions. And some of those first questions are, okay, is this anything? Yes, it looks like it's something. Okay, is it applicable to X or to Y? Okay, it's, more applicable to X, but somewhat applicable to Y. How do we put those in there? Even as we have to, in the research and development, we also can't just show up and go you know what? These are some good people, and I'm just going to throw money at them, and we're going to go explore together. It's not a grants program that gets us to some of these larger military systems that are going to be more applicable going forward. And so it's how do I lay out those branches and sequels? How do I define those unknowns earlier in the program? And then how do I take credit for what I've learned, even if sometimes the answer was no on what I thought it was going to be? And it's a little bit of calling your shots on I'm going to get to this point and the answer might be no. And that'll be a success because we will have learned that. And here's how much time and effort we'll save by not continuously just getting excited about that, doing a congressional ad on it, and then, or a SSIB, and then letting that die, and then, moving on. I'm just trying to reduce the chaos and the random Brownian motion of research slightly in there. And then the other part of that transition piece is the interface with the major acquisition organizations and understanding where are our on-ramps into getting something done. The last piece is the FAR term, and that's that 20% out. That I would characterize as the high risk, high payoff sorts of things. Those are way more palatable too if there's a couple $100K experiment that can be done that kind of lets us start to answer those questions. So again, this really goes into hey, I'm going to answer question A. I'm going to make a flow chart of how I get through these things. The hard part on this one, the challenge for me is knowing when to simmer that research, when to put it on the back burner, let others continue to develop, let it continue to develop at a lower level, and then come back to it and go, okay, hey, how are we going to transition that in? And so it's very hard to quantify with these things that are 15 years out, give or take. It's really difficult to do that sometimes. So understanding when to simmer that research, and again, having those honest conversations of, hey, are we going anywhere with this, or do we need someone else to do this? Do we need to give it some time for different supporting technologies to develop, or even for a different underlying technology to develop? And how do we say that the answer was no? Because in these FAR terms, it can be really clear when the answer is yes. The difficulty is knowing when the answer is no, not quite. And so how do we do that without completely shutting the door? Because nobody knows that the answer is 100% for sure no. It's well, we're lacking these certain things. So how do we document, define that, and turn those over to others who may want to continue working on those things? And then also in that category, I put the always good efforts. You know, I have a pervasives group in RV where, you know, they're like, hey, why are they doing, you know, what they're doing? I'm like, well, because nobody ever complains about being able to thermoregulate their satellite too well, or having too much electricity available, or being able to deploy too complex of a structure, you know, in a known configuration, and things like that. So all these always good efforts, it's looking to that end, and then starting to define some of those points. When I talked about in the force analysis, like, hey, if we were where we find those points of sensitivity, where it's like, hey, if we were this good, we could go do this mission. Well, these are the ones where it's like, hey, when this gets to this good, we're not going to quit. But, you know, if we have this much electricity available from solar cells that fit within the fairing of a small or medium launch vehicle, then that's going to allow us to do this mission. That gives us some targets to aim for and some of those transition points to hand those off, so we can continue claiming success while we continue also down the road of constant improvement on some of those pervasive technologies. And with that, one of the things I love about this group is that, you know, it's small enough that there's time and space for some dialogue. So I think I have about 5 minutes left where, you know, I'd love to hear if there's a few things on people's minds, or something that I didn't address, or a question about something that I said this morning. Thank you. Oh, we are. I thought I had told you I went.
Will you be here this week?
Yes, I will be here for about the next hour, and then most of the day tomorrow. And I know some people have been trying to get in touch with my exec, but he got a flat tire on the way to the airport, on the way back from leave, and then delayed by weather and blah, blah, blah. So we'll make it happen, or just, you know, I'll try to make myself available to grab for a sidebar as well.
I can take one question.
Okay.
John Quinn. Hello, 1, 2. Yeah, John Quinn, Exos Aerospace. You asked the question, and love to follow up on it. You know, how can we help define the unknowns? And
Yeah.
sometimes what I see is the small business comes up with what the unknowns are, and we can break it up into really little pieces to kind of de-risk it and do iterations, right? Get to this point, small amount of money, go to this point, larger amount. And it seems we get caught, at least we did, where we work with Lockheed Martin in a mentor protege type of arrangement, and our $10 million program becomes a $50 million program that's then presented. And we almost need that because we've got to go to a production environment at some point for it to really be good for defense. So yeah, we need that. But I see it pushing early to get to that stage instead of later. So maybe more iteration with the small companies before we transition to that, as kind of a possibility to help that.
Yeah. Yes, that's a very good point. And that is actually the trap where we get caught, is what is the correct time to go do that. So when I talked about the spaceflight experiments opportunities this morning, where there's an opportunity for those small businesses to go direct to government and go, hey, is this maturing? Then that's that opportunity to do that before we put it into a major acquisition. You need that major prime mentor in order to go into that major acquisition, where you're going to be supplying a whole constellation, and you have to have all the cost accounting standards and all the things that the government puts on us when we go to spend $1 billion. The problem with breaking it up into a bunch of sequential steps is the other piece of what I described, of you get to one of those steps and they go, oh, well, we didn't count on that succeeding, so let us wait 1.5 years till the next fiscal year's money drops, that, you know, where we could palm for that, and then we'll add it in. And so what I'm trying to define with those flight experiments is that in-between place where it's still with the government. If you break it up into infinite steps, you end up facing Zeno's paradox, where you always get halfway there and never actually finish the race. And that slows us down, and that's not conducive to great power competition. So that's why it's a discussion, and it is a very good matter for some of the smart sub teams that are going to be discussing, how we do acquisition better in the future, to put that together and to put some rubric in place for how we apply that on a case by case basis to various technologies. And that was a very fancy way of saying, I'm not quite sure, but I think we can get there. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel Rayleigh, and thank you for being one of our key partners to welcome the conference. I'm really excited about our next speaker that I told Dr. Diane Howard, third time's a charm. I've been trying to get her to the SSIB, and we made it this year. Dr. Diane Howard currently serves as the Director of Commercial Space Policy at the National Space Council in the Executive Office of the President. The National Space Council is a White House Policy Council chaired by Vice President Harris, and that advises and assists the President on the development and implementation of space policy and strategy. Dr. Howard previously served as Chief Counsel for Space Commerce in the U.S. Department of Commerce, Office of the General Counsel, and as I always like to say, so then she knows commerce for all you folks that want to know more. She's an experienced attorney in the space sector, skilled in space law, legal writing, international relations, and corporate law. And she's a proud member of the International Institute of Space Law, the International Academy of Astronautics, the International Association for the Advancement of Space Safety, and the Explorers Club. So please welcome Dr. Diane Howard.
Oh, thank you. You're going to hear some echoes from Colonel Rayleigh's talk. So it just kind of goes to show that there's really great minds do think alike. So thanks a lot for that warm welcome and also for continuing to invite National Space Council to participate in what we consider to be really important work. And it's more important because you do convene regularly and there's some value to that. And you also do include so many diverse stakeholders. So actually, Casey did just tell you a little bit about National Space Council, who we are, what we do, how we do it. So yes, here in the U.S., the Vice President chairs the National Space Council, and it's made up of the primary providers of U.S. space capabilities, the Department of Defense, the intelligence community, NASA, NOAA, also the space regulators like commerce and transportation. And it also includes a number of key users of space, such as the Department of Agriculture, the Climate Advisor, and also enablers of our workforce like labor and education. So our team does support Vice President Harris in her role. Chirag serves as the executive secretary, and we're tasked with lots of things like reviewing and developing policy, providing those recommendations to the president on policy and strategy, synchronizing the nation's civil, commercial, and national security space activities. And we do that in furtherance of the objectives of the president's national space policy and strategy. So our superpower is convening and coordinating. And we do that with the interagency primarily, other advisors to the president, and also we convene with other stakeholders from time to time, often. At National Space Council, much of our work is organized by sector. We have leads for national security space policy, civil space policy, commercial space policy. I am the director of that. But these don't adequately encompass everything that we address. So we also have two enabling portfolios that do cross-cut all. International space policy and space STEM and workforce, which is a new one for us. And I'm pretty sure some, if not all of you, have heard Chirag refer to the metaphor, and me also echoing him, of a Venn diagram for space. So those sectors of civil, commercial, and national security space are increasingly overlapping. There's a lot going on in space right now. Just AFRL, I mean, that was a lot. We prioritize our work with the Space Priorities Framework, which was announced by the Vice President in December of 2021. And Strengthening the security of the United States Space Industrial Base is one of the ways that we maintain a robust and responsible space enterprise, and that is called out in the Space Priorities Framework. So what do we mean when we say space industrial base? I'm a lawyer. I like to get down to the nitty-gritty with definitions. And how is that different from the defense industrial base? So let's start with the defense industrial base. And I'm going to refer to that from time to time as the DIB because it's just a little easier. So the Department of Homeland Security's CISA defines the DIB as the worldwide industrial complex, enabling research and development, as well as design, production, delivery, and maintenance of military weapons systems, subsystems, and components or parts to meet U.S. military requirements. Military requirements. Certainly, that's a big topic of discussion here. This global complex, not merely plants or equipment, but also workforce, includes DoD components and companies, primes and subs, providing key products and services, and even incidentals in the supply chain. CISA doesn't include the commercial infrastructure of providers of services such as power, communications, transportation, or utilities that the Department of Defense uses to meet those military operational requirements. And in actuality, we have evolved to include in the DIB the supply and support of the entire government enterprise that's involved in defense purposes. So we include intelligence and the Coast Guard as well. Sometimes the DIB has a geographic component. So in U.S. Code 50 U.S.C. 4552, I told you I'm a lawyer, Congress defines the domestic industrial base a little differently than the sweeping defense industrial base that CISA defines. It means the domestic sources providing materials or services to meet national defense requirements during peacetime, national emergency, or war. And that domestic definition dates back to the Korean War and the Defense Production Act. But the idea of government support from a network of organizations and facilities to supply and equip really goes back further. We even see it as far back as the Revolutionary War. So, however, for the first 150 years, the United States didn't devote its resources to a permanent DIB. Instead, it ramped up and it stepped back, depending upon the ebb and flow between peacetime and mobilization. The foundations of today's DIB started in World War II, when the logistics and technological complexities increased so significantly that stability warranted consistent government expenditure and more permanence. But here we're talking about the space industrial base. And what do we mean? What's different? Well, first, I want to introduce to you the idea that this term, space industrial base, is not new. I've already gone down a bit of a rabbit hole with history with you, so let me share that there is a very interesting report out there in the public domain titled The Future of the U.S. Space Industrial Base, published by the then Vice President's Space Policy Advisory Board in 1992, 32 years ago. Not new, but it's full of insights applicable today, and that should make us think. This report documents the interaction between DoD and NASA. It notes that both draw from the same well, using the same technologies, human skills, sometimes common facilities, and the same incoming new entrants from academia. Absent from the discussion is mention of other key civil space operators like NOAA and the USGS. Today, Commerce's Bureau of Industry and Security and NASA are conducting an assessment of the civil space industrial base, primarily to improve our understanding of its supply chain. But this highlights our understanding that there is a distinction between the industrial base that supports national security and that which supports civil endeavors like climate science and exploration. The distinction between the DIB and the space industrial base is becoming increasingly apparent today because of the essential role that the wider global economy of to the wider global economy of space-based capabilities like GPS and imagery and real-time communication. Space drives global businesses. But even in 1992, a robust private sector was understood, at least by some. And one of my favorite parts of this report is this quote: "There is increasing recognition that that focuses only on government needs without regard to a healthy commercial sector is not complete, nor will it be competitive in the international market. A healthy commercial sector. So let's unpack that. We opine long and often about the benefits that industry brings to the government. Things like lower costs, agility and accelerated set schedules, improved performance, expanded capacity, and innovation. A diversified and competitive private sector supports these outcomes. Recognizing these benefits, and in order to right-size our space industrial base, both DoD and the Space Force have recently provided us with strategies to improve the integration of commercial capabilities into their missions. And these strategies work together, emphasizing the importance of commercial companies and providing prioritized demand signals with intention. We are scrutinizing our procurement processes and implementing acquisition strategies to leverage some of these commercial capabilities and the benefits they bestow while they're still cutting edge. However, it is not only the speed of innovation that makes for a healthy commercial space sector, and that provides government the fullest array of potential benefits. We need to avoid private sector overdependence on government programs. We need to ensure that businesses, in particular startups, are developing skills and capabilities that enable them to succeed outside the closed loop of government procurement, skills and capabilities in market development. I mentioned startups, and I was so happy to hear you call out. We're going to kind of like intersect on 2 points. So this is the first one about small business. So our private sector is replete with fantastic concepts in development by an entire range of business models, from the primes to small non-traditional companies. Small businesses are very important to the Biden-Harris administration. Congress, too, recognizes the role of small business in our nation's well-being and has established a government-wide policy of promoting them. The United States government benefits from diverse participation in procurement through increased competition, which in turn can result in better pricing and better quality. Small businesses are known for their innovative potential, and spreading government dollars across a number of companies can spread and minimize risk as well as save money, since a greater percentage of funds received go into end items and not oversight. We have devoted a goodly amount of discourse on the challenges that startups face from a funding perspective, timelines, a need for earlier requirements, to name but some. One of the recommendations that flowed from last year's State of the Space Industrial Base report, and I'm going to get to some more of that in a minute, was to improve access to financial tools. So some of those tools are awards for research and development through Small Business Innovation Research, Small Business Technology Transfer Awards, but they only go so far, as we all know. We just heard a little bit about that, leaving many to wring their hands once confronted with the prospect of how to commercialize their product or their service as they enter the valley between phase 2 and phase 3. Commercializing is the key here. I don't want to spend my time with you talking about whether we should raise the limits of phases 1 and 2. I do want to address how to improve the metrics we use to assess our success in granting awards. I want to stress the importance of helping our startups create markets for their commercial solutions to space-related problems writ large. When we, the government, invest in small business startups, we need to help them succeed because we benefit when they do. NASA's pretty good at working with new entrants and small businesses and has been for quite some time. Look at CLIPS. The national security part of our space industrial base is catching up. That's why we have those strategies I mentioned earlier. And one of the tools we have at our disposal program does pair mentor companies, primes, with protege companies like startups, and they form a joint venture. Currently, we assess program success using metrics like the dollar value of contracts and the number of those contracts. It would be great to see these metrics expand to include independent criteria assessing commercialization, that the newly developed things or services are for sale to the public by the protege firm, that the protege firm does have an increase in number, size, and kind of commercial sales, both domestic and international, because that is commercialization, not codependency, which is never a good thing. But it's symbiosis. Both benefit, but can stand separate. It's so much healthier. So I said I would get to last year's recommendations. Here we go. I'd like to share with you some of the things that we at National Space Council are doing about those. I started out talking about our space priorities framework, and I'm going to revisit this. In there, we commit to a policy and regulatory environment, subject of a few things during this week, that is timely and responsive, that enables competition and growth, with clear roles and responsibilities for government and the private sector, and to include novel activities. In your major finding to streamline the bureaucracy, you note bureaucratic inefficiency and regulation. So I want to respond to that by saying that some of this isn't bureaucrats being bureaucrats, but a workforce challenge. We need more folks that are trained to do the things that the regulators need, because they're suffering from workforce issues, as are you. National Space Council has been hard at work for the past few years, raising awareness of how cool it is to work in space, yes, but also helping all levels of educators and training personnel to develop programs, apprenticeships, as well as academic curriculum. Also, in that section, there is a call for a centralized approach, dare I say one-stop shop. It makes me shudder, to regulation of industry. I want to challenge the assumption that this would provide this scalable flexibility that we need. And I want to bring your attention to the National Space Council's legislative proposal for novel activities, including things like space mobility and logistics. We do not support a monolithic one-stop. That would take an enormous amount of planning and resources and bipartisan functionality. And perhaps it's something to start strategizing for and to think about in the very long term. Kind of like your last point, Colonel Rayleigh, about, there are some things that you discuss, you work on, and you table. Instead, we see nearer term goodness in drawing upon existing expertise in the Departments of Commerce and Transportation, with a consultative process to bring in federal government expertise from other departments and agencies as our missions continue to evolve and scale. Our proposal provides clear roles and responsibilities. National Space Council also provided a companion framework, which consists of principles to guide government space oversight now and in the future, and actions that we can take now to prepare for the time someday when we see enactment. It also stands up an interagency steering group to begin work on how best to support and oversee novel activities even before companies apply for licenses. So you also recommended an update to export controls. Yes, at our third National Space Council meeting in December of 2023, Vice President Harris tasked us with export control modernization. And I can tell you that the Departments of Commerce and State are hard at work. I'm cracking my whip. They're doing it. So I started by saying that there's a lot going on. There is. So I hope that this year's MADE conference and the workshops that you hold throughout the year take note of my message. Industry must develop markets while it develops technology and capabilities, much of which will be used by the government. We must take action to avoid a closed loop where industry is overly dependent upon the government, and we need to explore how to support small businesses in meaningful ways that support commercialization. So I thank you for your attention. I left time so that you would have room for questions if you wanted to ask me some. And so have at it. Thank you.
Hi, ma'am. Thank you. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Loud and clear.
Thank you very much for coming to Albuquerque. My name is Carol Welsh. I'm a consultant here in town. I support New Space Nexus. as well as a number of small companies. So I'd like to ask this question really on behalf of the small companies that I've had the pleasure to work with. What I have seen over the last years is these companies come up with brilliant ideas. Colonel Rayleigh and his team go through heroics to try to get what they can on orbit. The flight experimentation process that you mentioned, I've had the opportunity to observe how many great candidates come forward to him, but he only has limited funding. So my question is, has NSC looked at
NSBC. NSC is the National Security Council.
have you looked at how to help these companies cross that infamous huge valley of death between when they finish a phase 2 and getting that capability on orbit? Because it does seem to be the big challenge for many of them to overcome.
Well, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I'm thinking, what I'm suggesting is, and I think this is there's two parts of this. I think part of it is government to help with the tools, but also it's on industry also to make sure that they don't completely geek out on all those brilliant ideas, but also work on the market development at the same time. So what do we do at National Space Council? Our doors are open. There are a number of smaller companies that are here in this room that know that all they have to do is send me an email. And if they're in DC, I'm happy to set up a meeting with them at EEOB where I, basically share the wealth of knowledge with all of my EOP colleagues, but also we'll do virtual briefings just, to make sure that we have awareness. And that makes a difference because we work super closely with OMB. Policy's great, beautiful words on paper, but unless you implement and you have the resources to implement, you really don't have anything. And so a good deal of our work is implementing fantastic policies that we inherited from other administrations before, but also making sure that OMB is in those discussions when companies come and tell us those brilliant ideas that they have so that we can make sure. So, there was, $20 million for SML. That's largely because we were very aware. And so this is an example. But I think a lot of it is also there are skills that go into market development that we shouldn't let just fall by the wayside. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sure.
and
Don't ma'am
if I
me.
just may, I would love to perhaps chat later
Please.
about some of the specific things that really come back to resources. And
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for coming to Albuquerque.
Thank you so much. It was a struggle to get here. So you must know I really want to be here. It took 15 hours.
Dr. Howard,
Yeah.
I'm actually
Good morning.
looking at the camera. If you want to question, please.
I've got the mic back here. Dr. Howard, could you talk a little bit about the Venn diagram between the space industrial base and the defense industrial base? Your talk implied that they're not.
They're not
as
quite
much-
the same.
They're
No.
not the same. I
No.
agree that they're not the same, but I don't think they're.
So not
entirely
everything in the
different.
space industrial base is in the defense industrial base, and not everything in the defense industrial base is in the space industrial base. Although I think that we've come to understand and acknowledge that space is definitely an enabler of a lot of the rest of the industrial base, but the defense industrial base. But it isn't exactly like one is a subset of the other, and that's why, I thought about that a great deal over the Memorial Day weekend, and it is more like a Venn diagram, like there's an intersection, and there's an awareness that even though we come from the same well as that 1992 report was even aware of back then, we also have a little bit of a difference in our supply chain. So, does that help?
Bruce,
We'll talk some more.
if you want to
Okay.
come up here. See on the big screen.
Coming.
You're welcome.
See you again.
Yeah.
2 points. One, in 2023, Commerce's Bureau of Industrial Security did a call to commercial space companies
Right.
asking about their participation. The last question of the 31 pages of that survey, one question asked about the financial health or instability of the companies, right? And I've been in touch with the director of that. What are you going to do with the answer to that question of the financial viability or fragility of companies supplying commercial space activities? That's the first question. The second question is, You and I have a history, and we know that a particular proposal that I made was attempted to be, the polite word would be purloined by an FFRDC and some others. What are you doing to protect SMEs with their bright ideas from being ripped off?
Well, we're just like 8 or 10 people in the White House, so we're doing what we can. So what we do is when we're aware of that, and I think, the thing that of which you speak, I think it was maybe an idea, again, a little ahead of its time. And then it kind of got overcome by a lot of events and geopolitically, but also from a public health standpoint. So I think, you kind of have to take a step back and look at the big picture. At the end of the day, the financial health of companies is very, very important. And it's in the best interest of our nation to make sure that we do things to help them be financially healthy. And so that's why, we decided that the best thing that we could share here was that we do really think that we need to help, in particular, our smaller businesses, but also help our primes help our smaller businesses, not just, do this joint venture, but also help them develop the tools to develop those markets so that they do become healthier. I think the workforce is another big issue that helps our companies become healthier. So we're doing what we can with that. More than that, I cannot say. I mean, we are not an acquisition office. What we are is a policy development office and mainly an implementer. So we shepherd process more than anything. And that's not so easy. So in order to do much of anything, we have to get buy-in from the entire interagency. So I would suggest that the Department of Commerce, not BIS, but actually the Office of Space Commerce, my former home, is a very good place for companies to begin because they are your advocates in the executive branch. And they, if they don't know the answer, they know who will have it. So I would suggest that. I know you.
One more?
Yeah.
Yes, thanks. Great to see you again.
Nice to see you too.
Check. Great to see you again. When last we enjoyed dinner, you shared our mutual backgrounds with universities, specifically Embry-Riddle.
Mhm.
You mentioned the talent industrial base as an important part of the space industrial base and the military industrial base, defense industrial base. What suggestions would you have? We need much more involvement from universities as a source of the talent that you mentioned and increasing the workforce. And so what were some suggestions or some activities that you're doing at the council to be able to increase that, to be able to have more universities here, more universities in everything that we do every step of the way?
So we've been doing an awful lot at all different levels, but I mentioned that we have a space STEM and workforce policy lead, and she right now is putting together a thing, Find Your Place in Space. It's a big thing, and it's been, at NASCAR, and we've got Black Space Week that's going on. We had, a thing that was coinciding with the eclipse, which was Your Place in Space and opening the doors and having sort of a national open house, trying to raise awareness. So that's one thing. But another thing that we're doing right now is looking not just from the top level and the national programs and this national outreach, but looking at states like, I see Dale in the back, like Florida and look at New Mexico. I walked in and I saw this fantastic infographic, and I remember taking a tour here in New Mexico a couple of years ago and seeing the beginnings of that infographic come to light. So there are some states that are really doing a good job, and then there are some states that really want to learn how to do a good job. And so we're working on right now some of our own infographic, if you will. So some of the different questions to be asked and the different metrics to use to assess the success rate of those different states on the state level, because it's not just universities, it's also training programs and apprenticeships. It's across the board. So I think that that's what we all do. We start where we are, we share what we know. I think partnerships, we heard that in the very beginning of Colonel Rayleigh, and I think that that's how we continue to build it. Well, and I will, I still have one toe in academia. So thank you. Thank you.
I have a little gift for you. Oh, don't fall. Thank you. That was awesome. And Robert and Dr. Irwin and myself will be talking about some of the workforce efforts that we're getting to start, and that'll be tomorrow. Next, I'm really happy. One of our key partners is the COMSO office, and I'm happy to introduce Colonel Richard Nicely, who will be presenting virtually. You'll see soon. He is a senior material leader for commercial space office, which they call the COMSO. And Colonel Nicely leads a 90 personnel office that assesses, implements, integrates, and monitors commercial space capabilities for the Department of Defense. He's enacting the buy before build. Actually, that's a terminology that came out of the 2020 State of the Space Industrial Base, so we're happy to hear that now. But that paradigm shift to make sure that the government is a good partner in buying before they fund the build. So Colonel Nicely executes over 1 billion in investments mitigating critical capability gaps for the warfighter while interacting with senior Department of the Air Force members, congressional staff, and leaders of industry. I also would like to say that his deputy for the commercial space office here is Jeremy Leader. So you can we'll be able to hear Colonel Nicely's sage remarks right now, and then we will have some time for Q&A. Thank you, Colonel Nicely, for joining us.
Hey, good morning. Can you hear me? Okay, I'll take that as a yes. Awesome. So thank you very much for that kind introduction. Also, thank you for pointing out Jeremy Leader. So all hard questions go to him. He is very knowledgeable about everything, gets me off the hook. But anyways, thank you very much for that kind introduction. Thank you very much to New Space Nexus for hosting this awesome event. Also a special thank you to Casey and Ariel, who provided excellent logistical support, and a special shout out to Scott Sadler, who keeps us all up to speed, informed on all things space through his New Space Sadler report. So I do apologize for being coming to you virtually and not there in person. I'm supporting some important meetings out here in DC, but it was really important to speak to you all today on these awesome topics. Selfishly, I really actually wanted to also be out there and get some good Mexican food out at Sadie's. So hopefully you all are participating and eating some of that. I'm just very humbled to speak to you today about SSC's commercial space office. I can definitely tell you our entire staff of Guardians, Airmen, civil service members, and contractor support here at COMSO are just very focused on partnering with industry and our other government partners. We are equally focused on integrating commercial capabilities in our technology roadmaps and operations while delivering at speed those very same game-changing commercial capabilities and innovative capabilities to our warfighter. We've made a lot of changes. We've realized a lot of progress in the young year that we've been in existence, and we're just only getting started. Each day at SSC, we're galvanized by a singular focus, and that is to outthink, outpace, and ultimately outmaneuver the multifaceted threats we face in an increasingly congested, contested, and competitive space domain. But those threats aren't just existing in space. According to the Space ISAC, the full extent of China's cyber capabilities are more significant than have ever been previously acknowledged. China possesses a more extensive hacking program than every other nation combined. Multiple China-backed cyber proxies have been targeting U.S. Entities with sophisticated cyber attacks. These cyber attacks, if successful, would affect the entire space industry, given the attack vector, but also impair and potentially degrade U.S. and U.S. allied foreign relationships. Chinese cyber attacks are progressing from endpoint devices and are now targeting internet-facing devices such as routers, servers, or VPN services. Thankfully, groups like Space ISAC and the Commercial Integration Cell exist today to share threat-related data with industry. In order to stay ahead of these threats, we must continue to expand collaboration between the DoD and the commercial sector. Ours is a mutually beneficial relationship that strengthens national security and enhances the resilience of critical infrastructure while informing industry with the latest threats and best practices in our rapidly changing environment. So using the threat discussion as a backdrop, I'd like to talk about the recently released Space Force commercial strategy. Beyond defense and security applications, space is the backbone of modern society, enabling agriculture, commerce, travel, communications, power grids, and financial networks, among others. As outlined in the National Defense Strategy, we must tap into American entrepreneurship, innovation, and vibrant competitive markets in order to be successful and sustain competitive advantage across the spectrum of conflict in this era of great power competition. Signed by both the CSO and the Space Service Acquisition Executive, the Space Force's commercial space strategy is an acquisitions and operational commitment to optimize the integration of commercial capabilities focused on improving the resiliency of our nation's space enterprise. The strategy purposefully nests within OSD's 4 guiding principles for effective integration. We will appropriately balance government and commercial solutions. We will strengthen interoperability between government and commercial solutions without stifling innovation, speed, or scale. We will strengthen resilience by increasing the number of commercial providers, diversifying supply chains, and expanding the variety of solutions used. And lastly, we will continue to support responsible conduct as defined by international norms and the DoD tenets of responsible behavior in space. The Space Force's commercial space strategy has 4 lines of effort: collaborative transparency, operational and technical integration, risk management, and securing the future. The Space Force will depend on industry support and active engagement to achieve success across each line of effort. The following 4 considerations will inform Space Force's decision-making related to utilization of commercial space solutions: operational utility, feasibility, resilience by design, and speed of fielding. Please take the time to familiarize yourself with the commercial space strategy. A thorough understanding of the guiding principles, lines of effort, and evaluation criteria will help our industry partners better understand our needs and what they can do to help us meet them. What I like about the commercial strategy is that it doesn't provide all the answers. What it does is frames discussions, conditions, and processes necessary to accelerate the purposeful pursuit of hybrid space architectures. What my team and I have found through engagement with industry is that you want to be part of the solution and not bound by convention. The Space Force must harness technological innovation and emerging capabilities if we are going to outcompete our competitors. Otherwise, we all lose. So come with your ideas, keep maturing your solutions, and any potential fight with a pacing challenge, it will require all hands on deck. But now the more important and urgent question: where do we go from here? Per the commercial space strategy, the Space Force, at a minimum, seeks commercial sector support in the following prioritized areas: SATCOM, space domain awareness, SAML, TAC SRT, space-based environmental monitoring, cyberspace operations, command and control, and positioning, navigation, and timing. That being said, The Space Force is constantly evaluating ways and mission areas and that the commercial market can provide capabilities, allowing the Space Force to field capabilities faster and onboard innovation. The Space Force is currently building new commercial marketplaces to facilitate commercial collaboration and lower barrier of entry. We've gone beyond space domain awareness, and we have now incorporated TAC SRT, and many more mission areas will follow. To date, our TAC SRT team has delivered over 240 operational planning products, supporting combatant command, warfighting, and humanitarian missions. Some examples include analysis of illegal resource extraction, damage assessment due to storms and floods, sources of chemical spills, and tracking Russian shadow tanker vessels. These incredible planning products have been delivered on average in less than 72 hours and are all unclassified commercial data, all of which can be easily shared with our partners. The U.S. Southcom Director of Space Forces recently described the TAC SRT initiative, saying, "In 22 years of service as a space operator, I've never been involved in a more tactical application of space capability. All of this is facilitated by our global data marketplace, which is managed by SSIB. Space Systems Command also continues to lead the way in integrating commercial space domain awareness data into operations. This is being done through the Joint Commercial Ops Center, or JCO. This capability is now running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It is being operated by the U.S. and 13 allied nations, and we already have 3 more allied nations in the training queue. The JCO executes current operational timelines with minimal development activities beyond the day-to-day technical alignment and stability of commercial upgrades into operations. The JCO provides shareable alerts and notifications that queue higher side activities across the U.S. Space Command Joint Operational Area. Space Systems Command is also planning several reverse industry days this year, including discussions on cognitive space operations. In fact, that reverse industry day will be held in late June. Battle management, command, control, and communication ground infrastructure, and also CASR. We recently hosted a successful weather summit and are targeting August to have our next CASR industry session, where prior to that, we will release a number of documents for industry review and comment. But most of all, across our mission areas, the common access point for commercial collaboration for the U.S. Space Force and SSC is our front door. COMSO is set up to welcome industries and technologies through our front door, then evaluate those companies on their technology, financial and management viability, and ability to provide capabilities that are truly needed in our space architectures. If you're serious about collaboration with Space Force and SSC, if you want to understand our mission areas, or you want details on our upcoming industry engagements, I highly encourage you all to visit the front door. Go on the Google front door. It's the first link that pops up. Which brings me to a very fun subject, funding. Many of you know that the FY24 appropriations bill created a new commercial services program element in the Space Force RDT&E budget. We are working closely with OSD, the executive branch, and Congress to establish a consistent and flexible funding strategy for onboarding, integrating, and acquiring commercial capabilities. We already have the means to advance small businesses and commercial capabilities through SpaceWorks, DIU, and the Office of Space Capital. We are currently funding multiple pathfinding initiatives like the TAC SRT pilot using existing investment funding. But we need to have dedicated funding to enable the implementation and integration phases of our programs and enable procurement of those commercial goods and services to deliver on warfighter needs. And lastly, under the category of coming soon, I do want to highlight the ongoing effort called the Commercial Augmentation Space Reserve, or CASR. This was recently highlighted in the Space Force Commercial Strategy and was also entered into the House Armed Services Committee mark recently. It just shows how CASR just shows how serious we are about integrating commercial into our military space capabilities. We believe in you. We believe in your contributions. We want to ensure we're ready to leverage the best capabilities, government and commercial, the Space Force has to offer during peacetime and through any potential spectrum of conflict. Once we're able to integrate your capabilities into our operational units, you will have the option to participate as a CASR company and join our team, not just in peacetime, but committing your company to help defend America and its allies when you're needed the most. As a CASR member, your peacetime contracts will enable us the flexibility to exercise, wargame, integrate, and operate your capabilities, ensuring our operators and allies are knowledgeable of your game-changing capabilities and are able to seamlessly integrate them into the space enterprise. We are currently building out our strategies for threat sharing, incentives to join CASR, working with the operational community to develop CONOPS, and building out the plans for a CASR war game. To make this a success, we will continue to have conversations with industry, release documents for review and comments, and build more partnerships with government entities. This is a voluntary partnership. Industry is our partner. We want this program to be something that you want to be a part of. My goal is to be positioned to award initial CASR contracts this year. We are really looking forward to working more closely with all of you on this effort moving forward. So in closing, and before any questions, I'd like to thank you all once again for the opportunity to address you today, and thank you to New Space Nexus for hosting this excellent event. Over the course of the next few days, I hope you make great connections and enjoy increased collaboration on how to tackle some obstacles in the space enterprise. Please align some of those thoughts with the Space Force Commercial Strategy, and then reach out to myself or members of my team, and let's work together. In today's contested and congested space domain, our current geopolitical climate, and the ongoing pressures to deliver faster and more efficiently, we need and want a village of people, companies, and organizations working together and willing to do things differently. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for joining us. Let's see, how about one question? He said he would take questions from the audience. So I'm not sure if you can see the audience. Oh, sure. Oh, come up. If you could come up here, please.
I'll just say, in case some of you missed it, there was a pretty fulsome article in Defense One today that highlighted some of what Colonel Nisley just spoke about with the CASR.
Hold on, the calendar. Okay. Yep. Here you go, sir.
Kevin Brown with All Points. Morning, Colonel. Thanks for taking the time. Question for you. Do you have thoughts on the idea of combining private investment with government funding to create a capability? Perhaps even a success story or two where that has worked out well.
Can you repeat that really quick? Are you saying a strategy for combining investments with government funding?
Great. I'm thinking situations where a public-private partnership could combine private investment from the capital markets with appropriated government funds to create a capability that perhaps neither one would afford or have an appropriate return on investment alone.
So I would definitely like to bring us back to launch as a traditional launch person. Uh, you know, we were charged many years ago for getting off of the RD-180 engine when Russia invaded Crimea. And I actually was, blessed to be on the Mitchell study, which examined that. But one of the outcomes out of that was to invest in industry to develop a replacement engine, if you will. And that was done through private partnerships, working with industry, where we contributed government dollars with private investment, and we did that, and we produced an engine that will be, has demoed and is we're hoping to work very soon. That investment also translated into developing the rocket around that engine. So we do have a history in doing this. I think it was a very worthwhile venture. I am a big believer in it, especially when we're starting to develop huge, robust capabilities, while also kind of going back to what Dr. Howard was talking about, to maintain a way for it to remain commercial as well. Having those early investments with the government allows us to make sure our requirements are being met while also tapping into the commercial market. So that is one of my, that's probably the best example that I have, but definitely open to more opportunities, especially when we're looking to onboard more commercial capabilities faster and more reliably into the market. I do want to kind of go back to what I was saying. I think we have some abilities through SpaceWorks and DIU, especially with SpaceWorks and their StratFi, where we do have, to a smaller scale, a public-private partnership, but I think it needs to be expanded if we're going after a larger mission area.
Hi there. Thank you, sir. And we hope to see you in Albuquerque next time or very soon, or we'll visit you in your office. I think the ComSo office is very exciting. The way it's been put together and it'll support all of our companies that we work with day to day. Again, Jeremy, would you stand up? So you're going to get inundated, but this is the deputy, so you could go find him and thank you, Colonel Nicely.
Give him all the hard questions.
All right, thank you. With that, we're going to take just a 10-minute break and then come back, and we have some great presentations on international update, and then we have a great lunch presentation, and then we'll hear from Colonel Roth after lunch. So go take a quick break, come back. Oh, hello. Okay, let's start making it to your seat. Welcome to Mars. Yeah, okay. I want to be telling you all as you're getting to your seats, if you tried to set up the Wi-Fi and it wasn't working again, it should be working now. On my phone, I had to go stop the Wi-Fi and restart it again. So for all of you, it should be the Marriott Bonvoy Conference Wi-Fi, and there's no password. Getting quiet. Are we ready? All right, I'm excited. So we have Dr. Goswami speaking it a few times, and I thought each time I'm going to maybe highlight a little different thing, but I'm really excited to have Dr. Namrata Goswami joined us again this year to give us a international update. And she's always very informed, very interesting. And she is an author and educator specializing in space policy, international relations, and ethnic identity. She teaches at the Thunderbird School of Global Management at ASU and at the Joint Special Forces University. She's also testified before the U.S.-China Economic Security Review Commission on China's space program, so very knowledgeable. And she has co-authored with Dr. Peter Gerritsen over here, The Scramble for the Skies, the great power competition to control the resources of outer space, which was published in 2020. So please welcome Dr. Goswami.
Thank you, Casey, and it's a delight to be back in Albuquerque, New Mexico. I love the environment here and an escape from humid Alabama, so that's wonderful. So how do I move the slides forward? I just tell them? Okay, all right, well, thank you. Yeah. So today, what I'm going to do, listening to the speeches we heard, is to talk a little bit about the geopolitical environment, as well as why this is actually important for a conference like this. So I would think that when we think about the state of the space industrial base, the most important thing in terms of the purpose of even trying to understand the state of the space industrial base is to recognize and deeply understand what the United States is about and why should the United States maintain its leadership position in space. And I say that because in terms of my engagement around the world, you will be happy to know that there are several nations and societies that still look to the United States to offer a moral normative framework when it comes to engaging not just with space, but with other entities as well. And in that framework, what is really vital to realize, and if you see the first slide there, is that the discourse on space is changing very fast across the world. And that's something I thought I'll bring to bear for your own analysis and as you go through the different workshops. So one thing is very vital, and which is that major nations around the world, and I'll speak of two nations, and then I'll have a panel on international partnerships on Friday, where we'll talk a little bit about Japan, African countries, and Latin American countries, is that space is becoming a very vital part of their comprehensive national power. So besides what we heard today, how space helps in terms of agriculture, weather forecasting, communications, navigation, space is also vital for military projection of power from the operational and strategic side. And that I see in the programs of the two countries I'll talk about, China and India. This is the most game-changing shift in the 21st century, the third line in my slide, which is that if you look at the programs of China and India today, they are no more about just sending humans to a particular place in space, but actually working towards developing permanent presence capability. I'll show you India's latest space vision that they put out last year, which is an update from my presentation from last year here. And you'll see how India is changing the game within its own space institutional structure as well. So that's a very game-changing event, I think, in terms of space, which is not Apollo-type missions, but more the Chang'e mission that is going to land this weekend on the far side of the moon's south pole for the first time, and trying to bring back samples for the first time again from the lunar south pole by China. The other thing which is very important in terms of an international landscape is that nations are actually investing in long-term planning. So there is a growing realization in countries like China and India that space has to be funded long-term. It is not even enough to have 5-year funding cycles. We'll have to have 10-year, 20-year funding cycles. China is actually quite good at this, and India has picked up that particular insight as well. The other thing, which I think the US has actually set a very great example to the world, is the rise of the private sector. We heard from Dr. Howard how this was a particular thinking even in 1992. And so today you see that countries like China and India have actually institutionalized new entities to encourage their own private sector. And this includes countries like Japan, South Korea, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore as well, and the African Union that just established the African Space Agency. There is a growing importance of space from civil and military activities. The other interesting thing, which I think we should speak about in this conference, is that nations are also talking about space, not just from the traditional idea of space, which is about PNT and navigation, but also about the utilization of space resources. And I'll show that in the slides that I'll have for you in a few minutes. And then, of course, I just gave you a data of how many launches happened in 2023, and the US still leads, especially with SpaceX, but China also launched quite a lot, and India is the third nation. Next slide, please. So this is China's grand strategy in space. I always like to put that forward in terms of framing China's space program. And this actually got vindicated with the current reorganization of the PLA Strategic Support Force, which got disbanded, which was their version of the Space Force, with the establishment of the Aerospace Force that just happened. And I'll tell you a little bit about the thinking of China as to why they went about doing that. So one thing about China and the Aerospace Forces dictate is that, from President Xi and the Central Military Commission, is to ensure strategic focus and maintain China's access to space. That's one of the main direction that has come at the highest level of Communist Party leadership. The second important thing is that China does want to extend its influence and power in this domain. We heard from Colonel Riley about how we need to have domain superiority, and we have to move from services culture to a domain culture. And China is definitely basically picking up that particular rationale as well. The third thing is that a country like China is talking a lot about the economic returns from space. So some of their very leading thinkers, we have heard about how great minds think alike quite a lot today. In China, the great minds of their space scientists and PLA officers are talking about how space can actually return about $10 trillion if done successfully and efficiently by 2050 from the Earth-Moon system, which is how they define cislunar space. They think also that space is very vital for their national development. And since 2021, they talked about integration. So we heard a lot about integration today. China is also establishing at the Communist Party. For them, integration happens through the party. So the Central Military Commission, the Politburo, and there's a unit called Civil Military Integration Unit that was established in 2021. Next slide, please. So I would say that from last year to this year, I think these are the game changers for the international space engagement as well as space policy. One is that China is the only nation that has very seriously studied and is now doing demonstration phase for their space-based solar power project. The chart you see there is a chart that was basically showcased by the China Academy of Space Technology and the China National Space Administration. And the one thing when you want to understand China is that it's vital to understand how policy process works. And so in this context, what really was the insight I got when I visited China was that the provinces of China got interested in space-based solar power. And that's a very similar trajectory for them becoming the leader in rare earth minerals, ground solar, shipbuilding, and now going into artificial intelligence, quantum, robotics, and space. So space-based solar power is there. The second game changer is, of course, their lunar mission, which is the Chang'e lunar missions. And as I said, they want to establish a base by 2036. Their timelines have been given out. And that's a depiction from the China National Space Administration and Roscosmos of their base and what they want to achieve. And what is interesting is that they include space-based solar power, but they also include nuclear power propulsion and energy. And if you compare, for example, NASA's plan, go to SPD 6, Space Policy Directive 6, and the Chinese plan, there's a big difference. China wants to be able to do about 1 megawatt of nuclear energy, whereas NASA has been tasked with about 40 kilowatt. So you can see if you go to the detail, there's a difference in terms of their base structure as well. Next slide, please. And then these are, again, going to be game changers. And you see that slide on your right side? This is China's commercial sector getting involved in building China's low Earth constellations. So G60, of course, you've heard of G60. They have just registered to launch about 13,000 satellites by 2030. They have just launched their first fleet. And the hope is that by 2030, in collaboration with the China Academy of Space Technology, they will have one of the largest alternative low Earth orbit constellation. But not just that, they are also hoping to build medium Earth orbit and geosynchronous orbit. So they're looking at all three orbital slots. And if you're interested, I do have documented writings on Chinese thinkers and the scientists and the engineers behind these projects and why they think all three orbits are very vital. So in Chinese thinking, it is very vital to have tactical diversified launch capability. So it's not just liquid propelled rockets, but also solid. Very important to have rockets that can launch from mobile platforms. So they have the capability today to launch from the sea with the Long March 8. And they also want to build capability to launch, for example, from a desert if they have to. The idea is that if a satellite or a fleet of satellite gets damaged, they can very quickly replace it. And so that's a focus. And then Long March 9. So the Long March 9 last year, after I gave a presentation in this workshop, in this conference, became reusable. And that's a very interesting development for me, because when I asked them in my visits to China if they are looking at Starship, they were very not confident at that time. That was about 3 years ago. And so today, they actually have come up with the plans, very clear as to how Long March 9 is. And the hope is that by 2030, the Long March 9 will be able to lift about 140 metric tons to low Earth orbit, competing with Starship. The most interesting thing about their building of project, and that is where we heard today, purpose, strategy, long-term goal. The designers of the Long March 9 very clearly tell you why they want to build this, to build capability for permanent presence, to support China's plans for their lunar base and lunar development, and to support Mars missions. The Long March 5 is for low Earth orbit and others, including with their private space sector. So again, you see the connecting of technology to strategy and long-term goal. So they're not developing technology for technology's sake. They're connecting it to their larger long-term vision. Next slide, please. And this is, again, I think, game changer. The reorganization of their military services. They have been doing it since 2012 with President Xi coming to power. He very clearly argued that if China wants to become a major player in the international system, the military has to reform. It cannot be an army-heavy Russian structure. It has to be a joint force. So he has been not very happy with some of the reforms happening. And so you see this continuous reforming, and they have done about 600 workshops within the PLA. And what is most astounding in Chinese history is that President Xi Jinping is the first president to actually chair those workshops. It's never happened before. So you can see the seriousness with which they're taking this. What I get from this, the overarching, not very substantial framing is that this is about corruption. I don't agree. If you look at the speeches he has given, the internal discussions within the Central Military Commission and the People's Liberation Army, he wants to ensure that China's ability to have domain expertise is done very well by super specializing with the cyber force, the aerospace force, the joint logistics support force. And so what they are pointing out is that they want to build domain expertise, but within a very clear monolithic structure, which is that they all report to the Central Military Commission, which is a civilian body. And so you see these changes, and I think these are game changers. Of course, they are thinking about the Taiwan scenario, but they are also thinking about space in this particular integration. Next slide, please. So these are some of the key drivers. Could you please skip pressing it so that all the drivers come? So I won't read through all these drivers for their space program, but looking at their official space policy documents that they have been issuing for several years now, the speeches of China's major leaders, the discussions within the PLA, this is what I could collate in terms of their drivers. So of course, economic and commercial benefit, resource exploitation and utilization, scientific and technological capability development, national security, planetary defense, very important part of China's program, and national prestige. Next slide, please. And then keep pressing so that it, and these are the key objectives of their space program. So of course, expansion and basically building into the capabilities that I'm talking about in the last few minutes before. Next slide, please. Can you keep pressing? So if you look at their focus for the next few years, you can see from this slide that they do want to build their space-based solar power capability. Also, they are building a space plane capability, and then building, as I mentioned, their Tiangong as well as their permanent presence in space, completely being able to do technology demonstration like space-based solar power, power beaming, low Earth constellation projects, but most importantly, they're also focused on in-space manufacturing, utilization, and how to scale that up. So that's a part of their focus for the next few years. Next slide, please. China's Mars ambition. So before I go to India, I would say that one of the most fascinating insights I get from China's space program is that they do have a long-term focus in trying to become a Mars-capable space nation. They are the first Asian nation, as you know, that landed on Mars and communicated back successfully. The next mission is going to be a sample return mission that they're hoping to achieve by 2030. And they're already starting to do their simulation and demonstrations as we speak. Next slide, please. So the one thing that this year, and this is something that we need to think through when we think about China's interesting play at the level of the United Nations. So this year, China was very unclear whether space resource utilization is a legal activity under the Outer Space Treaty. They had not been very clear in their position. They had not been officially critical of the Artemis Accords, but they had lawyers who were critical. But this year, they actually put forward their position at the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs in March of this year. And they argued that within the Outer Space Treaty, space resource utilization is absolutely legal. And the most interesting development is that they have put their Chang'e missions in that particular framework officially. So this is something that I had asked them several times, whether the Chang'e mission is a part of the official space resource utilization goal. They were not very clear in the beginning, but this paper makes it very clear that that's what they're actually going for. And by resource utilization, I mean helium-3 on the moon, water, ice, as well as rare earth minerals or platinum group minerals that are there. Next slide, please. So this is now India. India has changed the game last year. One is, of course, we all celebrated the landing of India's first mission, Chandrayaan-3 on the moon. That actually made India confident. Before that, India was not very confident. It had done very traditional space goals, including weather forecasting, communication. But this last year in December, India came up with a very ambitious space program, competing with China to an extent, but also demonstrating itself as a major space power. Next slide, please. Can you keep pressing? So these are India's space goals now. So you can see that India wants to very clearly institute a very clear structure as to how space is visualized and is going to be developed moving forward. And so India, of course, is a Department of Space, very clear on the Prime Minister's office. So it does believe in a very centralized space policymaking structure. And the Indian Space Research Organization comes under this particular structure. India instituted several new institutions. One is called the New Space India Limited in 2019 for commercial space integration and the development of capability. And then, of course, the National Space Promotion and Authorization Center that's going to do the licensing. Again, this was made official last year in the Indian space policy. Another very interesting development for India, because historically, India has not been very good in giving out an official space policy. So for the first time, you can see the confidence in India's space power engagement. Next slide, please. And then this is very interesting. The Indian Air Force wants to rename itself the Indian Air and Space Forces. So you can see that within India, there is a big demand that space needs to have military capability as well as national security integration. And so the Indian Air Force has submitted a proposal to rename itself the Indian Air and Space Force. There are calls for a space doctrine to be issued. What is vital is that if you look at it from a defense perspective, India for the first time put space as part of its Air Force doctrine. So they view space very similar to China as a multi-domain capability that needs long-term funding. And these are all game changers because this was never the case a few years ago. And so these are again signaling not just to your adversary, but also for partnerships, which India wants to build. Next slide, please. So then I'm just giving you a little bit of the structure in terms of what India has been doing. So they have also established a new space service called the Defense Space Agency. And then the Defense Space, basically the Defense Space Research Organization, again, focused on developing space capability. And all this India is actually doing so that it becomes a better international partner. Very similar to China, India's audience is not just the United States. It's the international world that's so fascinated and interested in space today, and is looking at countries that can offer cost-effective, cheaper ways to get to space. And India's lunar mission, which was very inexpensive if you compare it with other missions, has been a big inspiration. In the interviews I gave after it landed globally, everybody was interested in understanding how to replicate that particular program. So you can see that internationally there is an interest in India and Asian space programs in general. Next slide, please. So India also has a very vibrant private space sector. So it's very interesting how that has come about. One of the entities that I find very interesting is Skyroot, that already has a launch capability, has launched to suborbital space with the Vikram, which is named after the father of Indian space program, Vikram Sarabhai. What is interesting to me is that when I grew up in India, commercialization was not seen as a good thing. It was seen as being for profit. India, as you know, had a very socialist welfare state system. And so that is changing, and very soon. And the reason it's changing is because the younger generation, which is the age group of 25 to about 35, I do not want that structure. And so when I was there in India interviewing the new space sector, all of them were very frustrated with the government for not opening it up. They put a lot of pressure on the Indian government. And you see that's why new institutions and private space sector actually already starting to show capability. And that I think is going to be a game changer, because one of the nation with the largest and the most capable workforce, we talked about workforce and the age group. If you see all the predictions, by 2040, India will have the largest science-based workforce amongst all the countries, including the United States. So that's why you can see this great demand and the need for reform today. Next slide, please. So if you look at India's space capabilities, of course, India has the capability to launch, wants to build lunar capability, including the ability to have platforms in space. India also announced that they're going to have their own space station by 2028, which is interesting because while India has signed very critical joint partnerships with the US, including their joint statement that talked about an Indian team going to the International Space Station this year, but India also has plans for their own space station. The reason is not because it's anti-US or doesn't want to collaborate, it's because within India, there is this conversation that India needs to have such capabilities of its own in terms of indigenous capability. And so there is a group that basically is the stakeholders in this particular process. So when you think about countries like China and India, it's very important to realize that there are several stakeholders that actually pushes particular space programs, and investor community is also a big part of that particular process today. Next slide, please. So again, just showing you a little bit of the capabilities. India is, of course, very proud of their Chandrayaan mission, their Venus mission, their mission to the sun that they are actually already successfully done this last year, and then entered this year, the Sun-Earth Lagrange Point 1. India has a human spaceflight program today, the Gaganyaan program. Next slide, please. And these are the astronauts that were named very recently. And huge conversation within India about this, why were they chosen? Most of them are fighter test pilots, and so that's a reason why. And so it's interesting that, and the most important development, I think, is the space vision. And you will be shocked at what is in the space vision. I was shocked. Next slide, please. So these are, of course, the space vision and India's lunar program. So if you see, India now has very clear phases of their lunar program, and this is new. It was not the case before the Chandrayaan-3. Even last year, we didn't have this in May, but we had this in December. So India wants to actually have a lunar base as well and send humans to the moon by 2040. And the Chandrayaan-3, the Chandrayaan-4, the Chandrayaan-5 are going to be basically testing that particular capability for India's space program. Next slide, please. And so this is the chart that India put out last year. And when I saw this chart, it was very interesting to me because if you look at the last, the last section, you see space mining, you see interplanetary travel, you see space-based deterrence capability. And then what is interesting is that India is talking about reusable rocket and reusable launch capability. And then the most fascinating part to me is that for a country that had to explain to its people, why is it investing in space, and to explain to the common person that this is about your benefit, is today talking about utilizing its human space program, not because of prestige, but because of space tourism. So when the Indian minister responsible for space was questioned in parliament as to why do India need to have a human space program at all, it's a waste of money, he argued that actually the benefits and the potential and the low cost that India can offer the world will offer revenues to the Indian citizen. So do you see how the framing of their space program is changing just in the last few years? Next slide, please. And I'll end in this particular slide, and I have about 5 minutes left for questions, I think. So one thing which everybody gets very, and this is something I would love this workshop to discuss, besides looking at just the state of the space industrial base in the US, to look at the state of the space industrial base globally. Who can you partner with? One of the biggest complaints of your partner nations, forget India, is that IATAR is a killer. I was in the UK. I was in a conference with Wilton Park, and one of the biggest complaints was that no one can really partner. So forget India, So how do we get over these hurdles? So if you look at India's partnership strategy, it's very interesting. On one hand, India has signed onto the Artemis Accords, not the program. I think people always collate the two. So basically agreeing to the non-binding principles of the Artemis Accords, which also includes space resource utilization. On the other hand, when India was in the BRICS summit in Johannesburg, when the Chandrayaan-3 landed for the first time for India, I mean, the celebrations were absolutely unbelievable. The nationalism, the pride, whereas when we had a US commercial entity landing with Intuitive Machine, I hardly saw anyone celebrating. Whereas in India, it was like a festival, right? That the lunar program landed. So you can see with international partnership that Prime Minister Modi did at the time was that as the lunar landing was happening, he offered the idea of a BRICS Space Commission, an idea that you can actually collaborate with BRIC nations, that now includes Iran as well, to basically have remote sensing and other partnership. And then also what is interesting is that India also advocates for a South Asia kind of collaboration. And so there are these different interesting partnerships that India leads. And this, I'll end with this. This brings me to my first slide. You see now capability, you saw what they're hoping to achieve. You see that these two countries are absolutely changing the discourse on space. I teach with the African Space Leadership Institute, and my students are from the different African space programs. And they are now talking about how Africa should start thinking about space resource utilization and not really always focus on what traditional space does. So there's a great ambition and desire for that. This is why. The reason is that both China and India, with changing the discourse and how space is thought about, is actually changing the conversation, which is then making its way into the United Nations, who's also getting very serious about actually understanding how we can build norms and treaty-based guidelines of how these resources are going to be shared. So I am going to end there and a few minutes left for questions, so I'll be happy to take any. I already see a hand up there.
This is a hybrid conference, so we have virtual
Oh, yeah,
attendees. We'd
absolutely.
Like
Mhm.
to come up here so they could see your nice face, Dan.
So I just want to know, and I thought the presentation was great.
Mhm.
I just want to know how the sanctions against China for chips sales is affecting their space program.
I mean, you don't see that the impact as much as we would hope for. So when I think about their development of their capability, let's think about capability, right? Their ability to support their joint, the idea of their joint force, their ability to use space for missile tracking. If you look at the latest punishment drills that they're carrying out, which the whole world is watching, how they are coercing Taiwan for swearing in a democratically elected leader, you do not see an effect of that. You do not see the effect on their ability to go to low Earth orbit. You do not see an effect of that on their ability to build supply chain capability. I haven't seen the effect of it. I might be proven wrong if I dig deeper, but at least what I'm seeing from what they said they're going to do in the last few years, they have actually achieved everything. So I don't see an impact today. And the other thing which is interesting is that they are actually responding to any kind of such sanctions, right? So because they have taken great lessons from Russia. So one is that many countries have actually taken lessons from Russia. One is that they are trying to build their own capability indigenously, and which is China's trajectory for many things you see with quantum, with artificial intelligence, robotics, access to the international market. So you see this, you sanction them or you deny them a particular capability, they build their own. This is why they build their space station and why they are so bullish in space, because they're not allowed to collaborate or have any kinds of collaboration with two entities of the US government. There is a misunderstanding that this is with everyone that is from the US, but it's very clear. They cannot collaborate, I think, with NASA, and they cannot collaborate with the Office of Science and Technology. People think it also includes the DoD. It really doesn't. I might be saying things wrong, but it isn't. So I don't see an impact of that too. So that would be my answer, but I will dig deeper and find out if it's doing.
Dr. Rivera, Rivera Energy Solutions, how are you today?
I can't see where you are.
Oh,
Oh, there you
oh,
are.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, very good then. Yes, when you made a description of what the scientific efforts are in India,
Yeah.
I had a back to the future moment with the entire effort after post-World War II Japan,
Mhm.
where they used technology and tourism to completely vault themselves to the forefront as an economic power in the world. Do you see perhaps a Marty McFly moment where they say, well, the best stuff comes out of India, happening to you there as well with technology and space tourism?
It seems like there is the start of that narrative. So as I said, when I was doing fieldwork for my book, Scramble for the Skies, even in 2017, that kind of a narrative, India was hesitant. So was China, which is very fascinating. So I did fieldwork in both countries. And so, but today it's a completely changed narrative in both countries. So they do have that particular boldness and ambition. And the younger generation is actually now in leadership of almost all their space startups, including in China. The age group of Chinese space tech, especially space-based startups and companies, is 25 to 40. So there you go. And they feel confident, and they also say that great technologies are going to come up, and we will actually now be able to offer cost-effective solutions to the world, because I'll give you, and I'll end with that, right? So one of the reasons why G60 is establishing an alternate, so-called alternate Starlink, is the fact that Starlink sets are expensive. They take about $600 to set up. I cannot imagine any of my students able to afford it in other countries, and the monthly rate. What China is hoping and what G60 is saying is that they're going to build this technology that's going to offer first of all, scaling up, which brings down the cost, and to be then able to charge maybe less than $100 to $50 per set. So you see that narrative too.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's a pleasure. Thanks.
Oh, yeah, thanks. This too was connected. Thank you. Awesome. The theme of our conference is always ensure enduring economic prosperity and national security. And I think from hearing this, our sort of sub-theme is speed and resiliency, and we really have to keep going at that here in the United States, right? But we look forward to international partnerships. So this is going to be the first of these new co-innovation sessions. And my friend Dale Ketchum is going to come lead this with Rob Antipas and Dr. Francisco Payares. Okay, so the idea with these is the session, we'll have panelists that'll set the stage, but the session is going to be more, what I say, about a third presentation and 2/3 discussion. And so you'll see there's going to be a survey that you all should go to and answer some of the questions, because we're going to pull up some of that discussion real time. And then later when we do the discussion, you all can come up here. I know you've got to come up here so the audience sees you, all the audience, and we can have discussion. So we're going to try this out. We're trailblazing here. So with that, I forgot. So Dale Ketchum is leading this, and he's Space Florida's Vice President, Government and External Relations and he is a recognized leader in exploration, national security, and commercial space marketplace through innovation, collaboration, and influence. He's joined by Dr. Rob Antipas, who is the Space Access, Logistics, and Mobility Mission Lead for AFRL. And then Dr. Francisco Payares, who is the Director of Business Development for the New Mexico Spaceport Authority. So have at it, folks.
Gentlemen.
And good luck.
Yeah, we're very much improvising this panel, and I guess what I would like, I'm sort of going to try to build on going off of what we've done over the last 2 years at the commercial space workshops that were a branch of the breakout sessions from this conference that we held at Cape Canaveral over the last 2 years. And what I want to do is try to help build on what comes out of here and use that to enrich what we're going to be doing at the workshop this year, scheduled for September again at the Cape. But I'm hoping that there'll be a lot of participation. So if any one of us is talking about something that's meaningful and you've got a really powerful question and a burning interest, don't wait. As far as I'm concerned, stick your hand up and let's go ahead and get that dialogue going real quick. I think what I'd like to do is I'll go ahead and touch on a couple of points that I think are meaningful and helpful that I'm hopeful will resonate with you all, and then we'll go to you two and we'll just build off that and hopefully build some degree of momentum. I think what I'd like to start off on is from the perspective of Space Florida, which is obviously what I'm bringing to the table here, is sort of riff off of Dr. Howard's comments earlier about what I found most impactful. Not that Diane isn't always eloquent and pithy and insightful, but she touched on the fact that one of the things we need to be doing with small businesses is helping them as the government does what it does to try to help grow small businesses in the space industrial base, is help them and become aware of the imperative of developing your market apart from the government. Because at Space Florida, we believe very strongly that the market is ultimately what decides success or failure. And the government is a part of that market, but it's not the dominant source. And ultimately, you've got to be able to generate profits and revenue And that comes from a variety of sources. You got to have the workforce, you got to have the academic institutions, but the market is what drives it. And part of that market, and one of the things that I think Space Florida has been successful at, and the state of Florida has been successful at, is utilizing the capacities of the state. Because you've got the federal government in our competition with China, which was just so eloquently stated just now. That's going to need a whole of government approach to competing with our colleagues on the other side of the Pacific, who are very formidable and challenging, and we're going to need that whole of government approach. But part of the United States, one of the strengths that we bring to the table, one of the reasons why we are the dominant economy in the world, is because of what states can bring. Those 50 laboratories of democracy are a big part of the industrial capability of the United States of America. States can do things that the federal government cannot. And Florida's been applying that at the Cape and across the state more broadly. And I think if you look at where the state was 12 years ago with the retirement of the space shuttle, and look at where the Cape is now in terms of industrial capability to support the space program, the results of applying our toolkit speak for themselves. So I think being able to utilize what the states bring to the table and incorporating that more intentionally into our development is an important part of the nation's overall efforts. Additionally, I think we're due to, I know Scott McLaughlin, some of our other spaceport directors were all at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station last week, because they were the National Spaceport Interagency Working Group is due to publish its document that it will be a national strategy for spaceports. And we were meeting last week to figure out what are the best ways for the implementation of that, because spaceports are a key part, obviously, of what the U.S. brings to the table to enable that launch and recovery and reuse capability, and also a fundamental part of the U.S. resilience. Right now, we have two main launch complexes for federal missions, the Cape and Vandenberg. That doesn't really lend itself to resilience, but it also costs a hell of a lot of money to build launch infrastructure. So you've got dynamics as to what's the best way to make something work. I'm not going to tell you we know the answer, but we're working on that. But that again is a whole of government, whole of the United States approach to it. I think I'll shut up for a minute and let these other guys talk a little bit.
Get started. Sorry, I have to clear my voice before I start talking. And adding to what Dale was just mentioning, to the whole ecosystem, not just from the perspective of the states. I'm relatively new to the aerospace industry. I'm an economist by training. And one of the key aspects of what I found out once I started digging into the aerospace economy was one of the aspects that Diane Howard was actually mentioning, right? The public sector in the aerospace industry is a very major player for a lot of it, right? You can see, yes, that there's the private commercial that is dedicated or aimed towards the customers or the consumers, the end users, but without the public sector, it is a massive vacuum that would be left in there without in the aerospace industry, right? That was just adding a little bit to that, but also in the efforts that to me, it was a surprise in the efforts that a little bit of the discrepancies or the differences that exist from the federal government to the efforts that states are doing, right? And they'll refer to Florida as being one of those states that has committed substantial amounts of money. The state of New Mexico has committed substantial amounts of money also in the development of the aerospace industry, correct? I mean, the spaceport in itself is completely a state entity. It's a state venture. It is one of those key aspects that we keep reminding ourselves that we're public employees and that we are aiming in the assistance of a cluster, right? An economic development type of base that brings jobs in the aerospace sector. And that was the main intention for which the spaceport was created. But then again, we find ourselves in this discussion or in this difficulty. And one of the things that I wanted well, specifically the point that I was trying to make is that to me, it was amazing from coming from different sectors, how in the aerospace field, there's only those two basically orbital launching capabilities that we have as a nation. To me, that seems amazing because they are vulnerable, right? And there's this discussion that Space Force continues to have about the resiliency and being able to launch. But if you only have a couple of places from which you can launch, and those places have high amounts of traffic, precisely because the demand has been increasing, well, it makes it quite difficult, right? And Spaceport America has been able to do a lot of things that many spaceports haven't been able to do, but still we're not at the level at which Cape Canaveral, at which Vandenberg are capable of going, right? Which is going orbital. And that's part of the discussion of what we have, and we realize that ourselves, and that is actually the area in which we're trying to spearhead. Actually, Scott is right here in the room, but Scott is my boss. But one of the key aspects, for instance, that we have been working on, well, that he has been working on, has been pushing on doing a price, right? Something similar to the X price, in which we can have the state of New Mexico commit a chunk of money to supporting or a vehicle that can go orbital out of an inland spaceport, right? And he's been pushing that through the legislature, and he's been pushing it through several other channels. And one of the ideas is we need to have diversification, right? I mean, think of your 401ks, right? Your 401ks go in a diversified type of base precisely because you need diversification. You don't put all of your eggs in one basket. And if we're putting all of our eggs in two major spaceports, then it makes it very difficult. It's actually a risky type of thing. With that, I'll remain silent and move to Robert.
Oh, I realized I screwed up and we both screwed up. There are a number of ways to get to orbit from the United States. The Cape and Vandenberg are two big ones, but I know I'll hear it from General Mercer if I don't mention that Wallops in Virginia is also quite capable, and they do launch cargo to the International Space Station. But then again, that still doesn't completely address the resiliency that the nation needs going forward.
Let's try that. All right, awesome. So yeah, I was gonna mention Wallops in Virginia and then also Kodiak, Alaska. So we have two main launch ports, as you previously discussed, which have come from decades of capital, U.S. government investment and state investment decades ago. Those are capital national assets that we spent literally billions, and it might cost much more than that to recreate. We're working towards building up, as you mentioned, Virginia. There's Kodiak. We're leveraging New Zealand. But what is going to drive, as you mentioned, an influx in variability or more launch sites and inland launch sites? What brings that to the forefront? What enables our policy providers to be able to say, yes, this looks like something that we can get our heads behind and we can get behind, and that's reliability, right? We see images from the inland Chinese launch ports landing hypergolics or solid rocket bodies on towns, and that scares populations, that scares policymakers, that scares people. But what we can see and there's one provider now that is doing it, but there are more providers coming online who are investing in reusability and reliability. And with reliability and reusability comes an order of magnitude, with reusability comes an order of magnitude greater reliability. And so can we get those policy perspectives to get in line with the new reliability of what we're seeing? We're taking something that was, 1 in a million chance down to something that's 1 in 10 million, 1 in a billion chance of something happening if we keep our corridors correct and this moving forward. I think there is the possibility to move inland with reliability and reusability. With that, our competitors don't care about that. I don't think that they're demonstrating that they don't. They're barge launching, as we heard before. They already have mobile launch capability. They already have barge launch capability. They're building out a tactical infrastructure for tactical responsive space launch and space access. And if we are only leveraging our 2 capital investment launch facilities and maybe 2 others that are burgeoning, we leave ourselves in a position of disadvantage. So I'd like to leave with that.
One topic I think that would be meaningful probably to a lot of people in here, because everybody in here doesn't care about launch. Ultimately, you want to get your payload into space, but that's not your focus. But one of the interesting developments that I bring to your attention that I found particularly intriguing as a reflection of the growth and expansion of the overall human enterprise in space is the number of regulatory agencies that are getting involved in our industry. And, you know, when I've been in this business a very long time, but I know it was always basically NASA, Air Force, and the Department of Transportation, the FAA. They were the big 3. But now, you know, Department of Commerce is a major player in large measure because of the previous Secretary of Commerce just really thought it was cool as heck. But Commerce is very involved. They're increasingly, and they have a critical role to play in regulatory affairs of the space agency, space enterprise writ large. FCC is increasingly a big player simply for that makes sense because people have to communicate. Bandwidth is a big problem in this industry as it is elsewhere. But last at the symposium, I was sitting next to a colleague of mine from Florida who was talking about how they had just 2 months ago printed up on the International Space Station living cardiovascular tissue with the goal of creating patches for hearts that are damaged in a heart attack. And I'm looking at him going, living cardiovascular tissue is being printed up on the International Space Station. And what that means is we're soon going to have the FDA as a regulatory authority in space. And if you thought the FAA was slow, wait till you have to deal with the FDA. But additionally, another topic that's of increasing interest to us and was mentioned earlier is space-based nuclear propulsion and power systems. One of the challenges we have at the Cape is it almost triggers a NEPA action if you remove a commercially developed, which is where we're going, like most everything else. Much of the next nuclear, either propulsion or power systems, is going to be commercial. And if you move a nuclear material, commercial nuclear material from a payload processing facility at KSC across the border to launch at Cape Canaveral Air Force Station, it's almost a NEPA exercise. And so the NRC, Nuclear Regulatory Commission, is going to increasingly become part of the regulatory structure of the broader space enterprise. Now, you can look at that as a good thing because that's a recognition and a reflection of the growth of what space means to everything we do in life. But it's also kind of a red flag that if we are going to compete with the Chinese and the Indians and everybody else, the Europeans and the Brazilians and Japanese and everybody else who's in the marketplace, we're going to need to clean up our act as being able to have these regulatory commissions and agencies work in overlapping capacities because, you know, I'm old enough and cynical enough to know that's a disaster waiting to happen. Fortunately, I think everybody knows that, but it still is going to be incumbent upon all of us to put pressure on those federal agencies and Congress and the White House to make sure we're executing as wisely as possible.
I think I'd like to add one thing to that. It's also a huge barrier to entry for all of our new space companies. So if you don't have the regulatory backing or the infrastructure to be able to navigate that, it is a huge logistical nightmare for people who are coming into this field and trying to navigate that launch space. And we can see it from inception to the first launch, which statistically usually fails. And then the recovery of that, it's mostly the timelines are mostly driven by the regulatory process and not the technical process of finding out what happened and how to recover from that. So the barrier to entry for our new space tech companies, not just as a nation and strategically, there's a tactical benefit or drawback as well.
I just like to add that, I mean, you're absolutely right on that, Dale, that the aerospace industry right now is being a victim of its own success, right? And the fact that it has more and more industries besides the aerospace industry are finding ways to do and finding new things that they can do with the aerospace industry, which is a good thing, by all means, exactly, but that's why I was saying that you're absolutely right. But what it will mean is that also our dependency, right, on other aspects that are to our day-to-day lives, if there's new medicines or if there's new manufacturing processes, if there's this new tissue that is going to be generated, and newer things are going to start being developed at the space, that resiliency that we keep discussing about it's going to mean more for us, right? I mean, what do you like? 20 years ago, a cell phone in our pockets wasn't that much, right? Right now, every single person in this room has a cell phone that they cannot move away from, right? So the dependency on something that increases our ease of living, the capacity that we currently have, it's actually good for us, right? Because we're in the aerospace industry, but it is also going to mean more of that involvement of other agencies that need to be part of it. Yeah.
And they need to be part of it though, because as we get in an increasingly crowded environment, they have to keep the space open and free use of access to everybody who wants to come in. But we have to make those barriers to entry as low as possible so we can still continue the innovations, the innovative spirit that got us to where we are here today.
Any questions? We've still got, yes. Oh,
yeah.
I need glasses.
Yeah, so I think there's a comment on Starlink. If we want to discuss what that's bringing to the table, there's a comment on a viable business case. What is a viable business case? Materials and cost, and then quick transport to the moon and back to increase ROI for resource exploitation.
Well, I guess on the, I'll touch on viable business case. I think one thing I've noticed over the years is a viable business case in space is absolutely no different than a viable business case anywhere. You've got to be, there's nothing unique about being in space. Your business has to generate revenue, have cash flow, and hopefully make a profit. And to assume there's something unique about your business case because you're in space is naive and dangerous, because your investors are going to want their money back, and they're going to want to see equity improve. They're going to want their debts repaid on time and with interest. There's no distinction. If you're in the space business, you're in business. Don't assume anything different just because you've got space somewhere in your title.
Well, and I think increasingly more and more so, the government is not the biggest user of the space environment anymore as well. So while for the past 4 decades, we've been the biggest proponent and the biggest cost driver of space, it's changing. The paradigm is changing. So that business case has to be a commercial business case and not a government sponsored or government funded, wholly government funded business case.
Which enables me to bring up another point that my boss will shoot me if I don't. Building on that point that business is business, one of the things that we've been working on for quite a few years that is now coming to fruition and that it's been introduced into both the House and the Senate is tax-free spaceport bonds. Because right now the country grants a tax-free status for bonds based on for airport and seaport bonds. Well, for the reasons they granted a tax-free status, it makes sense that that should apply also to spaceports. And the reason that's important is because that is bringing additional capabilities to access the private capital markets for the space enterprise. And private capital markets have a hell of a lot more money than the federal government ever will. That's where the money is. That's what's going to drive our competitiveness. It's not relying on the Department of Defense or NASA or anybody else. You've got to get out there and get in the marketplace and compete in the private capital markets. And this tax exempt capability will help significantly improve capital coming into our industry, the overall space enterprise. But there is a distinct difference because the private capital markets, unlike the federal government, they want their money back, and they want it back on time with interest. And that's a hard transition to make, but that is an absolutely essential transition to make, because then when we do, we are off and running.
I have 20/20 vision, but I can't read what's on the screen. Those are tiny.
Let me go with, let me throw one other thing out there from that's sort of ripping off of what we covered at last year's commercial launch breakout session. We had addressed Colonel Shoemaker, who's now CEO at Vandenberg, led a panel that addressed how would the Cape or any other launch site continue to meet the needs of the warfighter by being able to put payloads in space if a number of our pads were smoldering ruins, complements of Chinese hypersonics, or for that matter, were dead weight because of Russian cyber attacks or a Cat 5 hurricane. We needed to be able to effectively address how you continue to fight a war if all of a sudden you find yourself in a war. How do you prevail when all of a sudden you've got significant obstacles, whether they're imposed by an adversary or a result of human error or act of nature? And one of the things we're building on for this upcoming one is how do we position the space-based industrial capacity, the space supply chain, or more broadly, just the industrial or industrial capability of the United States. How are we conditioning those suppliers to continue to serve a war effort if the United States of America is actually part of the contested territory? If our communities and our factories and our power supply are being hit, what if all of a sudden we're like what Ukraine is now? How, because we can't sit there and stare at the TV screen like we did at 9/11 and go, holy crap, what do we do now? If we are beginning to prepare now, not just for the industry, but for the communities in the world, the communities in which these industries exist, how are we preparing them to deal with what previous generations going back to World War II have not had to deal with? How are we going to respond? Because if we're getting punched in the teeth, how do we turn that quickly into anger and vengeance and so we can start punching somebody else in the teeth? And I think that's part of what we're going to be exploring at our event in September. Oh, we can read now. Yes. You want to go ahead?
Well, I think I want to touch on that though. So I don't actually want to touch on the loss of capability, but I do want to say that our adversaries, from what we saw previously in the last briefing, they're preparing for a scenario where they need diversified launch. So they have those capabilities now, and we're relying on really truly a singular provider at 2 launch facilities to do the bulk mass of our orbit transfer. With that though, if we take from the previous briefing, if we take the Starlink missions, it was prompted before, but if we on the screen, if we take the Starlink missions out of the equation, the US is not launching more than what our adversaries are. or at least one of our adversaries. And so the question then says, are we skewing our own data by claiming national pride in the most launches and the most reusable launches and all of that? It gets scary when you remove the dedicated Starlink missions from our statistics. So it's something to think about. We've been said, I've heard multiple times that in peacetime and currently right now, we can launch anything we want, anywhere we want, anytime we want. But that's scheduled, and that's scheduled months in advance, sometimes 60, 90 days. Is that tactically relevant for what we need in the future? And I just wanted to say that before we get to some of these questions.
I just add a little bit to that. So keeping that perspective, right, of the infrastructure and some of the potential needs that we can have of having those inland launches as well. One key aspect of it, and actually it's I think the last question right there, kind of like in the future, going towards the future, we keep thinking about for defense purposes, right? Which makes absolute sense, right? We need to have this for our defense purposes, but what is that going to be reflective on towards the future for the average citizen in the US, right? Can we imagine then a world, right? Or can we imagine then a communication, or can we imagine a travel point to point that is super fast? Can we start discussing about going from Oklahoma to Spaceport America in 20 minutes, right? So I think that, I mean, even our infrastructure, right? The interstates in itself started as a defense project at some point, and now we all enjoy the benefits of this. It is crucial that we think of this from the defense standpoint, but also the potential effects that it can have for the future in terms of the commerce in itself, right? I think that once we do get to that cadence, to that capability, and we have spaceports all across the nation, right, and not just across the nation, but across the world, we can start thinking about point-to-point travel. We can start thinking about rapid delivery, cargo delivery, right, or other potential things that might be more impactful to the everyday American, right, that is useful for that.
I think we've already seen it, right? In comm and some other places, GPS, the civilian market is much bigger than the DoD market. So if we can find a need, maybe it might be a defense need that starts this process, but the commercial need outweighs the commercial benefit definitely outweighs the defense need. And that's the case, right? If we do stay in this peacetime or this competition time for a prolonged period, that's great. It inspires us to push forward and build our commercial space. That's only good for the nation.
One of the questions that just went away dealt with the capacity constraints on the existing launch sites. Because I know obviously at the Cape, we're launching a lot. We'll get to 100 launches this year, but we're also planning on 200, 300, 400 launches in the years to come. But obviously there is a limit to how many launches you can have at one location. And that's apart from, you know, how wise is it to have all those launches at one location. But I think the problem that we're having at the Cape is not launch sites, because Space Force is still opening up new launch sites at the Cape. And NASA's looking at a couple new ones. The constraint is not launch sites, it's liquefied natural gas, it's commodities, it's things like that. We don't have the infrastructure in place yet to support 300 launches a year. That's our challenge. But we're also able to leverage that demand with the commercial sector to work with the natural gas suppliers to bring in that capability. We're not, you know, NASA and Space Force, they're not going to spend their resources on putting in a liquefied natural gas capability because they can meet their existing needs. So should DoD be spending money on that when the commercial sector can pay for it? Not if the commercial sector can pay for it. But ODIM moon landing. Odysseus. That was awesome, and will be again. I think, again, Diane mentioned the CLIPS program as a reflection of the commercial sector, the government effectively turning to the commercial sector to meet its mission needs, whether it's exploration or national security. That is going to be successful. Everyone knew the whole purpose of CLIPS was that there would be failures. And the first one was a success, but not the success they wanted, but they'll learn from it. And there's more in the pipeline. There'll be more and more and more coming from different concepts, different locations. And that again is a reflection of the marketplace responding to a government, a wise government decision to open it up, to commit to a certain level of demand, to say we'll be a part of your customer base. But again, getting to the point that Diane made, will be a part of your customer base, but you've got to put together a business case and raise money from the private capital markets to invest in, so that there are other customers as well. Because most investors are not going to invest in this stuff if the government is your only customer. Yes, sir. You,
Isn't that a great model to use also to build a spaceport infrastructure that recognizes some threat?
oh, absolutely. And I think that's what, like at Space Florida, we can access most of what we invest in is private sector capital, but there is some state Department of Transportation funds invested in there. And if it's going to be a road or a comms or development for common use by a number of companies, then the state will pay for that because it's in our interest to make that investment. But if it's for one company, then the state will reimburse that. That company has to pay for that infrastructure, but the state will reimburse them 50% up to a fixed amount based upon how many jobs and capital investment and all that usual formulaic stuff. But that, being able to play to the marketplace is the best way to go forward.
I think to go further on that, how did we build our airports? The states, with federal help, largely paid for those, and because of the economic benefit that brought to each state, each city, there's a model for that for spaceports, I think.
I'm
Is that
bringing
the
these little
signal?
Chimes. Well, I think, I forgot to tell you all. So we, on our working groups, we hold to Chatham House rules. And that means, you can talk about what's being said, but you can't attribute it. And we're on these co-innovation sessions, we're going to be doing that as well. However, we will be recording it so that we can have the notes. This will be the first time we'll pull these into the annual report. But your questions, even if they didn't cover them, it's in the recording, and we'll be able to sort of write that up and maybe even get the team here to answer through the report if we didn't address it. But thank you for being the first ever leaders of the co-innovation session. And thank you. And I have any inputs on this? I mean, we want to have all the participants be able to have a say in these topic areas. I think we could definitely give them a little more time, but that'll have to be for next year's agenda. I did mean to, after Dr. Goswami's presentation, I wanted to give a shout out to my friends at the spaceport. I am all about New Mexico and our Spaceport America. I love the group there, but I loved how China's using the tourism, and I think we should do more of that with our spaceport and with Virgin Galactic leading in space tourism. We also are doing some things that you're going to hear about tomorrow with our Pathways to the Stars, our workforce program. And I haven't actually told any of my team, but we're trying to bring back the National Space Day. And actually next year it's the first Friday in May. So maybe we'll schedule our State of the Space Industrial Base Conference around that. So that will help with the, being getting our space industry supported throughout our whole public. So with that, we're going to break for lunch. And we're going to, if you could go get your food, come back, and then we have a really great presentation led by Laura Winter, who leads the Downlink podcast. And the title is Risk of Second Boots versus First. Hello, everyone. I know a few are still getting lunch, but if you could settle in, enjoy your food. And I'm going to start off with introducing the panel that the title is Risk of Second Boots versus First Base. And I'm going to invite Laura Winter from the Downlink podcast. She's an editor and host of the Defense and Aerospace Report podcast, The Downlink. Miss Winter is an award-winning journalist and has lived and reported from 8 countries on 3 continents and has also worked for NATO and the U.S. Department of Defense. She is joined by Lee Stanky, who is the COO of Cislunar Industries, and Dr. Namrata Goswami, author, professor. You met her earlier. And then virtually, Chris Quilty of Quilty Space and George Pullen of Milky Way Economy will be joining the discussion. And here you go.
Yes, is this thing on?
Hello, hello.
Let's see if, hello? Hello? No.
Hello, hello.
There you go. Hello?
It's not on.
No. It is, it's low.
I think this is on.
How
You
about
want this?
that?
Laura?
We're just gonna share.
Check.
Yeah. You should probably like hook it up.
Yeah, since I'll be the first.
Pass it back and forth. All right. Ooh, all right.
Oh, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, SSIB. Thank you for that. Now, if we could, let's take a moment here and put down our glasses and give a round of applause, to Casey and also to the entire New Space Nexus team, because they put this on every year. It's a lot of work. It's months and months of work, and I just want them to, feel appreciated because it is really tough to do this. I also want to thank all of you, whether you are here in person or want to thank you for making the time and contributing to this, because I believe that this is a very special workshop and conference, and I mean that quite personally in my heart. And as is the tradition here, this discussion, the risk of second boots versus first base, is about our race to the moon. And it should give you more to chew on in your workshop sessions. So before we begin, I want to do a short round of introductions with my esteemed and experienced panel, starting with those who are here with me on stage here in New Mexico. And Nami, why don't you go first?
Sure. So my name is Namrata Goswami, and I teach.
Yeah, having the same.
I know. Anyway, so I teach space policy and international relations at the Thunderbird School of Global Management. And I am co-author of the book Scramble for the Skies, The Great Power Competition to Control the Resources of Outer Space. Thank you.
And Lee?
I'm Lee Steinke. I'm the COO of Cislunar Industries. We process metal and convert power in space.
And out there virtually somewhere, I hope there is Chris Quilty. Chris, are you out there? You're in Florida somewhere, Chris?
I am, and you might not be able to tell by my video. I'm working on that. It's just a string from my canceled flight to the Wi-Fi down at the house to now the Zoom video. So I'm on a roll, but I promise to do better here in the discussion. My quick background, I spent 20 years on Wall Street as a sell-side stock analyst, picking stocks and covering companies in the satellite and space industry. And since 2016, I've been doing my own thing under the moniker of Quilty Space, where we do research as well as investment banking and advisory role to investors, companies in the industry, and government customers.
Thank you so much. And last but definitely not
Least, sorry.
George, you want to tell everybody who you are?
Sure, I'll go for it. Hi, everybody. This is George Pullen. I am very sorry I am not there in person with you. I have a fifth grader stepping up tomorrow, so I could not miss that. But I have enjoyed a lot of other SIBs in person. So at least my streak isn't broken. I'm here virtually. A little bit about me. So my name is George Pullen. I am a space economist. I am with Milky Way Economy. We are a fifth industrial revolution think tank. We provide consulting and advisory services to a number of small and medium-sized space companies. We also have another arm, which is TSE, which is our educational outreach. And then we also invest some money as a small collaboration of family offices. Thanks.
Thank you, George. And now, George, I want our audience to know that the idea for this discussion is actually truly yours. So I think it's only fitting that you take a moment and explain right up top the meaning behind the discussion's title, The Risk of Second Boots versus First Base, and why you think this is an important discussion to have now. George?
So I appreciate the credit. Of course, you are the maestro, so I'm only going to take half of it. But I think that this is a really important discussion for us to have now, because as we enter in this new space race, this space race 2.0, as I prefer to call it, we have to be realistic about what the objectives are for the people who we're competing against in said race. If this is going to be an effort or undertaking where we're just trying to get boots back, and again, we've had 12 astronauts walk on the moon. Now, granted, it's been since 1972, so it's been a while, since before I was born. But if this is just about us getting another set of boots back, this is going to be a failure, because the other countries involved in this space race, the other actors involved in Space Race 2.0, they're talking about space bases. They're signing up partners for those said bases, and they have roadmaps to establish those bases. And I feel pretty confident in the roadmaps that they're putting out as achievable, maybe without as much slippage as our own. And that worries me, because we could very easily find ourselves in a situation where we rise a second flag and we're here again, look at us, world. And then just a few miles away, I'm just assuming we're using miles, we're probably using kilometers, just a few kilometers away, we have someone building a base on the poles. So we have to really have this discussion in a meaningful way to avoid a victory, which ends up actually being a defeat.
Okay. So I'd like to invite the audience to take a look at the slide we prepared. If there are points that are out of date, please forgive me, and perhaps we will have an opportunity for you to gently update us. But it shows, a basic timeline of where, China and the International Lunar Research Station is in their campaign, and then the United States and also ESA. And we also have other partners, obviously, through the Artemis Accords, but you can kind of see where things are and where things stand. So I'd like to now, turn to you, Nami. I know you gave an international update earlier, but for our discussion, can you give us a more detailed picture of where China and its partners in the International Lunar Research Station, or ILRS, are now in their campaign to establish a base of operations? on the surface of the moon. I believe 2035 is their deadline. And could you compare that to where the US and its Artemis partners are in their, or rather our campaign?
Yeah, sure, Laura. Thank you for having me, and thanks to George for giving us this idea. I would say that this is actually a very strategic discussion, first of all, because in my perspective, timelines really matter. And this is why. Because in the presentation that I gave you, what is interesting and insightful to understand is that when we are talking about space and when we're actually talking about building technology to go to the moon, your audience is global. And because your audience is global, it is extremely vital to not just be able to bring in partners, but also to be able to showcase capability. And so today, why this timeline is important is because if you look at a comparison and how the international world views this, they are actually going to be given an amazing visual this weekend, which is the landing of the Chang'e 6, humanity's first effort, if successful, to land on the lunar South Pole and then to bring back samples from the lunar South Pole. And that is strategically vital because in the Chinese perspective, they'd say that it is the South Pole, which is the strategic asset. And because they have a strategic culture of first presence, I would argue entitlement, which means that they will be the ones who write the rules of the road. This mission is extremely vital because this is the start of the next mission, which is the Chang'e 7 that is going to be launched in 2028 and which will actually be looking at the South Pole to scale it. And then finally, their hope is that in the collaboration with Russia, they're going to build their research base by 2035, 2036. The partners, so while the Artemis Accords have several partners, last I checked about 37, what is interesting in the Chinese partnership is that you have major countries in Africa that have signed up. South Africa is part of the ILRS. Pakistan is part of the ILRS. Azerbaijan, Turkey, who is a NATO member, has just applied to become member of the particular program. Why I say that is because Pakistan already has ICBM capability and nuclear weapon capability, and China-Pakistan has a very strong partnership, and South Africa has the most advanced space technology. Now, in terms of even more, if I go even deeper, the one thing, and I'll stop there, and I think the one thing when I compare the Artemis program to, say, China's International Lunar Research Station and their phases, I see a major difference. One is that with the Artemis Accords and the Artemis program, while there is a lot of talk about resource utilization, there is a slight hesitancy in pushing too much the economic rationale and the economic argument. Seems like even in the cislunar strategy, it's there, but it's not said boldly, right? Whereas in the Chinese program, Wu Wearing, who is their main designer and scientist, is giving global interviews explaining to the world, especially the audience that he's intending that will listen to him, that China's space program is such that it's about economic development of the moon, and that once China succeeds, it's going to open up that capability through the Belt and Road Initiative. So I think it's a extremely strategic program for them.
But before you put your microphone down there, Nami, I mean, what is also the strategic difference between the narratives that have been built, let's say, well, say from the beginning of this decade, from 2020, right? I mean, things were happening beforehand. We had deadlines, so did the Chinese, et cetera, et cetera. But when you just look, from 2020 onward, I mean, it does tell a story, right? And what are the differences in that narrative that you think are strategic?
I think the most important narrative that is strategic is that China is now pushing at the level of the United Nations in the legal subcommittee, talking about how their Chang'e program is part of space resource utilization, and they are pushing, and this is strategic, they are arguing that because they have the capability, they also then should be the leader that should develop the rules of the road. And then, as I told you, they have a strategic culture, which means that if you get somewhere first, you do have that particular, I would argue, capability or the desire to build the rules of the road. You see this with China now establishing the International Lunar Research Organization that's going to build those capabilities. So that's number one. I looked at the US position paper. in the same subcommittee. And the US position paper tells us that the US does not think there is a requirement of new space regulation or governance mechanism for space resource utilization activity because they're not proven yet. They're not demonstrated. So once demonstrated, that's the US position, right? And they think the US position is that the current regulatory system is enough. The Chinese and the Russian, by the way, this is the most interesting for me, for strategic game changer, is that Russia now agrees with the Chinese position. Before, Russia said space resource utilization is illegal under the Outer Space Treaty. Today, read the position paper. Space resource utilization is absolutely legal. So look at the convergence, right? So that's one strategic game changer. The second game changer in terms of their timeline is the difference in ambition and scale. So if you look at their base and what they're hoping for is about lunar resource utilization for a particular end purpose, to turn China into a major power and to use the Earth-Moon system as a strategic zone. I would love to hear from the audience on this. I do not hear that kind of a positioning from the US. It's an international partnership. It's a desire to send back humans to the moon again. But that rationale about building this large presence for strategic benefit, I'm not hearing it. I might, but not as yet.
Interesting that you mentioned what was happening at the United Nations, just because, you know, with the Chang'e landing, that is a demonstration. So with that stage set, I'd like to remind all of the participants in this discussion that they are invited to jump in at will. That means you, George, and Chris out there in the world, right? Jump in, because this is really a discussion. And I'd also like to say that we are not here to throw anyone or any organization under the bus. In preparing for today, it became very clear that there is a lot, and I do mean a lot, of work being done to get us to the moon. NASAspaceflight.com reported just a few days ago that the two initial elements of the Lunar Gateway are being prepared for integration, which should be completed this year. That is the power and propulsion element and the HALO, or the habitation and logistics module. So work, big stuff, is happening, but dates are continuously being moved back. And in the case of these two elements, the launch date hasn't been announced. So Lee, when we're kicking around ideas, you know, about what is blocking us from going faster, blocking us from ensuring that we do get there first, you know, you mentioned something that has really stuck with me, and that is all the other steps in between now and the launch of those first gateway elements for everything to, you know, kind of work together, you know, what we need in place and what needs to be operational first. So Lee, why don't you explain what you see as those challenges? And then I want to open up this question also to Chris and George.
Thank you, Laura. I really appreciate you inviting me to be on the panel. I love SSIB, one of my first space events when I transitioned into the industry. So I don't want to minimize the urgency of the discussion, but I do want to introduce just some context from a commercial company tech development perspective. So I want to reinforce that a moon base is not one thing. Laura just mentioned some of the component. It's many, many things that need to be accomplished, some of which we already know how to do, but we don't know how to do it in concert with other things in the right way. Other things we completely know how to do. Other things are completely novel. And so when we think about this one, you know, I think Nami captured really well why it's important to have that one stated goal and the reasoning behind it. But there's this huge infrastructure that needs to be built, technological development infrastructure, as well as regulatory and other development. And so when we think of it as one thing and we're behind, you know, seems to be the implication of the panel, I think that's maybe a little overstated. So I've become a little bit of a student of systems engineering. I'm not a systems engineer. I'm a scientist who's managed lots of engineers over my career, but not in a systems engineering context. And so coming into the space industry, where systems engineering is a fundamental piece, a component of engineering, I've been delighted to find that to me, it's sort of a perfect mix of engineering and science, because it kind of uses the scientific method in a way that engineering sometimes doesn't do. And so when you think about systems engineering, if you've looked at the diagram, studied the process, it's not a linear path to these end goals, right? You're saying what you want to be able to do, but not necessarily how. And there are all these different pathways. So I was thinking the other night about the title of the panel and, first base, and it made me think of baseball and for getting to first base, right? So in a systems engineering model, you know that you want to get to first base, just like everyone does, but you don't know is the right way to get there to try to walk, or is the pitcher going to hit you? Or are you going to swing at the first pitch and try to hit a home run right off the bat, right? So there are, I didn't count them all up, but I'm sure somebody in this room already knows or will count up how many different ways there are to achieve that goal of getting to first base. And so I just wanted to kind of reinforce that that's what going to the moon is like, and getting a base on the moon, and that having second boots is in fact one of those many things that need to be done. And so I don't see this dichotomy of like for second boots versus first base. Another is that I think some of the problem may also be that we have a forecasting problem rather than an execution problem, right? I think that the work that's being done on the different technologies, as Laura mentioned, we've tremendous progress on a variety of fronts. And maybe one of the big challenges is how do we get better at really setting the right timeline for those? I think that the incentives in our culture, we have a history of getting away with different timelines than we say. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I'm just part of our history as an industry and as a government in space activities. And so I think there's an opportunity, and I think the incentives for China in particular are different. And so maybe they're setting timelines in a different way, using different methods to set the timelines. I also think that as commercial companies are asked to contribute more to the effort, this is a big shift in how we do things. And, it's been going on for a number of years now, and we've had some tremendous successes, but we've also had some failures in leveraging the full capability set of commercial industry to do things that the federal government used to do with just supplier help from commercial industry. And I think we're still learning, and we will get better at that. We will get more practiced. And having these big goals is part of what drives, getting better at things. So you have a big goal and you're going to get better at it. So those are some of the challenges that I see, but also sort of level setting on the context and maybe seeing it with a little bit different perspective.
Can I jump in there, Laura?
Yeah, come on, George.
So one of the things I was thinking about is I think the framing problem is where we come to this forecasting issue, right? Because the framing problem is that we think that as we being the US and its allies, we feel like we've already won the moon. And if we stop and get real with each other, we realize that, up until a few months ago with Astro Robotics, we hadn't sent something to the moon since 1972. So, and more recently, the USSR, which obviously no longer exists, they sent something in 1976. And so we had this long period of time until 2013 when China sent their U-2 rover to actually, conduct work and traverse the terrain. And so when we think about why we have forecasting error, I think some of that is because we have a narrative error, which is we think we've already done it. And frankly, we haven't. I also think about the commercial piece of this that Lee brought up and how this ties back in. We have a lot of discussions, a lot of panels here and elsewhere where we talk about how, well, the commercial market will get us there. The commercial market will lead us, right? If you build it, they will come. That is a really frightening prospect for anybody in venture capital. If you build it, they will come. That is not the type of words that anyone wants to see in a pitch deck. What they want to hear is, I have a customer. Yes, that customer happens to be someone in the funny shaped building over in DC, but what I really have is a customer that's going to help me de-risk. And that customer that helps me de-risk will then allow me to make sales to commercial entities. And we just have to be, I think, more realistic with each other and with other members of the space industry, that it is important that DoD is one of your customers. It's important that US allies, military or their NASA equivalent agencies are your customers. That is so vital, because what it does is it helps do that de-risking that we need before it goes into the commercial sector. So I just want to make sure we clarify that too, because I think it's one of those, again, framing issues that unfortunately messes with our forecasts.
Yeah, so I'll kick in, and if we're not allowed to drive the bus over something, I'll avoid any discussions of the gateway and SLS. But I will say something controversial, which is I agree with the Chinese. They're lying, but to the degree that they're claiming that commercial needs to be an important part of moon utilization, I think it's absolutely true. But hate to say it, I'm also going to agree with George. It is not going to be led by commercial. When you think about who are the companies that would do this, prime contractors, they don't spend money off their own balance sheet. They only spend the government's money. There's no other public companies out here that could make that type of investment. And so George is right. I mean, you're talking about bold, daring startup companies with venture investors. And that's who needs to, kind of lead this charge to come up with the business models. And we've seen several. I mean, we've got two moon landers in iSpace and Intuitive Machines that have gone public. Redwire has positioned themselves in that area. You've also got Astrobotic, which is about to go public, doing debris removal and whatnot. So you're seeing some of these companies pop up. But in case anybody hasn't heard, the venture market is in the tank, and it has been for a couple of years. Q4 was like the worst quarter for capital raising, fund performance, investment turnover in a decade. And now that Q1 is in the books, the good news we can say is it didn't get worse, right? So I think the end of the day, and everybody here kind of knows this, yes, commercial will eventually be the reason for building out the infrastructure, but the government's going to have to take the lead. And that means putting in place some of the infrastructure that's needed, to create a railway to the moon. Things like maybe it's orbital refueling, I don't know. It could be, the space situational awareness and other technologies, the lunar landers. The CLIPS program has been a great addition in terms of pulling in private capital. And so I guess my recommendation here would be, for the government, they seem to have chosen something in terms of the Gateway program to try to bring in international participation. I do think big programs, that drive a lot of activity are important. And I think there's a good analogy here. If you look at what happened in the satellite launch industry and with the number of small constellations of satellites that are being launched, there would always been a demand, but the problem was the transport wasn't there. And yes, SpaceX has been largely successful for changing that. But if you dial back the clock, I mean, it was even, the PSLV and, some of the other Soyuz and others that were doing ride shares. Just the knowledge that launch will be available was a necessary precondition for companies saying, yes, I can build a constellation because I know I can get it on orbit. Some of those same other preconditions, and I guess it's, for us here at the conference to decide, some of those other preconditions have to be put in place for a true lunar economy to develop.
And that makes me turn back to you, Lee, real quick, because the thing was, what are some of the technical kind of preconditions? I mean, your company very specifically, Cislunar Industries, is part of that ecosystem. Those preconditions that will be necessary for us to actually go to the lunar gateway and actually have a surface habitat on the moon. But what are they?
Yeah, so we're part of the DARPA Luna 10, 10-year architecture study. And the interesting thing about the particular contract is that it's less about the individual technologies, like I was talking about earlier, but more about the interfaces between them. So you have these 14 individual companies with a technology that DARPA says, you've convinced us that you're going to get that technology, you already have it, no big deal. What we need you to do in this program is tell us how they all fit together. So we're going to pair you up each week with a different company, and you'll exchange specifications and figure out how you're going to work together in this architecture. And so I think there's a lot of work on the interfaces across DARPA, but also across any other lunar architecture. There's the Cislunar Ecosystem Task Force, or there are a variety of other programs that are designing architectures that are similar to that. And I think a lot of what we're going to see is those interfaces, and when you swap out a different company, oh, we're working in a different unit and a different KPI. And so we're going to do things differently from this other supplier. So there's just a lot of things that you don't necessarily think of when you're initially developing a technology, or that you're less focused on anyway.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to the earlier, if we have time. Yeah, so I'm going to disagree with you, Lee, a little bit. I love you, but well, so I must tell you that I was in a recent aerospace debate on whether the Space Force should focus on cislunar, and Dr. Bowen was on the contrary, and we got the audience really angry. We were not as angry with each other, so I hope you're very angry when we have difference of opinion. But anyway, so I would say that when we think about the concept of second boots and first base, there's actually a major difference. And I say that because then you have to get to the details of where is it going. What is the specificity of Artemis Base Camp and the ILRS? What are they doing? And if you look at the China National Space Administration and Roscosmos phasing, which India is now starting to do, the 3 phases, and compare even their generation of nuclear power, there is no comparison. So that is why I would argue that where you go and what is your purpose is really vital. So just because you have sent humans again doesn't mean necessarily that you have won the game, right? And then I'll end with this, that I think where China has a really major advantage in terms of how it is articulating its mission, and it's very good at it, is that because they are now so integrated into the international space community, they're very active, including they engage me in terms of conversations. So, and are willing to listen to difficult concepts of, say, South China Sea behavior and connection to space, right? What they're doing is that because they put it in 2 contradictory narratives, one at the UN, they would talk about how this is for humanity, that we are going to open up space for everyone, but then you go and listen to the strategic thinkers who are behind the program from the PLA. It's a lot about ensuring Chinese military and strategic advantage, and the moon is put in that particular thinking. But because they are good at building that narrative of contradiction, unlike the Soviet Union, we sometimes do not understand that the Communist Party of China is the one driving this entire discourse. And so that's something I thought I'll bring to the table as well.
And that everything serves the party, right? Loyalty to the party. I mean, the PLA doesn't serve the people of China. The PLA serves the Chinese Communist Party. Right. Unfortunately, I am going to have to go to my last question, but it's a really important question, and it does need to be asked, because I do not imagine that NASA does not feel the urgency of the likes that you were just sort of explaining there, Naomi. But I wonder if those who hold the purse strings actually do, right? Because NASA's budget for 2024, the difference between what the administration asked for 2024, and they asked for $27.2 billion, and what Congress finally agreed to, and that is $24.9 billion. That difference is $2.3 billion. And I'm pretty sure that everybody in here can think of many things that they can do with $2.3 billion to get us to the moon, right? I mean, I can see people like nodding their heads, right now, like, yeah, hand it over. Why, they're not feeling the urgency somehow, right? So what are the consequences? What if the Chinese have an operational surface station on the moon first? Right? I mean, we do actually have to imagine that future to understand, like what's at stake here. Because, hey, this is not going to be, like winning a leg race and planting a flag, right? I mean, the plan for the ILRS is for partner nations, for partner academic institutions, and commercial entities to set up shop there, to work there. So then what would be the consequences, right? For us, economically? What about for intellectual property and innovation, right? Because if we don't have a base and you want to go innovate on the moon and the other guys do, where's that brain trust going to go, right?
So I would say, just wearing my, Professor Pullen hacks, I do teach at Franklin Pierce. We have one of the top IP programs, law schools in the country. You have to assume that that IP is going to be stolen away. But you also have to realize that the businesses who aren't participating are going to have a really hard time communicating that to their shareholders or to their investors. Because if that's the only player in town and you want to be part of Moontown, then I guess you're wearing the red with the stars on your sleeve. And that would be a terrible outcome. I think part of it too is we lack an appreciation for the size of this cislunar economic zone, right? So a number that the Chinese put out years ago now was that they see it as a $10 trillion economic opportunity by the 2050s. 10 trillion. Right. So Milky Way economy, we've had the 4 trillion by the 2040s number for a while now. It was in Forbes, so you can quote it. We've had the 4 trillion in 2040s for a while now. But just recently, World Economic Forum put out their number of 1.8 trillion by 2035. So if you look real close and do an extrapolation, you can see that's 4 trillion by 2040. So thank you for agreeing with the World Economic Forum. But the point is, these are huge amounts of economic opportunity. This is a lot of money, and it's going to put our allies in very awkward situations and private companies in very dire situations if we tell them, well, our base isn't quite ready yet. We'd like it if you could postpone the research you want to do for another 4 or 5 years until the red, white, and blue ESA version is available. That's not going to work. And so we have to get really serious about this, and I don't think we are.
Chris? Oh, we can't hear you.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. More budget would certainly help. I've got to say, I'm encouraged in one aspect, which is, friends and family who never knew what the hell I did nowadays are like, hey, I saw this thing in the news about the Chinese and nuclear weapons in space, and there's a growing interest and there's a growing understanding that these are critical national security issues. And I wasn't necessarily in favor for it or against it, but I think the creation of the Space Force was a brilliant move, ex post facto, setting it up as a standalone force, though they should have used the Navy ranks instead of the other services. But I digress. The point being that, we haven't yet seen the type of budgets to support this activity. Again, the question becomes, where does that money get funneled through? Is it going through NASA? Is it going through Space Force? Is it done through other departments? But that government indication of willingness to spend is one of those preconditions to get venture investors who, again, I hate to say it, I mean, they're kind of critical to our path forward in terms of technology development and business model development. A couple of years ago, I was on a panel with a high NASA official who I will not name, somebody in the audience asked the question, what do you think is the most exciting commercial business model on the moon? And his response was, I don't know. That's a problem, right? I mean, if you can't at least express like helium-3, come on, I mean, something, right? So I think the government officials need to make it clear that this is something that is important, that will be invested in. Is it a much more concrete version of what a U.S. permanent presence will look like? And maybe it's just something like setting a goal. At one point we were supposed to be putting boots on the moon on 24. Other than looking at this chart, and I'm in this business, I had no idea, right, of when we're going back. And I think if you get the American public excited about it, you get the investment community excited about it, you see, the government commitment, whether it's for economic reasons or just to counter what the Chinese are trying to do. These are all the steps that need to be put in place. And I haven't seen a full force effort, from the government in that direction.
Yami, you've got 30 seconds. I know you have something that you want to say for the consequences if we don't close our deal. I know she is. I know but I'm preempting her.
Yeah.
Really quickly because I want to hear what you have to say.
Well, I think the consequence of seeing something permanent like that on the moon is going to change the entire understanding of space. So our entire narrative, we now, when we think about permanent presence with humans, we are thinking about low Earth orbit. We haven't gone beyond that, right? So think about since you say let's put our hats and look at the future. If you have an actual base on the moon for which they're hoping to send humans by 2030, and if they're able to sustain human presence, that's going to change the narrative of space, absolutely. So it's a huge strategic consequence because that would mean then they will get credibility, legitimacy, and then the CCP will showcase itself as this great innovator. By the way, they've already done that with Huawei 5G, rare earth minerals, ground solar, shipbuilding, quantum, top technology, right? So that's the consequence I'm concerned about.
So you're good, Lee? You are? Okay. Then everybody, if you could please join me in thanking my panelists, to thank Nami, Lee, George, and Chris. Thank you all so much. And thank you also, audience, for listening.
Thank you. And these are working like good little chimes to tell how they come on to your friends. Thank you so much. And Chris and George will get you a little present there for speaking. And sorry, Chris, you weren't in person. I know there was a number of flight issues yesterday. So thanks for joining.
George said he wants moon cheese.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. Let's back up here. All right. I also want to remind you all, because we introduced Scott Tedler earlier. He went back and did a few little summaries of some of the presentations and even already has the link to that 92 report that Dr. Howard brought up. So go check it out. And if you don't get it, let us know. I'm excited to introduce the next speaker, our new key partner from the Space Systems Command Innovation and Prototyping Delta. Colonel Roth leads a combined team of over 900 military, government, civilians, and contractors at 3 geographically separated units and manages $1.05 billion portfolio to rapidly transition and deliver war-winning space concepts, technologies, capabilities to the United States Space Force and mission partners across national security space community. And this is why so many of our companies are always wanting introductions to you, sir. So the Delta also manages the space test program. And with that, I'll let him talk about it.
Awesome. Thanks, Casey. I appreciate it. Really excited to be here. This is my first time, even though it's a local conference. I'm usually on the road and don't get to attend. And so excited to see the list of speakers, the agenda topics, and then more importantly, meet with our industrial base and kind of share with you the cool and exciting things we're doing across the Space Force. So I'm going to talk a little bit about my organization. So I run the Innovation and Prototyping Acquisition Delta. What does that, that's kind of a mouthful, but we are an organization under Space Systems Command designed to help transition technology across the Valley of Death. Here in New Mexico, we have awesome partners with Space Rapid Capabilities Office, Air Force Research Lab, and Space Systems Command, and soon to be STARCOM, which is moving down one of their deltas here to New Mexico as well. So you're in a really good place for exciting research, development, S&T, and how we turn that into operational capability to help our warfighters. So next slide. We talk about our focus as an organization in the Space Force. Hopefully most of you read the Wall Street Journal article that General Saltzman put out and had an interview on. We are a space warfighting domain. It's plain and simple. We were created to get after the threat that China and a nefarious Russia is playing on orbit. And it's pretty severe stakes. I know at some of our conferences, we have intel briefings at the unclassified level and showing you all the scary things that are going on up there. If we don't act now and get capabilities to protect our capabilities on orbit, both military and civilian capabilities and commercial, we are in a significant bind that, and our whole goal is to deter conflict in space. It's plain and simple that way. And it's getting in that era of great power competition. The Secretary of the Air Force published and here in February how the Air Force and the Space Force are getting after great power competition. And it's a pretty important what we do at the grassroots level with our industry partners on how we get after that. I'm going to talk about 3 different things real quick, kind of the background of great power competition, why that's important. I will talk about some of the missions we do. We do a lot of missions across my Delta, and we'll highlight a few of those successes. And then we'll roll in what you're very interested in about it, especially a lot of our commercial industry, talk about some of our available contract opportunities. Next slide. All right, so we are in an era of great power competition. If you've never read what the Secretary of the Air Force published, I would highly encourage you read through that. It really lays it out plain and simple. We are in a race. That earlier discussion about lunch was a race to the moon. We are in a race to protect and defend our assets on orbit, which also protects our joint warfighter. Anywhere our joint warfighter goes and our commercial industry goes, space is involved. And so we're here to do that. Something very innovative that we've been doing for the past couple years, a part of my organization, I'm under the PEO for Space Domain Awareness Combat Power under Colonel McLean. We've been focusing on kill chains to do all of our budgeting and planning. So we are finding the gaps that we have in our kill chains and reverse kill chains and aligning resources and budget to go after those. It also leverages, General Gutlein started this, and you'll see this a lot with our COMSO office under Colonel Nicely, but the exploit, buy, build strategy. If industry is already building it, why does the military have to build it? We could just buy that commercial service, or we could exploit. There's tons of data out there, and we have a few programs within my Delta that are exploiting really good data, and we're finding cool and interesting things that we didn't know for pennies on the dollar, and it's very valuable. So exploit what you have, buy what you can, and only build the military things that you must. We're also trying to leverage through all of our, there's a lot of innovation going in the Space Force and across the Department of Defense. We're trying to leverage that in a variety of areas, from experiments to prototypes. Big areas of emphasis is artificial intelligence, machine learning. We actually have a program we're working that we transitioned from Air Force Research Lab that's showing a lot of promise on our ops floor. We also, there's a big reorganization going on with the Space Force as the small and the newest service we have the ability and the agility to organize appropriately, we are organizing to go into integrated mission deltas. So an integrated mission delta, the ops, the acquisition, the support, contracting, finance, all in one organization in a specific capability area. So General Saltzman and the force is reorganizing. So you'll see new deltas pop up in these mission areas. And I think it's a great way to work. It gets the ops and acquisition community closer together. It helps leverage speed and innovation faster. And I saw this in my last job with Air Force Research Lab, but out on Maui, we did an integrated squadron. This is at the squadron level, so a smaller unit, but ops and acquisition and S&T all combined together, and it's providing us very good benefits of having that integration. We are also moving my #1 program in the Delta, and we've got 59 different programs, but the most important one is our cloud-based ground system. It's a project called Project Nebula. It feeds into Space Rapid Capabilities Office, R2C2. Really important to get our infrastructure into the cloud. We can exploit, transmit data. We can fly different missions from a lot of different locations if we're in the cloud. Pretty powerful. I'll give you one example of that. Some of that innovation that's coming across is there's a satellite we did, a partnership with Air Force Research Lab called Ascent. And we were able to command that satellite. It deployed off one of our rings that I'll talk about. We are able to command that satellite from any JWICS terminal in the world. So pretty powerful to be able to go out and leverage the cloud to help get resiliency, but also scale all of our current capabilities. The last one is we do a lot of smaller experiments. Many of them don't work. Many of them have problems and they don't make it, but we want to fail fast, learn from those experiments and prototypes, and then really test it and ring it out in that operational environment on orbit. So really get it up to that TRL level 6 and 7, and then see how we can infuse it into a program of record. Next slide. All right, so how many people in the room even know what an LDPE is or a rooster is? Oh, not a lot. Oh, cool. So let me tell you, this is a really big success story. It was born out of Air Force Research Lab, and it took a payload adapter ring on a launch vehicle that attaches to a satellite to the rocket. And usually they just burn up in the atmosphere or they're left on orbit, but actually turn that into a fully functioning satellite. That gave us the ability of our medium and heavyweight launch vehicles to take advantage of the extra throw weight or mass that those launch vehicles have and get satellites. Cool thing about it is that payload adapter ring you see in the top thing, that's an LDPE, so an ESPA D partnered with Northrop Grumman. But all of those ports around it, we can swap payloads on those rings and put some really cool experiments and prototypes on orbit very quickly and at a very reasonable cost. So really game changing. We've launched 3 of those rings, actually 4 of those rings recently have been operating on orbit, and we are changing the name and the branding, because if you know the nested acronym of LDPE, which is kind of complex, I encourage you to look it up, but it talks about EELV and others, but Rooster, Rapid On-Orbit Space Technology Evaluation Ring. So we launch and operate cool stuff on orbit that helps the Space Force. We had quite a few successes I'll get with as we go through, but just an amazing platform. And the cool thing about the platform, it's not the satellite. It's actually the interface. The payload interface that you use, if everybody is using the same standard interface, we can build them like Legos and plop different payloads on as long as you comply with the ICD that they have. So that's really the game-changing, innovative feature of these satellites. Next slide. All right. So part of the innovation and prototyping acquisition Delta, We have the longest running space program in the Department of Defense. We've been launching satellites since 1967 under the Space Test Program, very successful. A lot of the GPS capabilities, the OPIR, et cetera, started out as experiments from the labs across the Department of Defense and get launched on orbit. So 58 years, 312 missions. I'm not sure, I want to verify the accuracy of that number there, but no, it's actually the number right now. So we're going to be launching some more, so it'll change. But 666 experiments. That's a lot of stuff we launched on orbit. And just recently, we launched on the Transporter 10 mission. We launched the ISS, 2 different payloads. One is a materials experiment to test different focal planes and materials and how they age on orbit. And then we also launched a fairly large payload, the H9 payload module onto the ISS. So pretty spectacular history with STP, and it's still going strong. And that's despite the meager budget. So we are at a relatively stable, almost a flat budget, but we are launching more things because industry, the cost of launch is going down. And so we are innovating and taking advantage of that. And our goal is to get as many experiments on orbit as possible. Next slide. All right. So this picture is pretty interesting. So, and it kind of tells you something just by looking at it. I'll give you a fun fact that I learned as I took over this job. We have launched more experiments to the International Space Station than NASA has, which is pretty powerful. So through the Space Test Program, all our mission partners, Navy Research Lab, Air Force, Army, we have launched more experiments on the ISS. This is a current picture of all of our payloads on the ISS that are currently hosted. We have a payload ops center at Johnson Space Center down in Houston that operates all those payloads, and it really burns down the risk and it tests capabilities in that operational environment. NASA has been an extremely great partner and essentially helps us get experiments on orbit. You can also see, it's not listed here, I don't see it on there, but we also developed technology. This is Air Force Research Lab called the Rollout Solar Array. Pretty powerful technology, lightweight. You can roll up a whole solar array and then extend it when needed. And we launched that to the International Space Station. It has been very successful and helpful, and the performance very well, very good performance. And it has transitioned to industry. So a lot of industry partners are taking that technology and are going to be using it in the future. So pretty awesome capabilities and a national asset. The ISS is supposed to sunset in 2030. What happens when we no longer have the ISS up there to launch all of our experimentation? So think about those things at a national level, what we're trying to do. I know there's a lot of initiatives for commercial space stations, but really important national asset that's burned down risk for lots of programs. Next slide. All right, this is an eye chart, lots of stuff. I think the slides will be available. So if you wanted to go through here, just amazing level of really, we've been really busy. Since 2022, we launched 11 satellites in a 13-month period with 49 different payloads for 21 different mission partners in a 13-month span. That included 4 actually rings that we launched and operated on orbit, and it's been busy. This year, that was the launch in 2022. Most of the work is done once it's on orbit, and you're actually doing the experimentation and the training on orbit. And so we just come to the end in 2023 of our end of missions for a lot of these assets, and we are in the process of transitioning those to STARCOM. So Space Training and Readiness Command, they will become fixtures of the on-orbit test range. So just like we have an Edwards Air Force Base or Mojave, China Lake, White Sands, we will have a space range on orbit, and it will have capabilities, and we will get a really good benefit because those assets still have a lot of gas and a lot of capability, and we will leverage those for the on-orbit range for the Space Force. We have a lot of missions coming up. And 2024, our biggest mission, it's a Vanguard mission with Air Force Research Lab, and it's for the next generation GPS satellite called NTS-3. It is based on ring technology, the Northrop Grumman ESPA-STAR, but it's built by the payloads, and the prime on that is L3 Harris. And we're going to be launching that at GEO here in the fall, if everything goes well with Vulcan. So that's a crucial capability, and we'll test it out on orbit and then see if future GPS capability, if that regime and that technology really works, then I would expect more investments in there. Next slide. All right. So the Space Enterprise Consortium, this is a part of my organization as well. This is how we go fast. So if you're not a member of the consortium, this is Congress gave us other transaction authority, so OT authority, to go fast for prototypes. If you're not a member, highly encourage you to become a member, especially if you're small. It helps you build a network of folks that may buy your products or services. And it's been growing ever since it was established. It grew so fast that we ran out of the contracts. The first contract pretty quickly, I think it was about 2 years. And then we've got a pretty sizable contract now, $12 billion ceiling, 10-year period of performance. This is with NSTXL. So I know we do a lot of events, so I encourage you to go out there. If you have any questions, some of the solicitations that are going out here coming up, probably the most important one that you would be interested in is the, it's called GPS Lite, but they just renamed it Resilient GPS. You got it. So keep an eye out. That is getting ready to get released here, maybe within the week or two. So keep an eye on the consortium. Next slide. All right, we do have for STP, this has actually taken us a while to do. Our biggest limiting factor typically is not the technology, it's our capacity and throughput of our contracting. So getting everything lined up and the ability to execute a contract is a challenge, and we have to prioritize those. But we are just released the RFP for Step 2.0. This is for the Space Test Program. The whole goal of this, and I can't talk a lot about the details because the RFP has been released. So our goal is to buy buy satellite buses that are available to use on orbit. We don't want to develop them or spend a lot of NRE. Buy satellites off an IDIQ contract and encourage you guys to compete, and then give us options when not only STP and my Delta, but the rest of the Space Force, if you're working with experiments, give us the ability to go quickly and already have a fully qualified bus that we can use either at LEO or at GEO. So the RFP is out there. Submissions are due by 12 July. So make sure, and then if there's instructions there, if you have any questions for it. Next slide. All right, this is from a different part of my organization. So it's part of the Space Domain Awareness Combat Power and our BMC3 office. But we do have a freesol BAA contracting opportunity. So if you have great ideas and want to submit them, they take unsolicited white papers and proposals, and we can do that for classified, unclassified, and everything in between. Really important capability. So freesol BAA, run by my counterpart, Colonel Neil Roach and his team under Colonel McLean and Ms. Pallone. All right, next slide. Okay, so those are some of the wave top levels of things we're doing within our organization and Space Systems Command. Really excited. We're partnering with Assured Access to Space, the SML portfolio, so Space Maneuver and Logistics. And we are pushing hard to do on-orbit refueling in a variety of manners. Right now, we have two areas we're focusing on is the Northrop Grumman, the ARM and PRM solution, and then also Orbit Fab's Rafty. So we want to get those on orbit, test them out in that operational environment, hedge our bets because we don't know which one will work and which one will work better than the other. And it's always better to have more than one and test them out, and so we can hedge our bets, but really want to get that on-orbit refueling infrastructure started. And we have seen that the market, the government is going to have to prime the pump and start that market because there is not right now commercial. We don't see a commercial market just from the data and information we know. But I know if we build it and test it and it actually works well, we will invest a lot in it. So it gives us the ability to maneuver. And as we talked earlier, that environment, it is a warfighting environment. The ability to maneuver is a huge distinct advantage for our forces. So if we can leverage that going forward, on-orbit refueling, very important capability. All right, I have no idea how much time we have, but I'm open to lots of questions. And yeah. And
The Space Futures Command Task Force, if you could just tell us a little bit about that. I know it's standing up on 1 August, right?
yeah, so real quick, I'm part of SSE's representation on Space Systems Command representation on the Space Futures Command, the newest field command for the Space Force. It is standing up. The provisional stand-up is in August, and by the end of the year, we'll have a general officer running the organization, and we'll be moving units and capabilities over to that. The goals of that is to help ensure we do the analytics and the force design on the future objective force that the Space Force is trying to get after, that we do the requisite modeling and sim, wargaming to prove this out. The Space Warfighting, the SWAC, Space Warfighting Analysis Center, will be a cornerstone, one of 3 pillars of Space Futures Command. You'll also have a contingent. This is the Advanced Technology and Concepts Group, kind of born out of LA. It'll be run by Colonel Pete Mastro. So think of new ideas and concepts and how do we pool and develop roadmaps for those concepps. And then we'll have, it's Del 10, but there's still some discussion, but the wargaming Delta. So there's going to be a really important wargaming piece to this that transitions into Space Futures Command. The things that you would be interested that are kind of off limits is the Air Force Research Lab. So that'll stay one lab supporting 2 services, so that won't be impacted. But Space Futures Command is going to be an integral part of all that S&T architecture to develop capabilities and help it transition out of the lab. So great question.
Have a question.
need some
Just
good
one. Sir, are you gonna stick around? Are you gonna go
Yeah.
to the dinner after?
I won't be able to make the dinner, but I will stick around for a little bit. There's a few companies I wanted to talk with, but definitely encourage, if you cannot talk to me tonight, but where's Tom? There he is, Tom Smith. So he is my guardian. He is my front door for me, but he came from the front door team. And so he does a lot of my industry and business engagements and works through those a lot. So do not hesitate to reach out to us. And I know most of you have our cards, but if you don't have my card, reach out through the front door. So just send them an email. There's a website, just Google SSE front door. You'll be able to find it, and then they'll be able to get you to the right person. So, all right.
As a fan of the front door, also a big fan of what you guys are doing with the integrated deltas. So I'm Troy from KMI. We're liking to move fast. We're going to ISS. We're doing great stuff with AFRL and others. How quickly are we going to be seeing more of these integrated deltas between acquisitions and the other pieces? Because we're loving it. It's actually moving at the speed we need to.
Yeah, you'll see the rollout plan that basically they did 2 experimental versions of integrated mission deltas, one for electronic warfare and the other one for GPS. From that, they're going to expand, and most mission areas will become a part of that process. They have a robust process where the leadership decides which ones will go next. Expect over the course of probably the summer for more announcements on which units will be standing up for that. Also, it works really well, and you also have to watch out those. Sometimes that vertical integration in a mission area, you got to also think about where do you do that horizontal integration across the enterprise. So you got to be very careful, but I will say very similar to other organizations out there. So the National Reconnaissance Office was horizontally integrated, the towers for their mission areas, SIGINT, IMINT, COM, and that worked very well for a very long time. But they have layers where there's enterprise approaches to like ground systems and other infrastructure that all those organizations think. So pretty exciting time and change of paradigm, and really excited that we're fusing ops, acquisition, and S&T together. So yeah, you're welcome. All right, thank you very much.
Oh, we're always a little behind. Here's a present. Thank you. Don't fall off the stage. Anyways, and Troy, you forgot to tell him you were a new Space Igniter company. Right. Okay. I think that's off. So, next we're gonna move to what we do is we have 4 different sessions for our 3 concurrent working groups. We're gonna have one session this afternoon, and before we have one of these sessions, we like to have a panel to set the stage. So the first panel is going to be is space policy, regulation, landscape, and financing space. Bryce Kennedy is leading the panel and joined by Aaron Vaughn from AFRL, Omar Pimentel from DIU, and Bruce Cahan from Urban Logic, and Namrata Goswami, who you've met earlier. I want to also let you know the working group chairs when we go off to the working groups is Nick Joseph from AFRL and Bruce Cahan from Urban Logic. And the report, we always have a report lead, and that we're sharing. So Omar is going to take the baton today. And then each of these working group panels, I will introduce the full structure of the working group.
Yeah, when everyone to stand. Yes.
What input, that way it can't go to one at a time. We're going to want to set that'll give you a way to write comments.
Hello. Okay. All right. Well, great to be here. Thanks, everyone, for coming. This is a very near and dear panel to my heart, which I'm very excited about. My name is Bryce Kennedy. I'm president of Association of Commercial Space Professionals. We build regulatory training. Started out as a law firm where we saw a lot of space startups fail because of the regulations, which is nothing new to anyone here. And so we decided to do something about it. We broke off as a nonprofit. I'm now a recovering attorney and leading these trainings, and we focus on really the big 4 or 5 issues where it's export compliance, GovCon, cybersecurity, and licensing. And very distinguished panel here. I'm really excited. What we're going to do is we're going to solve all of the regulatory problems here today. And hopefully actually come up with some really good high-level solutions where we can start moving the needle. The one thing that I'm sure everyone knows is we all know we need to streamline the regs. We all know we need to fix export control. Everyone here is very well versed in this. And so we're going to think, I'm going to challenge the panel to think outside the box today. We had a brief discussion, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how we do that so we can come up with some new solutions. Why don't we start off with introductions with Erin, and then we can just go down the line.
Sure. Yeah, I'm Dr. Erin Bond. I am from AFRL, Space Vehicles Directorate. I'm actually in the nuclear deterrence operations field. So we are sort of tangentially associated with space in the sense that we're interested in the reentry portion from space, which has a significant regulatory issue associated with it. If anyone's been following anything recent in the news regarding the Varda reentry situation, that's what we've been involved with, and definitely an issue that or problem that we are very interested in solving on the very near term. So that's why I'm here, and hopefully I can help influence the process moving forward and make sure that we can efficiently partner with commercial industry to do what we need to do on the government side for technology advancement.
Hi, I'm Namrata Goswami, and I introduced myself to you before, but for the purpose of this panel, I would also like to say that space policy is near and dear to my heart, and I do enjoy teaching global space policy, not just US, but also internationally. And currently, as I said before, I'm teaching at the Thunderbird School, Arizona State University, where Bryce was a graduate from, and also with the African Space Leadership Institute. Great to be here.
Have a dead one here. Hello, hello. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Omar Pimentel, and I'm the Policy and Strategy Lead for the Defense Innovation Unit Space Portfolio. I come and joined DIU this past summer after being an academic at the Hoover Institution at Stanford University. Very excited to be on this distinguished panel. Everyone here next to me were experts I looked up to as I was coming up in the space industry, and I'm incredibly honored to be sitting next to them and speak to you all soon about what the heck DIU knows or does about and we'll be working on when it comes to space policy and regulation. So very excited to be here. Thank you.
So I'm Bruce Cahan, and because if you have two lawyers in the room, it's safer. I'm a recovering Wall Street lawyer, Hong Kong merchant banker, geospatial technology finance pioneer for the federal government, 9/11 responder, Ashoka Fellow, member of the Explorers Club, and I teach finance and ethics to folks at Stanford Engineering. In Urban Logic, my nonprofit, I'm doing some research for OUSD RE on what are the financial tools for the space economy, what are the human capital tools that we need to bring the diversity to bear. And as part of Stanford Center for Legal Informatics, how might we use legal tech, reg tech, to simplify or at least highlight what needs to and can be done in an automated way to simplify getting space companies and the government out of its own way.
All right. Well, let's just jump in. One of the things that I notice with regulation, especially in the US, is that a lot of times it's reactive. And we were discussing briefly how I often get this question is, well, what's it going to take for regulation to streamline, to become more efficient? And then also, are there any historical notes that would be relevant today that we could use in that for space, as well as are there any examples in countries that have looked to the US regulatory regime that have taken the quote unquote best practices and implemented it within there? So there's a few different questions there. Let's just go down the line. We'll start with Bruce. You could focus on the regulatory, but also I think bring up exactly what we were talking about earlier, as opposed to that, and then we can just go down.
So, you know, whenever I'm on a panel with Namrata, it's always, you know, scary to hear what the rest of the world is doing and how we're playing catch up. But in fact, we are. And to do that, you would want to see, maybe we talked about a Venn diagram earlier, what are the regulatory hurdles or domains terrestrially that are invoked or will be invoked by space activities. We don't even have a consistent list of the space activities that we want to pursue in our country. So once you figure out the domain of those regulatory bodies, you can start to mine their processes for how to align those. And the processes are actually fairly repeating. There's always an identifier for the company. There's an identifier for the activity of a regulated entity. Increasingly, those activities are expressed in digital form. And so we could think ahead of the curve about licensing holistic sets of activities that will merge together, will have to be interoperable from not only a functional point of view, but a legal licensing point of view. You don't want to be without a license to do the activity that you need to carry on the next activity. Many of you know I proposed and designed a space commodities exchange. Part of the reason for that is that the rule book for a commodities exchange anticipates amongst the members issues that cannot be solved by just the application of law, such as how do I reclaim space debris without getting sued as violating the sovereignty of a nation who sent the object of it that created the debris. Amongst the members of an exchange, you can agree to do that. We need to look also at some precedents for getting our, excuse the expression on a Wednesday, getting our shit together. We do that when we had COVID. We do that when we had 9/11. We do that when we thought we had a millennium issue of the date change for the 2000s. So why do we have to think that we cannot, as a country, get our industry and our public sectors together on the same page? We can do that. And now with the scare that NAMI gives me, I think we should do that.
I got it here. Thanks, Bruce. And you make a really good point on the importance of closing business cases and not just having government run the way that space companies are supposed to, quote unquote, succeed. And an important lesson on this, without having to air a lot of grievances on where we're failing on policy development in the DoD, I think it's important to show just how DIU has evolved and what role we would like to play in the policy ecosystem. So as of last summer, we published our DIU 3.0 strategy. And DIU has become, especially in the media, to those that are extremely familiar with our rise, we've come from being a modest garage band in the middle of the 2010s to being a significantly funded government agency under the Office of the Secretary of Defense. And that brings with it a host of responsibilities and things that we want to be able to do and are going to do. It's something really important to point out, and thank you to Colonel Nisley for pointing out the Space Force's commercial strategy, but there's another strategy I liked a little more because it's just 5 pages, and it's the OSD Policy's Commercial Space Integration Strategy. And within that strategy, there's a really good line towards the end of it that gives DIU and a number of other agencies within DoD the mandate to assist commercial companies in clearing regulatory hurdles where national security imperatives exist. That's, I think, where DIU is going to hold on to really tightly and help accomplish our goal, right? And what DIU does is we accelerate the adoption of commercial technology for national security purposes at speed and scale and for strategic effect. And adoption is the important part of that goal and that mission of ours, right? We're not going to procure a technology and create an exquisite product for only our use. It's not any use to me if I go do that. Our goal is to close a business case as well. I don't want to do business with a space company if they can't go out there and market that capability in the open market as well. Now, where that issue comes in, and most importantly, why we have a policy team at DIU now, is that these companies want to go out and commercialize and sell their product, but there's a number of regulatory hurdles that they're facing, right? And now we want to have DoD as part of this conversation, And we want to go out there, and we're currently creating a lot of these pathways and networking and creating these bilateral conversations between the Department of Defense and the interagency with regulators in Washington, D.C. to show them, hey, we have this really interesting capability coming aboard that we want to bring to the Department of Defense, but we want this company to also be able to go out there in a number of years and sell it out in the open market. Hey, wink, wink, regulator, don't be spooked if this happens. Let's work on it now. So when we want to commercialize this down the road, we're not scratching our heads and be like, oh man, I wonder how we're going to do this. So that's a quick glimpse on how DIU hopes to look at the way we fit in the policy and regulation ecosystem in Washington. And as people my age like to say, my DMs are open. Email me, I'll be around. We want to hear where the grievances lie. Where are the pain points for our commercial customers? Where can we best be a good voice for them in Washington to clear the pathway for a commercial business case, right? Because if you clear that hurdle and that valley of death, we're open for business, and we're going to be at the forefront with you as regulators.
Oh, there we go. That is awesome. I'm very encouraged by that, because one of the things I just wanted to step in real quick, that I was talking to a few people from DoD, and we were talking about export controls, and they go, we just stamp ITAR required on it just to cover our butts. And I'm like, oh no. And they like, well, what does that mean? And I'm like, you have just literally potentially sunk that company or put them in a world of hurt. And the fact that you're going out there and going to the Capitol and having these discussions, advocating for both, and I think this is the thing. I don't think anyone's doing this maliciously. It's just an educational aspect to realize when you stamp ITAR on something, the level of bureaucracy that entails, and money, and then also the liability is just massive. It's very, very encouraging.
A quick note of optimism on that. It did not take a lot for us to go and start meeting with regulators. I have been increasingly optimistic about the way we have been welcomed with open arms by the FAA, by the Office of Space Commerce, by FCC, and especially when that strategy launched, I didn't have to go knocking at any one of those organizations' doors to speak about that line in the strategy. I had all of them reach out to us and say, hey, we saw this in the strategy. How are we going to work together? And I hope that makes everyone optimistic in this room as well.
Yeah, so to answer your question about can we learn something from other countries? So I think the one way that regulation is perceived in, say, India or Japan, South Korea, or Luxembourg or UAE is they see it as strategic. So regulation is not made after an activity is already demonstrated. They anticipate it, they see their landscape, and then they come up with regulation. So I'll give you an example of Japan. So when Japan iSpace was talking about going to the moon and doing mining activities, Japan suddenly realized that they need to have a national level legislation and regulatory process that supports their company. And then so went about building that entire structure. If you look at their regulatory explanatory pages, it's very clear where the company has to go to, where do they get the licensing from, and more importantly, how much funding they can generate from a government source. So there is clarity. Now, in terms of India, I think there are two lessons that India learned from the US, and so did China. One is that there is a great strategic advantage the US has today because of its private sector. And that happened with all the problems we hear, right? So for example, launch capability, Starlink, and so forth. But that might not always be an advantage going forward. So while they also wanted to have very similar private space ecosystem, they learned from the problems the American companies were pointing out. For example, so many regulatory hurdles and no one-stop shop. So what India did was very interesting. So they set up InSpace, which is the one-stop shop for all licensing and as well as regulatory, whatever license a space company might need to do the activity they want to do. So very clear who is in charge. And what is even more interesting is that in the Indian space policy document, that is all they tell you. Who do you need to go in terms of which is the body? The Space Force commercial space strategy has tried to do that in terms of who to go, but they are not a regulatory body. It's more about what contracts, right? And I'll finally say that UAE has done that too. So if you look at the UAE Space Commission, they've also tried to streamline regulation. Whether they're going to be able to activate the same level of innovation, I don't know, but they're surely trying. and having this kind of very clear kind of licensing of companies. Now, China is an amazing example of kickstarting their private space companies with enormous amount of government subsidy, but they still treat it as a private commercial sector. So what they did is that around 2014, SpaceX and Blue Origin had still not launched at that time. They succeeded, I think, in 2015. So there was and this is again where leadership is very vital. In India, the space program regulation and missions is because of a few leaders. They recognize, we talk a lot about how we need consensus, but sometimes you also need leaders that can actually see the landscape and push the government. So, so that is actually something that I would say that leadership matters. So in China, there were a few space scientists and engineers who realized that if China wants to have beyond just traditional programs in low Earth orbit and say on the moon, they then need to have a very clear, three very good clarity. One, how would they regulate those activities that are going to be novel space activities in their mind, commercial space, something they've never done. Two, which is the licensing body. They have about 100 internal regulatory processes that one body, CNSA, brings together. Very similar with cyber too. They have 170 cybersecurity laws. And then finally, they also very clearly clarified the financing. How do you do the financing? So I think those are lessons learned.
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot to add to what everyone else has said, but I am encouraged to hear about what DIU is doing. That sounds wonderful. I agree. I have engaged with the FAA, the major test ranges, and I have felt welcomed in those conversations. But I also engage a lot with the small businesses who are trying to engage with those regulatory bodies independently, and they're not seeing the same kind of warm welcome. And so I've been trying to act as the sort of a go-between, someone to bring everyone to the table and say, look, we got to figure this out. I've noticed that the regulatory agencies are deprioritizing exclusively commercial activities, which does not help us on the government side as we try to partner with these commercial businesses. We want the businesses to demonstrate their commercial capabilities independently of our partnership with them and show that they are stable and successful. And this is good for the economy at large, but definitely helps us feel comfortable in our partnership with them and adding our trust in them to be able to carry out the government missions as well. And so I think emphasizing with the regulatory agencies the value of these commercial businesses independent of their government partnerships would be great to see, and to allow them to be able to have the successful engagement that we see on the government side.
Fantastic, thank you. Bruce, real quick, what would you say if we were talking about the VC kind of mindset? What other innovative financial mechanisms would you suggest that companies begin looking at or towards?
So I'm actually researching some of this for the OUS DRE. What I'd like us to go back to is the common sense of storytelling, that any of the companies we're talking about have a life cycle story that they can tell with some legitimacy based on the maturity of the technology and team and maybe some of the capital that they've acquired. And they can only tell a legitimate story that a particular capital source would want to hear at a given point in time. Obviously, the primes can tell their story to institutional investors, let's say, or sovereign wealth funds. But there's a whole readiness level, set of readiness level gateways that the story of building a space company involves. It's TRL, it's manufacturing, it's systems readiness, it's investor readiness. Is there a business case, as we hear from others? I propose there's a commoditization readiness level. This is research I've done with Sean Ross at AFRL. So what you'd like to do ideally is have a fluid capital market, set of capital market options, both in the debt and the equity space, that would match each scale of readiness that someone might get to. You would see that VCs only have a tolerance for certain TRLs, and then they shouldn't be in the picture because the cost of VC money and its likelihood of being there at the next readiness level is minimal. They want their exit. They want to be out of it. Okay, who's going to do that IPO? Who's on the other side of buying that newly publicly owned company? That story has not been told by this industry well. And SPACs for a time were this kind of confetti that people looked at and thought was going to work. It was just confetti. It didn't work. Hiding from the public markets why a company will succeed in its story was not a recipe for success for this industry. So are there space bonds? There could be space bonds. We heard a small example with spaceport bonds. Could there be mezzanine finance? Could there be tax advantaged debt, much as the SBIC program out of SBA? There could be a whole range of financial tools that deal with the 0 to 9 maturity of manufacturing and the other readiness levels. But we're not thinking that way. And then obviously with a commodities exchange, we would see where supply and demand for which commodity, when and where, in what orbit would matter, so that you could predict how much supply, in other words, how much company investment you want to make to give the supply that meets that demand and doesn't overshoot that demand. Because then you end up with white elephant companies that have to be, put through bankruptcy. So the good news is we know this Rubik's Cube in America. We know how to fund a whole variety of maturities of companies. We're just not yet, on it for space.
Omar, real quick, for DIU, what are you seeing between public-private partnerships that you're looking towards? How can it be used to optimize investment strategies to support growth? Have you, at this stage of DIU, have you seen a lot of that?
So I think something that comes up time and time again on these panels is demand signals. And something that, Bruce, you touched on it a little bit, is that we need to recognize that the age, the size, and the nascence of the space economy right now means that the government is still the anchor tenant, the anchor customer of the majority of what's driving this, right? And being that the reality, there needs to be good communication as into what is wanted by that customer and how we're going to bring that to fruition, right? And that we have a number of mechanisms to develop technology, but we haven't been the best customer at closing that deal and becoming a good customer, right? Which is where DIU hopes to fit in, and close that case to be a good customer, right? So I think it's up to us and a number of other innovation agencies that are experts in bringing this technology to this large customer called the Department of Defense specifically, because there are other customers within the US government, and being a good customer, right? And voicing what is wanted and being at the end of the finish line with holding the bag and saying that this is where we hope to arrive with this technology, right? But time and time again, unfortunately, we've seen that that doesn't come to the end, right? And the valley of death continues to be a buzzword that shows up in every single one of these panels, right? Because at the end of that valley is still the government without the money, right? Oh, we don't have it. Oh, the demand signal wasn't real, or oh, that person running this program isn't there anymore. So yeah, I'll also bow out here as our policy and regulations person and not our commercial business person. But I will say it's important to know what role we play as a Department of Defense, being an important customer, and we need to recognize that and the way we do business. And I don't think that we're there just yet, but we're working on it.
Thank you. Namrata, I'm gonna pivot real quick to last year's SSIB. There are two things that really struck me, and I'm curious what you think. One of them was the recommendation or suggestion of designating space as, what's it called? Yeah, critical infrastructure, thank you. And then the second point was interagency cooperation, something similar to CFIUS. Pros and cons of each, if you can.
Yeah. Well, so when and I actually also think space assets should be declared critical infrastructure, because now, as I understand, what is being stated in US policy is that space assets or whatever is in space contributes to critical infrastructure, which is not what space is. So I think, so what it implies is that because we hear this word a lot, that space is contested, that our assets are insecure, we need to secure them. So I think when you declare a particular asset a critical infrastructure, at least when I can compare it with other countries, and one country has done that, it means that you are going to make the security of that infrastructure a priority. It sends signal, right? One, it sends signal to a country that might actually want to make that insecure, that no, you're going to take that very seriously. And second, it also means that you're going to put financing and investment to make it secure, so that there are very clear implications from policy and operational side. So China, for example, in 2020, the National Reform Commission declared space assets as critical infrastructure. And and by the way, for them, cyber is also critical infrastructure, which means that they also explain to you what it means. It means that if you attack a Chinese space system, they will counter. And so it's a very clear signaling, not just to the US, but to other nations as well. So I think it's a good idea because it signals intent, but I would also need to study more what it means in terms of US culture and policy. And I know the Department of Homeland Security has a definition on that. In terms of interagency and how do you bring everything together? We heard this morning that the National Space Council does that in a sense in terms of coordination. But I still hear a lot of dissension, for example, from commercial company. I think there are two different things we are talking about here. One, we are talking about how do we coordinate policy, right, in terms of a very clear strategic signaling as to what the US wants to do in terms of space. Several agencies put out their own policy document. You know, the DoD also has a space policy document, so different intent, different purposes. So probably we need some collaboration between them, which the National Space Council can do. But then the second problem is that, which I hear a lot, is that commercial companies then do not have a very clear idea as to what is required of them. So maybe we need an organization that can put that all together. We are hoping that the Office of Space Commerce does that, but I do hear that there are huge issues of staffing and workforce. How do you actually get that done? So I would say that I am wanting to generate a conversation on whether we need an overarching department. I have not made my mind up on that. But I mean, someone told me that, yeah, but the US doesn't have domain-specific departments, but actually we do, the Department of the Interior, right? So I'm trying to, I still haven't made up my mind on that, but yeah.
Be by the end of this conference, if you will. All right, Aaron, for you, what are you seeing from the AFRL side that, you know, I'm trying to look at this from kind of a year to year where we have these suggestions, we have these, and I'm sure you see it a lot in your role where from top down, there are these, let's implement this, let's go fast, where are you seeing the hiccups in the implementation aspect of these new directives that don't necessarily need to be hiccups? That is it a culture thing? Is it just a personal, you know, yeah, interpersonal type thing? Because one of the thing that I really worry about on discussions like this is that we're just hitting the redundancy button and nothing's actually moving. So I'm just curious what you're seeing on your side.
Yeah, sure. So, you know, from where I sit in the microcosm of S&T at AFRL, you know, I think some of our biggest hurdles involve contracting, you know, funding, consistency, those kinds of things. it's funny because coming from the academic world, the technological aspect of it was always the hardest part. And then moving into government from that world, I realized that's been the easiest part all along, which was a huge culture shock for me. Like the technology advancement is easy compared to contracting and finance and all of, regulatory issues and those kinds of things. So I've joked with some of my, some of the contractors that I work with that, once we solve the contracting problem, then we can solve the nuclear deterrence problem, because or the other way around, we might solve nuclear deterrence first, you never know. So at least that's from my standpoint, that's been kind of the hardest part when like has been mentioned, if you have congressional interest items, congressional ad money that is coming down, and we recently were notified that we are receiving one. We still haven't got it yet. It's going to be June, and we need to obligate and execute these funds. And we need to have a contract in place to support that, and to have a phase 3 contract, that's going to take us almost 6 months to get in place, and so it's a stressful situation. I mean, it's great to have money to spend, but like has already been said, it's tricky to get all of those other moving pieces moving at the same pace. So that's been my experience.
Awesome. Well, thank you. That looks like the conclusion of our panel. Thank you to our panelists, and thank you, Casey and the team, for hosting this.
Thank you. Thank you all. I have my little jingly. It's turning out to be a good sign to shut it down. This says a break, but I am saying, I think there's some candy and snacks out there. Take a break as you need to. We want to set the stage for the other 2 working groups, and it's always a little tight on our timing because we're trying to get these panels ahead of the working group sessions. So it sets the stage. So our next working group, and as I said, let's see, space sensing. For these working groups, we do have the QR code up, but like I said, we're not going to discuss it like we will discuss in those co-innovation sessions. So next panel is space sensing, and we have Dr. Peter Wagner leading the panel. Dr. Wagner is the CEO of Black V, a new company he may tell you a little bit about. And we have Dr. Jamie Stearns joining from Air Force Research Lab, Katie Corcoran, there we go, from DIU. And then just to let you know, when we do go in the sessions, the working group chairs will be Jamie Stearns, Katie Corcoran, Captain Spezard, and Dr. Sarah Crandell. And the working group report lead will be our own Andrew McKinsey. So if we could first, get the panel going, and thank you so much. Oh, and by the way, beyond also with these QR codes, if you've seen on the website, the conference website, there's a section where you log in and the password is New Space Nexus with the N, the S, and the N for capitalized, and then the E in Nexus is a 3. And there's a discussion board there too that you could also add comments as you want. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Peter Wagner, and thank you for moderating.
Thank you, Casey. In whatever order you want. That's maybe alphabetical. Well, good afternoon, the stalwarts who are sticking with us while there's candy outside. First, thanks for having me. I'm Peter Wagner, as Casey said, not just the CEO of a new startup company, but also a member of the New Space Nexus Advisory Board. So really pleased to be here. and really pleased to be here with both Katie and Jamie. Katie Corcoran is a senior scientist and program manager at DIU, and Jamie Stearns, Dr. Jamie Stearns and Dr. Katie Corcoran. Jamie is the cislunar lead for AFRL. So maybe I'll start in that order, let you guys give a little bit of background on yourselves, and we'll jump into some questions.
Test, test. All right. Sounds live. Yeah, Katie Corcoran here. I am a technical SME with a remote sensing background, both passive and active systems. I lived in the national lab space for a few years while I got my PhD at the University of Tennessee. Went to industry for about 5 years to Orbital Sidekick, which was is a hyperspectral imaging startup in San Francisco. And now, most recently, I'm 6 months into my tenure at DIU, as Peter said, as a program manager there. So I don't have a depth of experience as an insider of defense things. But I do have a set of fresh eyes on these problems, and that's what I'll offer today.
Great. Hi, I'm Jamie Stearns. I'm at the Air Force Research Lab Space Vehicles Directorate. My background is actually in physical chemistry. That has absolutely nothing to do with what I do now. Took a weird and winding journey at, woohoo, shout out chemistry. Oh, hey, Oscar. Took a weird and winding journey from basic research at AFRL, over the last 10 to 15 years into SSA, SDA, and space control, which is where I've done most of my work here. I've held a variety of, I'll say, strategic technical management kind of jobs, serving as a mission lead, serving as an AFRL space deputy capability lead, back when that job existed. So I've touched a lot of different things in my time here, but in the last few years, 4 to 5 years, really refocused on cislunar SSA and all the other technologies that we need to develop at the research lab as we support NASA and the commercial enterprise going back to the moon.
All right, great. So I thought we would take this conversation in 2 parts. The first part, a bit of a year-end retrospect, to get insights from you on what you think were notable achievements or changes over the last year. And we could stretch that over maybe 36 months if you want to go back that far. And then the second part of the discussion, we'll look at what do you think is coming in the future. So let's take the first part of that, and maybe starting with you, Jamie. In the domain that you're working in, what do you think were some of the notable achievements that you saw happen over the last year?
I'm going to give a really weird and boring answer, and I look forward to all of you arguing with me a little bit in the group session later. I think what we're seeing right now is the very slow turn of a lot of inertia in a positive direction. I think, coming from an SSA or SDA point of view, I think we have been dealing with a small number of sensors that are very hard to upgrade. We've been dealing with an enterprise that is just learning how to work with commercial, how to just learn to buy data. I think one of the stories of the last couple of years is just the continued normalization of that. The Joint Commercial Operations floor continues to do exercises and demonstrations and invite all comers to work at a completely unclassified level and say, hey, if you think you can contribute to this problem, come show your stuff, let's find out. And I think one of the most exciting, for me in the area I work now, one of the most exciting developments in that is the stand-up of the JCO-X. That is, let's start working cislunar problems. So as launches have gone up in the last 6 months or so, they've had focused efforts figuring out what works, what doesn't, what problems are so challenging that we see which commercial providers don't even bid because they know their stuff can't do it, but maybe we've now incentivized them to move in a direction where they can start to support those missions. So I think with efforts like that, it's not like a big momentous thing, but it is the beginning of a lot of, or I'll say the continued fight against a lot of that inertia. So I think that's kind of one of the major things.
So really a positive kind of movement that you see. Have there been sort of negative or reverses in that momentum that you're seeing that were notable over the last year?
I think we still don't quite understand how best to use that data. I think, Department of Commerce, again, kind of a success story in the slow, boring kind of way, slowly taking on more of this mission, becoming more capable, building up their space traffic coordination systems, learning how to ingest commercial data and work with it. I think especially on the DoD side, though, we're still figuring out, if we want to go do a force design, what's that base layer of commercial look like? I don't know that we know that answer yet. So it's not like a roadblock or something new that's popped up. It's a thing we haven't gotten to
More learning
that I
that's-
really think we need to prioritize.
Yeah, very good. Katie, how about you from a remote sensing perspective, really Earth remote sensing? What have you seen over the last year, maybe both positive and negative in the sector?
Yeah, well, I share Jamie's positive sentiment about the last few years of progress. And my focus isn't on any like discrete event, it's more trends focused. So some of the things I'm seeing are, for example, just, growing support for acute, or not even acute, chronic conflicts like the conflict in Ukraine. Companies like Capella Space supporting on an ongoing basis. I'm going to brag on a lot of DIU portfolio companies while I'm up here. Also, companies getting more creative with the remote sensing solutions, doing more with less. In that sense, Muon Space is a really good example of that. An increased focus on analytical products, right? So no longer is everybody just talking about selling data, raw data to the government. That I think people have moved past that expectation. Now that sensor operators now understand that most government users don't want a hyperspectral data cube or a SAR image straight off the sensor. They want analytical products that are actionable. And so I'm seeing more of that in these conversations with industry partners. And then in general, just partnerships, conversations around working together, collaborations, both between government and industry, but also between industry partners that seemed unlikely just a few years ago. So those trends are notable at this point.
I'm going to throw some questions in that I didn't give you a heads up about, so my apology, but I'm the moderator, so I get to do that. You've both touched a little bit on what I would call product market fit. And where do you think we are in each of those domains in terms of the industry finding product market fit with the customer?
Throwing some business terms at me, eh? No, I think I have a couple thoughts on that. One, we already kind of touched on, we're still learning how to use data, but I love what Katie said about, there's a role there for analytical products too. How do I buy what is functionally a service? I think there's specifically some SDA companies that are getting quite good at that. I don't quite understand how much of that is, I don't understand the business side of that, but I know there is tremendous capability out there that we need to be taking advantage of. There's another angle on that, which is the item that's in between the data and the final product, which is the SDA space is rife with opportunities for new algorithms, just better ways of processing data in the realm I work in right now, to do cislunar SSA. Oh, we can turn the moon on. Like, okay, what other cool things can you do? There are huge roadblocks right now because of our kind of ancient C2 systems into, there's all this great capability out there. How do we even ingest it? And I think this was part of my thinking about year in review even was, I think we have started taking the first baby steps towards modernizing some of those C2 systems. We're not ready to ingest new things yet, but I think we've taken the first couple steps as an enterprise to where we can start adopting all of the great work that's going on out there across, commercial industry, academia, allied partners. Everyone out there is working on algorithms for something, and we're getting a little bit closer to being able to ingest them and actually use them by warfighters, but I think we're not quite there yet, but that's a positive thing I would look for in the next couple of years.
Anything to add? I mean, you talked about integration of algorithms and moving products to really made it, maybe from just raw data to integrated solutions and answers. And maybe the question that goes through my mind is the customer at a point where they are able to buy that kind of capability? And in the business world, I like to tell my team that being too early is the same as being wrong.
Yeah, so are they ready, right? Some are, right? And
Yeah, can we give the science answer of it depends?
Right. Well, I mean, it's so some are, that's for sure. But those that aren't are partnering with aggregators like Skyfi, Cognitive Space, URSA, companies that aggregate and then do something with those data sets to make a meaningful, actionable product for customers, and not just any particular customer, a range of customers. Yeah. So we're seeing that where companies don't necessarily have the resources to develop that on their own, or maybe not even desire to do that. It's not part of the business model. So we're seeing that. I'm happy about that.
Good, good. We heard some discussion about this morning in a couple talks. In 2024, the DoD, John Plum, as the OSD Secretary for Space Policy, published the DoD Commercial Space Strategy. And then I think even before that, or maybe after, I forget the timeline a little bit, but the U.S. Space Force published their own commercial space strategy. How do you think that's impacted the space community so far? I know those are really early, recently released kind of reports, but are you seeing any kind of notable impacts from that kind of high-level policy directive?
Hello. Okay. So I would reframe that a little bit because the policy is not published in a vacuum, right? And we all know this. All these ideas incubate coincidentally across the ecosystem and they evolve together, right? So a good example of this is in especially the Space Force's strategic document emphasizes very heavily hybrid space architectures. Well, the DIU has like a big presence with HSA. And we've been actively working those programs for at least 2 years now. And we actually just on-ramped another set. We're adjudicating those now, making those decisions now. So we'll have a second wave of hybrid space architecture solutions onboarded. So that's just an example of how these things kind of work together.
Yeah, that commercial integration was a key theme in both of those policy documents, that industry and government need to really figure out how to work together to make those capabilities operational. Jamie, thoughts?
Yeah, I think a lot of it just kind of reaffirmed directions that we thought we should go, or we hoped we should go. But I think there was definitely a lot of encouragement as to which specific areas maybe are or are not available for commercial integration and where we should be prioritizing and how we should be thinking about it. So now when it comes down to it and we say, hey, we might want to build a satellite and just have it flown by the people who build it. Let's not bring it like, okay, hey, we might want to build a satellite and have it use commercial ground stations. Oh, okay, right? Like there's now kind of this sea change in the fact that things that might have been anathema a few years ago are now just like an alternative way of doing business that we actually see as something really forward-looking to continue that integration, and to where even prototyping different levels or different types of government commercial partnerships, things like flying satellites is where my brain comes back to on this. That's something that we as a laboratory can explore, is just all those different modes. So I think those strategies have really opened up and given, I don't want to say top cover, but like reaffirmed that's a thing that we should keep doing.
So they've given you top cover and now you have this great broad grand strategy. What do you see are the roadblocks to implementing that strategy across the, whether it's government, policy, commercial, whatever? What do you think the major roadblocks are going to be?
I think it's a lot of the usual stuff, right? It's culture, it's risk aversion. I think there's also an element, and this kind of comes back more to when we don't want to buy a commercial service, but maybe we want to integrate different pieces of different, you used the term aggregators earlier. Someone needs to take all that capability and actually, or take all of those little fractions of capability and assemble it into something real. That's a huge ask. I've made the joke about other missionaries in the past that, 10 ISAM SBIRs are not going to self-assemble into a military capability, right? Even in ISAM, we can't do that yet. I think there's just a huge roadblock to taking all the pieces that are being produced out there and saying to someone, hey, it's your job to pull these together. It's a huge effort and it's really hard.
Yeah, I appreciate that point so much. And you noted the cultural differences there and the structural differences are there as well. And the strategies do lay out not the way to overcoming those strategies, but the acknowledgement of those strategies, which acknowledges the gaps, not necessarily how to overcome them, but ways and the need to understand them.
So do you think industry has the capacity to actually deliver on their part of the grand strategy?
Well, it's no secret industry can move a lot faster than government. I would say, if not, then they can get there very, very quickly with the right guidance. being good customers is the last panel pointed out that's necessary, being engaged is what that means to me.
Yeah, I think by and large, industry is, very well suited to deliver to the government what the government wants if the government can articulate what it wants and is willing to be a good customer in that sense. I think there's a huge give and take that might be a topic for further discussion. There's a huge give and take between the exploit, buy, build paradigm that we've heard earlier, where we really want to exploit and buy everything we can right now because it's fast, it's presumably cheaper than building something of our own. How do we just go do that right now? But as some of the previous panel and some of the other speakers were talking about, there's a role there too for, we're going to want to buy something 5 years from now. So we might need to be willing to cede that. And I feel like that's a place that we haven't quite been able to make enough decisions to articulate to industry, to the commercial base, what those needs might be and how much we're willing to fund. So I think that's an ongoing conversation.
Yeah, I think you guys are both touching on something really important, and Colonel Rayleigh sort of made this point in his comments this morning, that just building the technology is not enough. You have to think about all of the operationalization that has to go around that to make it a real warfighting capability or national security capability. And I think that's probably, to your point, who's in charge of doing that and who's resourced to do that. Those are really important problems to building a hybrid space architecture, to implementing all that.
That's right. And I think that the best industry partners moving forward will be the willing participants for integration towards those goals.
So let's switch gears and instead of thinking about the past, let's think about the future. What do you think the next 3 to 5 years look like in the space sensing sector, either Earth remote sensing or space domain awareness sensing? Is it boom or is it bust?
Who's going to say bust?
Yeah, I was going to put on my positive face for this one.
Would you like to go first?
Sure. I'll say, I think, we're stand-up of Space Futures Command that Colonel Roth was talking about earlier. There's a lot of talk about force designs and how we move forward. And I would like to think in my heart of hearts that, having these commercial space strategies, having this increased dedication to using that sector as we need it, that we'll start to see that adoption. We'll see force designs. And I think we're seeing them already in some mission areas. And I'm hoping we will see them in the SSA, SDA realm as well, that, really begin to take commercial into account, use that as a baseline for, some capability that can be there, and there's a military capability that we would need to build on top of that. So my optimistic side says, yes, the next 3 to 5 years, we'll see that done.
Yeah, same. I think that there'll be, so it's been a really rough 2 years for industry. I mean, I acknowledge that. But I do think that we're still in an expansion phase, very much so. And likely there'll be many new entrants to the market, and the success of many existing participants in the market. But I do think there's going to be some sense of consolidation. Maybe that doesn't mean mergers and acquisitions. Maybe it just means the partnerships piece that I was talking about, collaborating and then selling as a group to the government, whatever that might look like. Which is also, by the way, a lesser acquisition burden for the government. So we like that as well. So yeah, just the sort of concentration of capabilities into a more dense state.
So you guys are both on this is going to be a boom cycle, and I'm going to pressure test you a little bit with a couple of questions. One, I can't open the Wall Street Journal anymore without some article about counter space capabilities, whether it's alleged Russian nuclear weapons in space or Chinese robots in space. Do you think that has a cooling effect on the commercial sector? And on top of that, Chris
I was gonna
Quilty
ask,
just
well,
said,
Peter, what do you think?
I'm asking you. What's your sense?
I think it has to, right? I think both strategies articulated this concern. It, talked about, that commercial service has to, or data product or whatever, that capability needs to be there through all phases of conflict. And that might bring with it, responsibilities of the US government to offer protection, to offer insurance, to offer something, right? It didn't specify solutions, it just laid out possibilities. And if I'm in your shoes, yeah, I really want that. But that's just my thinking, is just there's a lot that needs to be worked out there from a technology perspective, from a policy and doctrine perspective. And I'd say from a business data sharing, this list could go on for a while, space control backgrounds kicking in. There's a lot that needs to be worked out there, but I think the transparency and open dialogue of, what, you would need in those times of crisis, what we would be able to provide needs to continue to evolve based on all of those factors that I just said. A willingness on our part to share information about what we know. My organization can't declassify threats, but we can make sure that people we work with are clear to them, right? We can put those mechanisms in place. At the same time, it's helpful if commercial providers can be transparent with us about what they're doing from a technology perspective. We might understand vulnerabilities that they have not come across before. Just having that dialogue across classification and proprietary boundaries, I think really helps both sides. So that was kind of a problem and a solution, I guess. Like, yes, I'm sure they're worried about it, but I think there's a lot of, I'd say, fairly concrete steps we can take to at least have the dialogue on how it can start to help.
Yeah, I agree. You had the same 2 points that I'll just emphasize. No, I mean, the fact that these threats exist doesn't change the fact that we need systems on orbit, right? We need the ability to understand what's happening at different times in different places. The 2 strategies that we've already talked about do outline the notions for information sharing, for the government providing guidance to the industry to help solve some of these problems. And then we hope through the expression of that commitment that industry will make a reciprocal commitment to continue building increasingly resilient systems that they can launch on orbit to counter the counter threat.
Okay. We are going to have maybe time for audience questions. Casey, I don't know if we've typically done that, but if you've got questions in the audience, think about those. We're happy to entertain them. Before we get to those, you talked about this a little bit, steps that both maybe government and industry should each take. But if you were running a company, what would be the kind of top 3 things on your mind from the threat space and what you think you should do to, build your company to be resilient in that environment? Where you want to work with the national security customer, it's an important customer set, but you're also worried about this threat environment. What kind of advice would you give?
I think I would want to know what's going on, first of all. I would want the best advice I can get from the government on how to mitigate those concerns. I think I was talking with a colleague this morning about some of this, specifically in the cyber realm, right? Yeah. Where I don't know that we know how to write a contract that says be cyber secure, because I don't think we know what that means, right? If I was in industry or commercial and worried about this sort of thing, I would want to look around the entire enterprise and say, do we even know what this means? What are the metrics that tell me I'm doing this right? So I think that's one of the main dialogues I would want to have, because I think cyber is one of the areas we're most worried about. And that's also the hardest area that I think we really just don't know how to quantify yet.
Yeah, I agree. Knowledge is power in those conditions. And I think that redundancy, maybe even going harder than you would have without those threats is the strategy to overcome the challenge.
Okay, very good. Any audience questions? No. You got one? Yeah.
Actually, so Jamie and Katie will be in the working group. So we plan that the questions and discussion happens in the working group, but I don't know how much time Peter has in the working group. So if you have any question for Peter, exactly, because you'll still be able to see the rest of the folks.
Well, that's not fair. I don't know that I'll answer any questions, but no, I'm just kidding.
Well, and plus he's been asking all the questions and hasn't been answering them. So I think if we could take one hard question for Peter, that'd be kind of fun. Okay. Luke. Oh, okay. Yep. Come on up. Okay, one hard.
Reminder to the audience to fill out these surveys, please. It helps influence your working groups.
Thank you, guys. It was a really good panel. And thank you, Casey, for all of this.
Luke from one of the Igniter companies at BST. My question, Peter, is in light of the previous presentation we got about step 2.0, are you looking at that as a potential catalyst for, say, your company and other companies in your space?
Yeah, throw the microphone back. No, I think it's for my own company, no, but that's a different discussion we could have offline. But no, for other companies, I think it's a really good step. And yeah, I guess to use the question and the answer. I don't know what else to say about that, but yes. Do you want us to finish up? I was just going to ask one question and then do kind of a lightning round wrap up. So think about your lightning round comment, but I'm going to throw this curveball question at you. One of the things that we've not heard about in any of the discussions really so far today is the impact of artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies on science, technology, engineering, math, manufacturing, production. And yet, again, you open the Wall Street Journal every day, there's another article about how AI is disrupting entire economies. The stock market's booming because there's a perceived AI payoff coming. NVIDIA stock is skyrocketing through the roof. What do you think the impact of those technologies are going to be on your jobs in the next 3 to 4 to 5 years? And what do you think the impact's going to be on the space sensing industry?
I have a fairly quick answer to each half of that, I think, that are in diametrically opposed regions. I think we are just now learning how to take technologies like AI and use them in meaningful ways in SSA or SDA, where we haven't even exhausted the physics yet, never mind bringing in something more complex than that. But I think there will be a role for that. I think we just don't know what it is yet. So cool. The overall impact on space sensing, the information environment today is pretty scary. You see something and you can't really know if it's real unless it has too many fingers or something, right? Those problems are going to go away. It's going to get harder and harder to tell what's real. And I think that applies across every sector, every way that we use information. And I'm actually incredibly nervous what that's going to be like over the next several decades. So the up and the down.
How do you think it's going to change your job?
Make me obsolete? I don't know. Can it make PowerPoint yet?
Pretty close.
Well, I think it just complicates the calculus of everything we're doing, right? It's one more field that we need to learn. It's one more field that we need to learn how much we can trust it and when. If we're going to start using it to analyze products, we need to have some kind of verification validation methodology. We barely know how to do that for pretty rudimentary autonomy stuff right now. Huge uphill battle there. I think everything we think about autonomy, we're going to continue to think about sexier flavors of AI for decades to come because it's going to be so hard to use in a risk-averse environment. And that'll be a battle that, yeah, people like me will be assessing every day what side of that we need to be on and what testing we need to do.
Yeah, I think, AI, I'll start with my job, or just DIU in general, right? So I think, AI is going to help us, I hope, make some smarter decisions about the investments that we make and the companies that we bring into our portfolio. Sort of globally, I mean, we're already seeing AI be integrated into remote sensing, data exploitation, tasking, sort of just in general mission orchestration. I hope to see those capabilities mature even further than they have already. I'm generally optimistic about it. I think that there's a sort of overconfidence right now in what AI can do for us. We're all very excited about it, and new stock markets, we're all so confident in our ability. But in general, yeah, fairly optimistic about it. I think we'll be humbled at points.
Is it going to once and for all solve the government contracting backlog?
Sure.
We have started doing experiments on using it to write awards and end of year. There's been some casual experimentation going on in my organization with that, not for any realsies purposes, but taking away a lot of grunt work like that would be really great.
Yeah, I think we'd all welcome that. Okay, lightning round, 30-second wrap up. Katie.
Sure. As someone who's sat on both sides of the fence, industry and government, I'm Especially excited about the ongoing cultural shift across the DoD enterprise. I think that's a very good thing for everybody that's happening. And I'm especially heartened by how many moments we agreed during this panel that tells me that there's communication and that there's a philosophical alignment across the enterprise.
I love that that's where you went with that, because I was going a slightly different direction, which is I kind of have opinions on everything. I've shared many of them with you today. Some are optimistic, some are pessimistic. Some are probably too government centric, because that's where I've worked for my entire adult life at this point. Can't wait for this afternoon when you all tell me I'm wrong.
All right, thank you. See, there's my timer.
Thank you. My little bell. Oh, yeah. Thanks. It's okay. Thought I'd make my orderly exit. Thank you. Thank you very much. Awesome. All right, that was awesome. Okay, one more working group panel. And before that, I've been bringing this up here. I'm loud enough. I've been bringing this up for the last couple times, keep forgetting to tell you. Here's the framework for novel space activities. And tomorrow, that's going to be one of our co-innovation sessions. So look for that in the agenda. And I do want to say, Peter Wagner, I meant to tell you all, he actually really started these industrial base workshops and meetings with our friend Bucky, and they got together back in 2019 and really just identified the challenges. And then being the New Space, at the time, New Space New Mexico Advisory Board Chair, he said, Casey, you guys are about the industry. You need to be helping with these conferences. And so just wanted to give that little bit of history of where this all started. So next, we have one of our concurrent working groups will be novel space activities. And this kind of will talk ISAM, some of the cislunar type activities. Lee will bring that up. Space solar power, I'm hoping you all bring up. And so for the panel, to set the stage, Lee Steinke will be moderating the panel, and she's with Cislunar Industries, and she's joined by Mark Scherbarth from AFRL, Sean Mahoney from Space Frontier Foundation, and George Kreisel from iBoss, and Rob Antipas from AFRL. So it'll be kind of a good big group. And then after that, we're going to go to our working group sessions. So thank you.
Hello, everyone. Nice to see you again from up here. All right, look at these guys. Good crowd. All right, so it is late in the day. It's 3:30, your favorite time to take a little nap out there. So we'll try to make this a little bit fun. I'm going to get my notes here so I can introduce my esteemed panelists. So as she mentioned, I'm the COO of Cislunar Industries. We just flew our first hardware to space on May 6th, 3 weeks ago. So good novel space activities going on there. So Mark Scherbarth was the pronunciation, Scherbarth. He is the Chief of Spacecraft Technology Division of Space Vehicles Directorate at AFRL, where he leads a team on basic and applied research and advanced technology development. I just learned this morning that he was also briefly in show business when he starred in an Air Force recruiting commercial. So really wonderful. Sadly, it never aired. So today is his opportunity to shine and show us why he he was selected for that wonderful commercial. So Mark, why don't you tell us just a little bit about what you're working on and why you're here today?
So that's true. It was a commercial. My first duty assignment out in Los Angeles Air Force Base. So in that general area, we shot it right before 9/11, and 9/11 happened and it never aired. So that was our fun fact. But my background's in acquisition, program management, some research and development, test and evaluation. So kind of a broad range of activities here and there. As Lee mentioned, my current job is I'm division chief for our spacecraft technology division. Huge portfolio in terms of space cyber, autonomy, cislunar, spacecraft logistics and robotics, missile warning sensors and algorithms, spacecraft subsystems, just anything and everything really is in my portfolio. So just quite a bit of activities. So we have our hands in quite a few things there.
Thanks, Mark. Sean Mahoney is Executive Director and Board Chair at Space Frontier Foundation and was the CEO of Maston Space Systems for a long time. But he still somehow insists that he is not a space person. Sean, go ahead and tell us about what you're working on.
Thank you. And when I say I'm not a space person, this audience is proof of that. There are a lot of people that have a lot more experience, education, and background in this fantastic field. I hope that by not being a space person, what I can help do is translate some of the benefits from space to normal people outside of the space echo chamber. So from my current role with the Space Frontier Foundation, what we are trying to do is make sure that we're identifying what are those largest things that we can do to help advance the human settlement of space. And that is in policies, that is getting a chance to focus on things that might be a little bit over the horizon, the 3, 5, 7-year horizon that companies oftentimes think about, but have to really act in the near term. And so it's great to be able to complement the government agencies and the companies that are working in space and try to make sure that we're going to have fertile grounds for whatever's coming next.
Great, thank you. Joer Kreisel is co-founder and chairman of IBOS and president of Confers. In both roles, he works on modularity and standardized interfaces for space infrastructure and logistics. He even demonstrates modularity with his fine collection of wardrobe pieces, including a large closet full of cowboy boots, from what I understand. So, Joer, tell us a little bit about what you do.
Well, yeah. Hi, everybody. Okay, redundancy is good, isn't it? So, yeah, hi. My name is Jörg. I'm from Germany. My background is aerospace engineering. I was specializing in launch vehicle design, space systems engineering, and hypersonics in the old days, in the late 80s, and got acquainted with modularity and new ways or novel space activities, if you will, already in the early 90s, where we looked into modular systems. And then it was quiet for a while. I spent some time in the venture capital industry and kind of been involved in a lot of things, kind of like to commercialize space technologies, international partnerships and stuff. Then on-orbit servicing came up, and with my other company, we were working at international level with NASA and a couple others, DLR, CSA, JAXA, and so forth, on on-orbit service. OOS, you know, so now we have arrived after OOS, OOA, OOM, OSAM, now we're at ISAM. And at the time, I got really acquainted with, and I really liked on-orbit servicing, OOS, and had to understand very quickly, OOS does not stand for only one solution. And yeah, and then many years later, we were involved in this project IBOS, and Thomas is here, the CEO of IBOS, and we started that company back in 2017. And we are focused on providing interfaces to enable modular architectures, right? So to provide these USBs for space, to have others do Lego in space, basically. So that's the mission why we're here, and we're very happy to have been able to join Q Station here in town and New Space Nexus, and we have set up our subsidiary here in Albuquerque. Thank you.
Thank you, York. And finally, Rob Antipas is the Mission Area Lead for SAML, or Space Access, Mobility, and Logistics, also at AFRL. He also appears on Rate My Professor, where he is described as very chill and gets a rating of awesome. Rob, the floor is yours.
We'll just pass it back and forth. Yeah, I don't know how you found that. That's fine. No, so I started my career in the Air Force working propulsion development for solid rocket propulsion, and then I moved to large software acquisition and development of large software systems. Came back to AFRL working in space propulsion for specifically electric propulsion, and now I'm working to connect the dots between the 10 different tech directorates on the SAML portfolio and how we can collaborate to win.
Thank you. All right, so let's go down the line here and just talk about a favorite milestone or two that's recent. And that milestone can be in technology development, can be in policy, could be in funding, just something exciting that's happened in the last 6 to 12 months that got you excited about what we're all doing.
So I think I can go.
Okay. Go.
So you're gonna throw me in first. I am excited about how the UK has embraced net zero in a way that I did not entirely understand, and how a community that involves government and academia and companies can actually move forward, and the efforts that they put into adopting space-based solar power as a thing that is really ingrained in multiple parts of their country is phenomenal. It makes me nervous for back home, but it was really cool to see.
I'm going to go a little bit further back than that, maybe 5, 6 years, a couple activities in between there. But Space Policy Directive 6 came out a few years ago, deals with strategic direction for space nuclear power and propulsion. A couple years before that, there was a program called CRUSTY. It was a teaming between Los Alamos National Lab and NASA. They did the first ground test of a space reactor in about 50 years. Great data from that. We've seen some new programs, including a program at AFRL within my portfolio called Jetson, grow out of that. So we are investigating that. We're looking at those type of questions. If you heard Colonel Rayleigh speak this morning, that's one of the things that we do in the lab, is we answer questions, we mature technology, and so space nuclear is one of those things where we're not sure if there's a there yet. It's farther out, we're investigating it, but really interesting to see how it progresses here in the near future. Yeah, I think my grandfather worked the NERVA program, so I'm really interested in where that's going. I am really interested in what SpaceX is doing on the launch side with how fast they're iterating on Starship. I think that's going to be a game changer, and it's going to be leaps and bounds ahead. It's interesting how they're moving and how different that is from the tried and true and steady pace, but 100% success of Artemis. So both those programs are really interesting. And then the other one that I'm really interested in and looking forward to seeing launch is RSGS and the successful integration of all the hardware on that and preparations for TVAC. So good luck with that.
Yeah, for me, and to also share some of more of an international perspective, it's interesting to see the momentum being built in the US more and more, particularly in the area I'm advocating, ISAM. That's interesting that country set up the ISAM strategy and ISAM implementation plan. And in my capacity as president of Confers, where we are sort of developing the rules of the road, if you will, and standards, norms and behavior, both for technical items and maneuvers or operations like RPO. it's very interesting to see what's happening in this country in particular. There is similar, smaller, but also vertically very good activities in other parts of the world, which are sometimes overlooked by the US. But I think in total, we are doing very well. And again, talking about my area I'm representing here, ISAM, we believe it's moving in the right direction. And what is interesting also for me, also having been teaching in several universities over many years, now we see in the tech domain growing business acumen. And the youngsters, so we are supporting ISU and Space Generation and all those organizations, and nothing that compares to 10, 20 years ago. So now we see business plans, which are business plans, and these kind of things. So I'm personally very confident, although we are yet facing a sort of a chicken and egg issue, facing strong yes and no camps when it comes to modularity and ISAM. But we're very confident that the momentum being created in this country will change the game around the globe.
Thank you. I'm tempted to ask a follow-up on that, but I'm going to move on since we're a little short on time. So speaking of norms and behaviors, often when there's a new program that we want to promote, novel space activity, there'll be an architecture developed and then funding provided and path to what will get funded for experimentation. So talk a little bit about, and this morning I was in a meeting where there was something without an architecture and somebody just went ahead and did a project and funded it anyway. So I want to talk about sort of the free-for-all method versus, going through the formal process of novel space technology development and planning for that versus just throwing something in and trying it. Why don't we start again with Sean?
I get it. It is a great idea to have thought everything through. Absolutely. However, if you're talking about something that is actually novel, then why are you wasting your time trying to design the entire thing before you have done any of the research to figure out, is it real? Is there actually a customer? Is there actually value here? The idea of, I understand we have to make sure that we're not killing an involved public. But there's a lot of stuff that doesn't need the amount of let's consider every single thing and down select. We have got to be able to move more quickly. And in small companies, I had an engineer who had an idea to make a plastic engine. And you think, what the hell use is a plastic engine going to be? Because you could iterate it in a day. And so they just printed out plastic engines, had a huge cooling system. They burned through some and they just iterated and iterated and iterated. And that is the sort of thing that if it had to have design reviews and consider like all of the process to understand how is this plastic going to actually ever turn into an on-orbit block, never would have moved. So got to iterate quick.
So from our perspective, I think this is an important part of our portfolio. We are now at the lab, we are thought leaders. So we tend to think, okay, we got to do some work here up front and support the current warfighter. We have to do some midterm work, but we also have to do some work out in the out years, 10, 15, 20, 30 years where no one's even thinking yet. We are thinking about it in terms of what is the warfighter going to need, because they are very focused, and rightly so, on the current systems they have and making small evolutionary changes to those. We need to also think about the revolutionary changes, things that there are no requirements for, that we have complete freedom to tech push instead of getting requirements pulled from the warfighter. So some of those things pan out, some of them don't, but some of the biggest breakthroughs we've had for like GPS and the atom bomb and things like that, were nobody said, hey, I need that, but now they're indispensable to deterring aggression and things like that. So yeah, thinking out in the far term is very much a part of our portfolio.
Yeah, I think sometimes requirements are like plaque. if you don't brush them off every now and then,
Mhm.
they cause disease.
Yeah, agreed. I think, just like Mark said, AFRL works from 6-1 research, basic research in partnership with academia through AFOSR and education outreach, and then all the way through 6-3 work and flight demonstrations. We do that iteratively, and we do that with an end goal in mind, but not necessarily a end technology in mind. We do that to answer questions. We do that to find the no. We do that to say, hey, this was a bad idea. Let's let the world know that that's a bad idea, or at least the US know that that's a bad idea, so that we don't chase rabbits and we don't waste money. But where we're getting, I think the publicity of new space, the publicity of these novel technologies is driving a congressional push and a leadership push that is showing, hey, what is the utility of this? Give me the utility of this, and that's requiring analysis, and that's requiring legwork to prove out what are we going to do with the technology. So the cart's gotten before the horse in that we haven't even demonstrated refueling, and we're being asked to answer what its utility is. So when we get asked those questions, we have to answer them.
Do you feel like there's good top cover from those people in DC that are like asking the questions that you want to be able to answer, that now you have like there's now a reason to answer some of these questions?
So I think some of that is, yes, there is some of that. There is a go do this, and that's been some of the CII push that's come through Congress, which is funding the Jetson program, for example, but there's other programs as well. But some of that is also pushing budgetary constraints, and then it's also a question of, okay, so now there's been a lot of publicity to this, the question of why is AFRL doing that? And then we have to backfill the congressional demand to do something with the academic push to say this is why we're doing it. And so it's a balancing act because we have to respond to multiple masters, but yeah.
Due to that nice conversation, I'm going to take a little bit of a left turn on your question. Sorry for virtual people.
I was happy listening to this.
Yeah. So Yelmer, talk for just a minute about how you know something is a novel space technology and not just a new iteration of something that already existed in the past. And then when something stops being a novel space activity, what's that trigger point? So identifying novel, truly novel, and then how do you exit novel?
Well, let's say, assume we believe we have a common understanding of what novel is, right? So, a lot of things have gone wrong, and that's what we have observed over decades at international level. And I think a couple of very interesting points were made, and I've heard the word speed several times. So it's how do we do these things? You were mentioning what is the top-down requirements in Washington, right? We heard it this morning. And so I think it boils down to rapid solutions, and in a way that we identify the technologies and certain functionalities, applications, and so forth, and then figure a way to rapidly demonstrate. Because if that doesn't take place, the whole house of cards collapses. Right, and we've seen this in many missions, and in particular, also I can tell from Europe, from Asia, and a couple other places of the world, and we have similar things here, of course. But so I think that is where sometimes things go wrong, and so what does that mean to the leadership, both at the industry, academia, and government level? I think it's about degarbaging processes, isn't it? So that's a bit the feel we have. And on the other hand side, we see that this new procurement philosophy here in the US by the military players is moving in the right direction. And that is where a lot of other companies are still lagging behind much, right? So moving from result-oriented, let's say, reporting, monitoring, rather than pain in the ass tech top-down reporting, right? So, and I think that is a big of a problem. Also embedding the evolution of technologies into the commercial spheres, right? So that's another disconnect which we see. You know, we have technocrats-led tech development and capacity development, but still, I mean, that's what we keep hearing at conference. They say, hey, where's the market for ISA? right? So, I mean, I think we need to move to a sort of a decent way of demonstrating, getting things done, moving to the next level. And I think that's the major thing. And I could share tens of examples where these things particularly went wrong. In essence, observation. Yeah.
Thank you. So I'm going to shift gears a little bit, just given the time, and ask if an adversary were all of a sudden to become the leader in one of these novel space technologies. You know, we're the U.S. women's soccer team. We're used to winning. We're like, wait, what do we do now? Would we immediately pivot to become the leader again? Would we leverage? Would we watch and learn? What do you think we would do? Let's start with Rob.
Great, thanks.
You're welcome.
I think it's tech dependent, right? So it really depends on the outcome of that. And to the previous question of how do we know if it's novel or if it's new space? And it's really the outcome of that. How game changing is that? So if it's something that's truly game changing, we've done this before. I would hope, devote significant resources to catching up or going ahead. I think if it's something like orbital debris mitigation or something like that, where we're just watching and seeing what the utility of that is, we're going to keep our eyes out and understand where that's going and what that is. It's definitely tech dependent.
Yeah, I would agree with Rob. It's, since we're talking in generalities, it would be dependent on what it is. So if it's something significant that we need to be concerned about, we marshal the resources across the government and take care of that. But it'd be very dependent on what specifically it is.
I don't have much faith that will necessarily happen. Where are the majority? Where's all the drone innovation? It's not in the U.S., right? DJI is not a U.S. company last time I checked. So it depends upon who we is. Is we U.S. government and in a military context, or is we commercial companies? Commercial companies are probably not going to say, hey, the Chinese government is doing something, so therefore we should risk capital to compete with the Chinese government. We don't want to compete with our own government, much less the Chinese government. So I think there is a potential that we cede an awful lot. And if you look at our history from a U.S. policy standpoint, we lose interest in rare earth metals, or we have other competing initiatives. So I would think we should be preparing for a future where we might decide that we're going to cede some of these things to non-U.S. entities, because it's really difficult for us to move.
York, you want to weigh in on that? No, okay, okay, he got double the time. All right, so we're gonna play a little game now to keep things lively. And then we'll wrap up with a final question, just in the interest of time. So this game is a three-part question for a handful of different novel space technologies that I pulled from the list that New Space Nexus provided. And for this, we're going to talk about, we're going to have each panelist weigh in on when they think they will be fully operational. So I'll say one, and the time scale is developed by pointing here for 2024, here for 2054. 2034, 2044, right? So it's just a clock from 2024 today to 2054. So, and because I don't want you to poke each other's eyes out, that's why I turn diagonally. So right hand forward, okay? All right, the second question is, will the US be the leader when that happens? You just raise your hand or you don't, okay? And then the third part of the question is, should the US government be funding the development of this technology today? A lot, kind of, sort of, and not at all. Okay, so anywhere on that scale. So three-part question. I'm going to rattle off some space technologies. You're going to do your thing, raise your hand, and thumbs up, thumbs down. Ready? All right, do we need music for this? I don't know. Okay, so on-orbit refueling. Go. All right, and will the US lead? Interesting. And how much should the government, US government, be investing today? Okay, all right. Commercial LEO destinations. Okay, we're developing a pattern here. Okay, and will the US lead? Yeah, okay, and I know, that's a tough one. Yeah, kind of threw you for a little bit. Yes. And should we be investing today? Yes. Oh, cool, I hope somebody's capturing this. Okay, awesome. Lunar base. Oh, okay, now I was hoping you'd all use your left hand for that one. Okay, and will the US be in the lead when that happens? Ooh, and should the US government be investing today? Wow, okay, yeah, gotta keep pace. I guess we were very convincing in our earlier panel. Quantum computing. Useful quantum computer, okay, yeah, all right, and will the US lead when that happens? Oh, some late entries there. And should the US government be funding that today? Okay. Space-based solar power. Okay, and will the US be in the lead when that happens? Ooh, okay, and should the US government be funding that today? Wow, okay. Go Peter Garrettson, good work. And finally, nuclear fusion. Nuclear fusion.
It's always 20 years out.
Yeah. Very nice. All right, and will the US be leading when that happens? Okay, and should the US government be funding that? Okay, all right, great. So hopefully that was entertaining and educational. And now I just want to hear your key recommendations for the best things to do going forward in your particular area, or that you see as opportunities on whether the technological front or policy or whatever.
So in closing out, I would say novel may not actually be novel to us. I mean, blogs were web logs that lost the first couple letters and people thought it was something new, but techies were like, this has been around for forever. So keep in mind, novel may not mean brand new technology. I think the most important thing that we can do is not try to regulate by imagination. We need to have playing fields that are set up that will allow new opportunities to grow, and most especially those that are not serving the space industry. We need to have exports out of this room and out of the space industry. And so it is important that we have protections, but we have a lot of protections. We do not need to be drawing all sorts of regulations around all sorts of imagined future states.
I'm going to bring up something non-technical, the teaming, the partnership, the collaborations. We have a lot of rules and regulations and processes to follow, getting technology done. Usually it's working through that functional process with contracting and finance and legal and all those type of things that really set us back and cause a lot of issues for us. So being good partners on that front, making sure we have good contracts written, good requirements, good, all those type of things that it takes to get things on contract so we can actually go forward and do the work would be a great help as we work together both with government and industry. That would be huge.
Yeah, I think the one thing we can do is continue to innovate and work together. As you said, it's definitely a team sport. I think that we need to beat down barriers both between the government and primes and subcontractors for that iterative process between PDR and CDR where we learn something new and we need to be able to change and adapt quickly. This market moves too fast for our old legacy contracting process, and to be able to learn something from an experiment or something that flew from a competitor or something that just comes up, that new things always come up. And between PDR and CDR, we need to be able to work together as a community, everybody in this room, to be able to change and adapt as quickly as possible, because that will give us our edge back.
Well, I personally believe that novel space activities will rely a lot on, will be enabled by the future space infrastructure and logistics. And that will then define which novel activities which we can conduct and so forth. And for that, most probably the future will be based on modular architecture supported by robotics. We have AI and all these things coming in. And so things will go modular, not only the systems, but also operations, ground segments will be modularized and enable a lot of things. And all those will then basically translate into mission flexibility, these type of things. In order to do so, I personally believe a major thing to do is come to standards. The future will look different. And we are lacking standards with many things. Just think about the normal course of business of putting an experiment in space. The big showstopper also for the budget of people coming in is payload integration, right? You always start from zero, right? It starts again and again. Nobody knows how to put the stuff on a spacecraft, right? So, and these kind of things, just examples. I don't want to bother you with that. So that said, I believe, and that is more like the implementation philosophy, less is more. We should come to a number of very dedicated missions, which can be executed quickly, where we see the progress, and also for risk management and all these type of things, particularly in times where also the geopolitics kick in a lot. We really need to know how to put the pieces of the mosaic together. And we see a lot of kind of overpacked missions and experiments, and these type of things, where one functionality ties into another one, and then one works half, the other one works well, so we don't know how the thing works together, right? So, and we need to move away from that in incremental steps. So Mike's suggestion is less is more, and standards. Yeah, thank you.
MVP is the MVP. All right, speaking of MVPs, Mark, wasn't he fantastic as top billing and show business? All right. All right, thank you to my esteemed panelists. Great job.
Off to our concurrent working groups. And, oh, I meant to, for the working group for the novel space technology, I meant to also just remind who are Gabe Mounts from AFRL is a chair. There he is. You'll be following him. Many of the folks that are on the panel will go to those working groups and add to them, but the leader is Gabe Mounts. And then Rob Antipas and Nate from AFRL, and then Nate Gap from DIU will co-chair the Novel Space Activities Working Group, and Scott Maitner, who actually, thank you, he helped get the working group panels and sessions and all that organized, is going to be the report lead. So Ariel, do you want to come let everybody know where we're going next?
Alrighty, so we will have 3 different sessions going at the same time. One session will be in here. That will be the novel space activities. We'll be running here. The next room over is the Valle Grande room. It's a smaller room. That's going to be space sensing. And then the following room closest to the restrooms and closest to the sign-in is Gran Quibiera, and that's going to be the space policy, finance, and regulation room. So it's all down this hallway, right-hand side. The doors are open and there are signs on the doors as well.
Oh, so we have about an hour and the key thing is, and